This story starts out like any cliché web novel. One day, the MC suddenly wakes up in a medieval fantasy world. He had no idea how he ended up there in the first place. To survive in such a hostile place, he had no choice but to become a mercenary and started cutting down his enemies no matter who they were. All of it was necessary just to keep himself breathing at the end of the day. Until, right when he was about to meet his end at the hands of a barbarian, a woman saves him. She warns him that a single slip-up can be fatal, demanding that he stay sharp at all times. Then, she gives the order to blow the war horn. The soldier obeys instantly, sounding the instrument. At the horn's call, the entire army charges with full force against the enemy lines. After everything, the only wish left for the young man in this new world is to simply survive. The woman from before approaches him and remarks that he made it through once again. She steps closer and gently strokes his face, saying she just wanted to check if that handsome face got hurt. Right after that, it starts to rain, and the woman tells him everything is going to be all right. She then calls the MC by his name, Aaron, and comments that she really likes the rain, adding that once the war is over, they should head east because it rains a lot over there. Finally, she asks him never to forget her, no matter what happens. Suddenly, someone blows a whistle. The guards shout furiously, ordering everyone to run and capture the fugitives before they leave the castle. Two men run toward Aaron, addressing him by his title, Captain. Aaron asks about the other soldiers, and the men reply that they should arrive shortly. One of them comments that he never expected gentle Hans to cause such a huge mess. The other soldier immediately chimed in, saying with disdain that Hans is actually a mage. He claims mages can't be trusted, and that Hans must have made a deal with a demon. Aaron listens intently, thoughtfully repeating the word demon. His comrade laughs off the story about demons, saying it's just jealousy over losing the title of handsome guy to Hans. The annoyed soldier shouts back, furious over the taunt about his nickname. Seeing Aaron walking away, they ask where he's going, and he replies that he's heading to headquarters. One of them humorously comments that Hans's nickname is definitely going to change from now on. The joke is that his new nickname would be Hans, the handsome guy with only a head left. Aaron just grunts listlessly at his subordinate's bad joke. The group concludes that Hans will probably be strung up as soon as the guards catch him. Aaron arrives at the location and knocks firmly on the headquarters' wooden door. Commander Manuel asks if it isn't a bit late for the captain to show up. Aaron excuses himself, saying he was late because he fell into a deep sleep. Manuel then shifts the topic, mentioning rumors that Aaron was quite close to Hans. The commander looks him dead in the eye and asks if that information is actually true. Aaron thinks that to some extent it was true, as Hans was a sharp kid who got into the magic academy. However, he decides to lie and denies any closeness to keep things from getting complicated for him. Hearing the denial, the commander says that's great news and a stroke of luck. He explains that the case involves the Lord's daughter and that Hans stole something extremely valuable and forbidden. The commander adds that if their local guard manages to capture the fugitive themselves, their reputation will skyrocket. Manuel laughs out loud, thinking about how thrilled the landowner will be if they solve this case. He looks sternly at the MC and gives a clear order. He wants Hans brought back, dead or alive. Aaron accepts the mission, promising to do his best, fully aware that the case directly involves the lord of the manor himself. Leaving the commander's room, the young man thinks to himself that this entire situation is a major pain in the neck. He worries that because of Hans's actions, his own head might be on the line too when someone calls out to him. The members of the 4th Guard Unit step forward, reporting that all preparations for the search are complete. Under a relentless pouring rain, the guards begin patrolling the dark streets of the town. One of the guards questions if Hans would really hide in a place as filthy as District 7, knowing he has a weak stomach. They complain about the foul smell and suggest pretending to search just so they can go grab a warm brew somewhere cozy. With a scary, glowing look in his eyes, Aaron tells his subordinates to zip it immediately, leaving them utterly terrified. Aaron thinks about how foolish those men are, thinking about drinking while their lives are on the line, though he agrees the district is pretty filthy. Suddenly, the MC spots a mysterious figure wearing a brown hood sitting out in the rain, making him suspicious. He approaches the stranger and calls out loudly, demanding his immediate attention. Aaron identifies himself as an outer fortress guard and orders the individual to pull back his hood so he can see his face. The person under the hood lets out a grim chuckle, remarking that it's been a long time since their last encounter. Standing up, the man reveals his identity and calls the MC by name, leaving Aaron taken aback by the revelation. The brute grins maniacally, saying that they've finally managed to cross paths again. Before the guy can even finish his sentence, Aaron delivers a brutal punch straight to the middle of his face. The blow is so powerful that it sends the big guy flying into a stack of wooden crates, smashing everything to pieces. Aaron calls him a jerk, realizing he's the exact guy who caused trouble and got caught, viewing it as great timing. The man, terrified and bruised, whimpers that he's just an herb collector from that alley and was only there to report a theft. Aaron realizes the awful blunder he made and plays it off, saying he was sure he recognized his face from somewhere. The herbalist cries in pain, complaining furiously about being attacked out of nowhere in the middle of the street for doing nothing wrong. The man laments his terrible day, since all his herbs were stolen, and now he got beaten up by the patrol on top of it. He wonders why a thief would steal grimroot, a super common herb, but that detail sets off an alarm in Aaron's head. Knowing that the leaves of that plant are used to stop bleeding, the MC immediately asks which way the thief fled. As the heavy rain pours down, a wounded silhouette huddles in the dark corner of a dead-end alley. Underneath his hood, young Hans groans in agony while trying to apply pressure to the severe wound that won't stop bleeding. Suddenly, he hears someone calling his name through the storm and opens his eyes wide in absolute shock. Aaron appears right in front of him, asking calmly why the kid is staring at him with such a terrified look. The captain notices the injured hand and remarks that it's pathetic to see someone who was always so careful end up hurt like this. He tells him that the chase is over and orders Hans to come quietly while he's still being nice about it. Hans, trembling and desperate, whispers back that it isn't over yet and that he can't give up now. Suddenly, the air around them begins to hum strangely, catching the experienced warrior's attention. The rainwater around them starts behaving unnaturally, floating up in magical spheres. Massive drops of water pool in midair, channeling a massive amount of elemental energy. A giant whirlwind of water magic is suddenly summoned, illuminating the dark alley with a blue glow. He realizes the spell's power is ridiculously high and deduces that the heavy rain is boosting Hans's magic. With a sad, regretful look, Hans apologizes to Aaron for what he's about to do just to escape. The young mage states that he simply can't afford to get caught right now and unleashes the devastating spell. Aaron quickly readies himself and charges straight through the torrent of magical water to neutralize the incoming attack. Hans screams in desperation that the battle isn't over, continuing to gather whatever strength he has left. He extends his hand, glowing with magical circles of blue runes, to cast another binding spell. Aaron complains about the miserable coincidence of having to fight a water mage on such a rainy day. Seeing that the situation is getting way too dangerous, the captain makes a split-second decision to end the clash. With a grim, determined gaze, he bolts at top speed toward his injured opponent. He decides the best option to prevent further damage is to subdue the young mage before another spell is unleashed. Hans panics completely, trying to speed up the incantation of his next magical barrier in time to protect himself. Aaron locks his relentless gaze onto the target, showing no hesitation or mercy whatsoever. Aaron commands Hans to shut his mouth once and for all, lunging forward with a decisive strike to finish the fight. As he attacks, Aaron senses a mysterious power behind Hans's words while delivering a swift slash with his blade. The precise cut only grazes the boy's neck, causing a tiny trickle of blood to run down. Unarmed and terrified, the young mage asks through tears if the MC is going to spare his life. Aaron looks at him sternly and mentions the rumors that he had made a forbidden pact with a demon. He explains that if the rumors were true, there would be a very distinct mark or scar right near his heart. The captain decides to check for himself to get proof once and for all regarding the accusations. Pulling open the boy's clothes, Aaron sees that his chest is completely clear, without a single mark. Knowing he isn't a demon's servant, the MC asks why he would commit such a severe crime then. Hans says it would be hard to understand even if he explained it now, but promises he'll learn the truth one day. Hearing the shouts of the other guards drawing near, the captain grows frustrated, feeling like he's about to lose his mind. Quickly, the young man pulls a small health potion flask from his belt and pops the cork to use it. He pours the healing liquid directly over Hans's injury, causing the wound to close instantly. The captain warns him that it's just a basic recovery potion and tells the kid to stop dramatizing and get out of there. As he walks away, he ponders whether losing an arm over a simple theft wouldn't already be punishment enough. However, he acknowledges that judging the law isn't his job, especially while living in such a harsh medieval era. The captain knows all too well that around here, the only options for criminals are usually innocence or the gallows. In a firm tone, he gives the final order for the youth to get out and vanish once and for all. Hans smiles in relief, his eyes welling up with tears, and thanks him warmly, calling him brother. Annoyed by the lingering, Aaron gives him a light kick to finally get him moving and send him on his way. He shouts for the boy to stop calling him brother and get lost as fast as his legs can carry him. The young mage grabs his belongings quickly and starts running off, seizing the chance he was given. Before vanishing completely into the dark, he looks back and thanks him again with a genuine smile. Meanwhile, the other guards arrive at the spot, yelling that this is the last remaining area to search. Eren walks thoughtfully through the eastern border fortress, grumbling in his head about the boy's persistence. By the following day, it becomes clear to everyone that Hans managed to slip away and vanished completely from the area. Around the fortress, people remember Hans by his many flattering nicknames, like Handsome or Gentle Hans. However, the mood shifts drastically when a piece of women's underwear falls right in front of a maid. The girl is utterly shocked and horrified as she stares at that intimate garment lying on the courtyard floor. It's then revealed that all those compliments went down the drain when they discovered he was the castle's undergarment thief. The captain laments living in this medieval world devoid of ethics, crossly wondering whose stolen undergarments those were this time. A furious fist slams down onto the wooden table, demonstrating one of the men's frustration. The soldier fumes angrily, calling Hans a rat and asking where that jerk could have fled to. Kale chuckles, remarking that it's wild how no one can locate the fugitive, even after turning the entire fortress upside down. Young Briggs suggests the possibility that Hans used high-level sorcery to slip away without leaving a trace. Poole calls the rookie an idiot, sarcastically adding that if magic solved everything, nobody would need to carry weapons. Carter, slumped over the table from sheer exhaustion, mutters a plea for everyone to pipe down and stop yelling. He complains that he hasn't gotten even 5 hours of sleep over the past 3 days, but his squad mates tell him nobody ever passed away from lack of sleep. Poole coldly disagrees, warning that at the rate his buddy is going, he's definitely going to drop dead. The others agree, recalling how Carter was so drained the day before that he even got sick from sheer exhaustion. Vermin interrupts the chatter, announcing that the search is officially over and everyone should take the chance to rest up. One of them mocks Vermin for boasting so much, despite only being the unofficial second in command. Down the hallway, a mysterious voice calls out to Eren, addressing him as the captain of the Outer Guard's 4th unit. The mysterious man calmly lights a cigar using a match, projecting absolute authority and composure. He introduces himself as William, stating it's a great pleasure to finally meet Captain Eren in person. Eren recognizes William as the justice officer, someone powerful enough to order his execution or life imprisonment with a single word. William, who sits at the top of the guard command, repeats the suspicion that Eren might be very close to the criminal Hans. Furthermore, the officer highlights the suspicious fact that the captain patrolled District 7 completely alone late at night. He presses the MC, asking how he failed to turn up a single relevant clue in his search sector. He points out that it was an unmonitored area and directly accuses the captain of aiding the criminal's escape. Unfazed, Eren responds that the place is nothing but filth, challenging the superior officer by asking if he has any real proof. William blows out a puff of cigar smoke and merely mutters suspiciously, assessing the captain. The officer then calls for the Outer Guard commander, Manuel, who answers instantly, trembling with nerves. William praises the pricey cigars Manuel gifted him, noting that they have a splendid flavor. He sarcastically questions how Manuel managed to buy something so costly on a modest salary, leaving the commander stuttering in fear. The officer teases that Manuel surely didn't steal or embezzle public funds, and the commander swears while breaking into a cold sweat that he'd never do such a thing. William shifts his tone and coldly commands everyone to pay close attention to the serious message he's about to deliver. He makes it crystal clear that anyone within this castle who commits a crime or aids a criminal will face severe consequences. Pressing the glowing tip of his cigar against Eren's armor, William threatens that all such traitors will perish by his hand. He warns the MC that it would be very beneficial for his health to keep that warning firmly in mind. Eren maintains absolute composure, simply brushing off the ash that fell onto his armor. With a forced smile on his face, the captain politely replies that he'll keep the warning in mind. By evening, birds fly over the tall castle walls as the search for Hans is finally called off. His subordinates bid him farewell, wishing him a good trip home, and Eren merely waves back in acknowledgement. The MC inwardly complains about this cursed medieval era lacking basic human rights, exhausted after hours of tedious investigating. He sighs and ponders the nerve of that kid Hans, who caused him so much trouble in a single day. At least he feels a sense of relief realizing the boy seems to have successfully gotten away without being caught. Suddenly, a sharp scream coming from inside a nearby inn cuts through Eren's peaceful walk. Inside, a group of mercenaries is harassing the landlady, making crude comments about her beauty and refusing to leave. Henna, the owner of the Laughing Rabbit Inn, tries desperately to resist, demanding that they let go of her hand. The group's leader, Dylan, sarcastically tells his buddy to treat the lady with more manners, pretending to be a gentleman. Dylan cynically claims the lady has it all wrong and that they're just trying to make new friends in town. He gives a creepy smile, hinting that he wants a very close friendship to spend the rest of the night sharing a bed with her. The mercenaries slam the table and burst out laughing, thoroughly enjoying their shameless harassment of the innkeeper. Henna sighs in exhaustion, warning them that as foreign mercenaries, starting trouble here will only bring them serious bad news. She firmly advises them to stop right now, before they end up bitterly regretting what they're doing. Annoyed by the owner's warnings, one of the brutes slams a violent hand onto the wooden table. Dylan stands up, glaring at the woman, and threateningly asks what's going to happen if they decide not to stop. He steps toward her aggressively, intimidating her and demanding to know what she thinks she could possibly do about it. Dylan scoffs, asking if she's actually expecting some city guard to suddenly pop up and save her. He snickers that no soldier would waste time coming to an old, isolated inn, right as the front door swings open. Looking toward the entrance over Dylan's shoulder, Henna breaks into a massive smile, immensely relieved. The local regulars begin to cheer happily upon seeing who just walked through the front door. Everyone in the tavern shouts Aaron's name while he stands at the entrance with a calm, yet intensely threatening look. Henna immediately bolts toward the MC to shelter behind him, putting distance between herself and the mercenaries. The aggressors watch the newcomer arrive, starting to feel the room's atmosphere shift into something dangerous. One of the brutes steps up to Aaron aggressively, grunting to try and assert dominance. Showing no fear whatsoever, Aaron glances sideways at the intruders and utters a cryptic phrase, 10 days. Henna tries to bargain, offering only 5 days of free lodging, reminding him that protecting citizens is his duty as a guard. Aaron counters by asking for 9 days since his shift is over, and she bumps her offer to 6, leaving the mercenaries completely bewildered. Dylan turns bright red with anger at being completely brushed off, fuming at the pair's total disregard. As the brute lunges to throw a punch, Aaron calmly accepts the final deal of an 8-day stay. The attacker screams in irritation, asking where the MC thinks he's looking in the middle of an incoming swing. With breathtaking reflexes, the captain effortlessly catches the attacker's face using just one hand. He casually remarks that the mercenary has a terrible medieval habit of running his mouth with vulgarities. While crushing the brute's face, Aaron proposes a deal to Henna, 6 days free and tonight's dinner included. The MC asks if they have a deal while holding the opponent, who is squirming in pain in his grip. Henna accepts the deal gladly on the spot, even while admitting she doesn't fully grasp what the word deal means. Aaron grins, warning that from here on out, things are going to get ugly for the intruders who dared disturb the peace. With brute force, the young man slams the thug headfirst into the wooden table, shattering it to bits. Wrapped in a murderous aura, Aaron declares with a dark look that it's time to teach these medieval barbarians a lesson. Dylan takes a step back, completely shocked to see his buddy get knocked out so brutally and swiftly. As the mercenaries shriek in terror, the inn's patrons cheer excitedly because the brawl has finally kicked off. Aaron throws a heavy right hook, thinking to himself that in reality, there's no such thing as inherently bad medieval people. He finishes his logical train of thought, believing there are only people who need to get beat up a bit more to learn. He guarantees that after every single one of those troublemakers catches a solid blow from him, things will change. Without a doubt, they'll start acting a lot more polite and gentle from here on out. The patrons shout happily for Captain Aaron, calling for more drinks to celebrate, revealing why they're such loyal regulars. They explain that they love the place because there's a real monster living here, the cheat Captain Aaron, the ultimate cleaner of troublemakers. The customers declare themselves loyal followers of the captain, cheering wildly for him to keep beating up the instigators. Listening to the crowd's over-the-top cheering, Aaron just sighs, thinking those people are acting up all over again. The captain thinks to himself that one day he ought to give his own noisy customers a good thrashing to quiet them down. Aaron then turns to Dylan, who is slumped on the floor bleeding, and calls out to him in an icy, calm tone. He points to the weapon Dylan is carrying and threateningly asks if he actually intends to draw that thing. Terrified, Dylan forces a nervous smile and instantly declines with his hands raised, begging not to get beaten up any further. With the commotion completely settled, night falls and the 4th unit captain finally wraps up his shift. Later, in a dark room lit only by the moonlight filtering through the window, silence takes over the space. Aaron lies down on his in-bed, completely drained physically and mentally from all the recent events. An old memory resurfaces, where someone mentioned that the boy didn't even have a proper name in the beginning. The voice in his memories suggested that from that moment on, everyone would call him by the name Aaron. In the memory, the red-haired warrior looked back in desperation, pleading for him to run away from there. She demanded that he run with all his strength and not look back under any circumstances while escaping. Her final wish was for him to keep breathing and survive no matter the cost. Uttering his name one last time, the MC wakes up with a start from his nightmare, gripping his sword's hilt tightly, still panting and haunted by the memories. He wipes the sweat and tears from his face, trying to catch his breath after reliving that traumatic moment from the past. The following morning, rays of sunlight illuminate the beautiful fortified city of Kasserdik, bringing a much calmer atmosphere. In an open courtyard, Eren trains in a disciplined manner, executing precise strikes into the air with his combat sword. He reflects that 6 long years have already passed since he suddenly got transported to this medieval world. The captain wonders how long he'll manage to maintain this exhausting routine of daily training and military duties. A knight in gleaming armor with silver hair approaches him from behind, praising the simplicity of his weapon. He claps his hands and confesses to being genuinely surprised to find such a skilled swordsman on the fringes of this fortress. Eren halts his training drills and turns around slowly to assess the visitor with suspicion. The MC notices that the young man's armor prominently displays the official crest of the influential Fenner family. He also spots an elegant rapier at the man's hip, its hilt decorated in a golden spiral pattern. Eren narrows his eyes, immediately recognizing that this guy isn't just any local soldier. He concludes with absolute certainty that the visitor is, in fact, a top-tier elite knight. Knights are known as formidable warriors who can channel magical auras and battle demonic forces. They've pushed past human physical limits, widely regarded as the ultimate sword of all humanity. If that young man really belongs to the Fenner family, he must be a knight sent directly from the distant Thunder Fortress. The MC wonders why on earth the Empire would dispatch such a powerful warrior to an outpost like Kasserdik. The visitor smiles in a friendly manner and tells him not to worry, saying he just got carried away seeing such impressive skill. The knight begins to ask if Eren belongs to any military order, but gets cut off by a loud shout calling for Ben. A young woman with long blonde hair and an elegant dress appears in the courtyard, complaining about Ben suddenly wandering off. She introduces herself as Vivian Fulputz, daughter of the Lord of Kasserdik, and fumes, asking how her escort dares leave her behind. Ben apologizes humbly for the disruption, while Vivian notices Eren, realizing the two were in the middle of a conversation. Quickly, Eren drops to one knee to show official respect, introducing himself as the captain of the 4th Patrol Unit. He gives a formal greeting to the young noblewoman, demonstrating all the required etiquette expected before the Lord's daughter. She laughs and apologizes for the absurd fuss the theft of her undergarments caused the guard, admitting her father went overboard. Eren assures her it's no problem at all, yet remains deeply intrigued about why she'd need an escort from an elite warrior. She then politely takes her leave, saying she doesn't want to interrupt his training any longer, pulling Ben along to continue their way. Vivian gives a sweet little laugh and asks the captain to keep working hard to protect and secure the fortress. As he walks away, young Ben glances sideways at the MC, wonderingly asking himself if he's truly just an ordinary guard. Ben finds the whole thing bizarre, as he's entirely convinced Eren possesses the strength and stance of a true knight. Eren stays dead silent in the training yard, observing the young man's suspicious behavior from afar. Though he smells trouble brewing, the MC decides to turn a blind eye to avoid getting dragged into a mess, preferring to just get to work. However, the captain's peace lasts for a very short time, as Commander Manhwa lets out an enraged shout calling his name. Eren is left completely baffled by the urgent summons, wondering what could have happened that was grave enough to set off the commander like that. The scene cuts to the imposing inner fortress of Kasserdik, the location where high-ranking officers and the administration reside. Approaching one of the administrative offices in the inner fortress, the MC hears furious shouting echoing from inside. Manuel fumes madly, asking if the captain has lost his mind for good and reminding him that he needs to be very careful about who he beats up. The commander yells furiously, asking why the captain left the important mercenaries hired by the inner fortress itself half dead. Demanding a punishment, Manuel orders the MC to personally go fix the whole mess he created the night before. Eren grumbles in annoyance, having never imagined those troublemakers were official mercenaries hired directly by the inner fortress. To make matters even worse, the MC discovers he'll have to deal directly with the administrative authority in charge of that sector. After a few knocks, an authoritative female voice answers from within, harshly commanding him to step inside at once. He enters the beautiful, spacious office, politely asking if the person in charge was indeed looking for him. Nova, the administrative officer, pauses her writing for a moment and asks with disdain if it's Eren causing trouble once again. She stands up angrily, furiously questioning what kind of guard captain constantly gets himself wrapped up in non-stop chaos. She coldly suggests he hand in his resignation immediately if he finds the job too difficult, so he stops making life harder for other staff. Unintimidated, Aaron gives a sarcastic smirk, thinking to himself that she's still the most talkative and bossy officer in the entire castle. The MC recalls Kale's bizarre romantic advice about how to win over a woman's favor easily and without any hassle. Following Kale's tip, the captain attempts to keep a gentle smile on his face, calling her name in a tone he considers soft. Nova simply stares at him in dead silence, utterly confused and unable to make sense of the MC's sudden shift in behavior. He remembers the second step taught by Kale, which was to offer sweet, specific compliments that could melt her heart. He tries to compliment her hair in a creepily weird way, leaving even Kale's imaginary spirit desperate over the horrendous blunder. Nova stares at him in horror at the weird compliment, wondering if the captain has completely lost his marbles. Exhausted, she rubs her forehead and says dealing with him gives her nothing but headaches, while Aaron secretly celebrates the success of his tactic. She reveals that the beaten-up group was supposed to escort a carriage, and Aaron counters by saying those guys looked more like piles of trash than mercenaries. Running completely out of patience for his excuses, the officer shouts, demanding he shut his mouth immediately, and he obeys on the spot. She decrees that since he knocked out the escort, he'll have to take over the job as punishment and compensation, with zero right to refuse. Aaron reluctantly accepts the penalty, since it was his fault after all, but asks what exact mission he'll need to carry out. The mission consists of ensuring the safe escort of an important carriage, traveling along the region's winding roads. The convoy moves slowly under the cover of the dark night, with lit lanterns guiding the horses along the treacherous dirt path. Walking alongside the escort, Aaron notices the huge number of hired soldiers, finding it overkill for a single ordinary carriage. He observes that most of the crew consists of hired mercenaries, making it seem like they're preparing for a large-scale battle. Faced with so many unusual details, the MC begins to get a very bad gut feeling about what might go down on this trip. Looking to the side, the captain decides to ask one of the surviving mercenaries who exactly is riding inside the carriage. Dylan recognizes Aaron immediately and panics completely, unable to comprehend how that absolute monster ended up right there with them. Dylan tries to hide his fear by shouting that he's much stronger than he looks, while the captain sarcastically mocks his resilience after yesterday's beating. Upon being asked if he got beat up less than his buddies, Dylan changes his tune instantly, fearfully saying the captain can call him whatever he wants. With night fully fallen, the soldiers discuss the need to camp out or take shelter in a small village located nearby. The MC grows thoughtful upon hearing about the village, attempting to recall any important info regarding that location. The convoy finally arrives at the village of Knockville, situated on the outer edges of Casserdick, beneath a massive, eerie full moon. The men begin whispering in fear as they realize the entire village is completely deserted, with no sign of any local residents. A hooded soldier whispers fearfully, raising the terrible suspicion that this might be the work of evil demonic forces. Dylan quickly tells his comrade to shut his mouth and stop spewing scary nonsense before he brings bad luck to the group. Noticing that the MC is stepping away from the convoy, the mercenary shouts in alarm, asking where his protector is going. Dylan runs frantically after him, begging for them to stick together in that creepy, dark place. Meanwhile, within the comfort of the carriage, the young noblewoman Vivian flashes a subtle, mysterious, and silent smile. Black crows fly high among the dry branches of dead trees, letting out eerie caws that heighten the tense atmosphere. Dylan finally catches up to the captain and worryingly asks if there's anything dangerous going on in that silent, mysterious village. Aaron wonders where all the villagers could have gone so suddenly when he abruptly hears a voice calling out for a knight. In a flashback, a young boy receives a beautiful red-covered book as a gift, asking in surprise if that object is truly for him. The boy smiles happily, hugging the book and thanking the knight, begging him never to forget to visit if he ever returns to his village. Back in the present, Dylan looks down at the ground and lets out a confused gasp upon noticing a strange, dark puddle beneath his feet. He takes a step and realizes with sheer dread that the puddle on the floor of the deserted village is actually a large pool of fresh blood. Terrified by the discovery of that massive pool of blood, Dylan screams in horror, but Aaron calmly calls him by his nickname, Weasel. The captain orders him in a firm, serious voice not to look up under any circumstances. However, it's already too late, and the mercenary comes face to face with a horrifying scene of carnage, with several lifeless bodies hanging right above. Seeing that gruesome slaughter up close, Dylan can't hold back his weak stomach and begins to feel horribly sick, nearly throwing up in horror. Aaron hears faint footsteps approaching and turns his head slowly toward the sound with caution and mistrust. His eyes widen as he hears a familiar voice calmly speaking his name and his official title of guard captain. He turns around completely to see who is standing right behind him in the shadows of the quiet village. Standing before him is the young noblewoman Vivian, who coldly questions his reason for investigating that deserted area at this hour. Instead of answering her question, Aaron counters sternly, questioning the girl's own presence in that bloody alley. The young woman cracks an enigmatic smile under the moonlight, revealing a sinister look that makes the MC even more suspicious of her motives. Meanwhile, back at the guards' makeshift camp, a cauldron of hot stew simmers slowly over an open fire. The men form an orderly line to receive their portions of hot food, trying to brush off the tension of the abandoned village. The mercenaries praise the generous amount of meat in the bowl, joking that they would have deserted if the food was terrible too. Dylan watches his comrades eating with an appetite, finding it absurd that everyone is so relaxed after witnessing the Noctville massacre. He horrifiedly wonders what kind of insane monster would be capable of committing such a violent atrocity against the villagers. The convoy leader approaches the campfire and solemnly states that the deaths in the village were caused by a sacrificial ritual. He explains that what they found was a macabre ritual where human lives are offered up as a tribute to evil demons. The veteran offers Aaron a drink, but the MC turns down the wine, reasoning that alcohol tends to dull his reflexes. Dylan willingly accepts a gulp of the drink, while Aaron jokingly threatens to end him if he gets sick and pukes again. The convoy commander introduces himself as John and asks if they're new recruits, as he'd never seen their faces in the unit before. The MC reveals his name is Aaron and explains he isn't a career mercenary, merely providing temporary service here. John finds the response funny and advises him to rest up and eat well, predicting that this journey will be far more dangerous than expected. Dylan points toward the carriage and brings up the rumors that the castle's young noblewoman is known by all as the Flower of the East. A radiant, beautiful image of Vivian flashes through the soldiers' minds, highlighting the elegance and grace of the local lord's only daughter. Dylan praises her beauty and admits he already suspected this was no ordinary mission upon seeing such a prominent noble traveling with that escort. Aaron remains in total silence, staring into the campfire flames as the pieces of the puzzle begin to connect in his mind. He recalls the moment he confronted Vivian in the streets of the empty village, demanding to know her true reason for being there. She answered that she was merely taking a stroll on her father's advice, claiming she felt suffocated staying cooped up in the castle all the time. Suspicious of that excuse, Aaron questioned if the father she mentioned was truly the powerful lord of Kasserdik. Before she could answer, Ben suddenly appeared and touched Vivian's shoulder, coldly telling Aaron to stop the questioning. The young elite knight warned Aaron that knowing too much always brings heavy, dangerous responsibilities for a simple guard. He finished the veiled threat by saying the captain should stick strictly to knowing what was appropriate for his low military rank. In the present, Aaron reflects that the feudal lord definitely sent his daughter to the Thunder Fortress for some secret, urgent reason. John notices the young man's composure amidst the horror around them, noting that he seems strangely calm given the whole situation. The veteran asks if the possibility of facing a terrifying demon at any moment doesn't spark any kind of fear in the captain. Aaron replies that they have the advantage of relying on the Empire's elite force, reminding him that knights are trained to hunt demons. He discreetly touches the hilt of his own weapon, silently revealing that he relies solely on his own skills to survive. The MC mentally affirms that as long as he has his sword in hand, he'll always manage to escape alive from any mortal danger. However, he silently laments knowing that things rarely go smoothly or peacefully in the middle of a mission like this. John accepts the captain's answer with a half smile, appearing intrigued by the sheer determination the young man displays. The veteran wraps up the conversation and sincerely wishes the MC good luck before retiring to rest for his night watch. The following morning, the camp's metal utensils are packed up neatly so the convoy can resume their journey early on. Meanwhile, firm, calm footsteps echo through the quiet halls of Kasserdik Castle, approaching an office desk. A hand wearing elegant leather gloves reaches out calmly, picking up the same red-covered book from the boy's memories. Aaron holds the ancient rune book and inspects it silently with a grave expression, preparing to uncover the secrets hidden within. In the flashback, the boy answers enthusiastically that reading the book he received is extremely fun. Aaron lets out a short, nostalgic chuckle, thinking to himself that it's been quite a while since they last saw each other. He finds himself wondering if Little Horn has grown up and gotten much taller after all these years apart. Suddenly, the MC's sharp senses go on high alert as he senses a surprise attack coming straight at him. With lightning-fast reflexes, Aaron dodges and delivers a precise counterstrike, coming face-to-face with the unexpected intruder. His eyes widen as he stares up close at the bizarre appearance of the creature that dared invade his room at night. The intruder is a zombie-like creature, its head bleeding and sharp teeth bared in a terrifying expression. The monster lets out nothing but bizarre, unintelligible groans as it tries to lunge at the captain once more. Without any hesitation, Eren draws his blade and delivers a swift, accurate slash to finish off the threat once and for all. The zombie's lifeless body crashes heavily onto the wooden floor of the room, staining the place with dark blood. Intrigued by what just went down, the MC looks at the corpse on the floor, wondering if that really was a zombie. He tries to figure out where that creature could have popped up from so suddenly, right when he hears frantic screams outside. In the middle of the dark street, Dylan runs terrified, screaming frantically for the wretched monster to stay away from him. A precise strike cuts through the air out of nowhere, decapitating the chasing zombie with extreme accuracy and speed. Dylan falls to the ground covered in blood, looking up in sheer shock, still trembling with dread at what he just witnessed. He sees Captain Eren standing before him with his sword drawn under the moonlight, calling out his savior's name in relief. The mercenary clings to Eren's legs, crying, complaining about being left behind, but the captain tells him to calm down and asks about the others. Dylan cries hysterically, shouting that their situation is desperate and that they're completely doomed. He frantically reveals that all the other mercenaries and soldiers in the convoy simply collapsed unconscious on the ground. The young man frantically explains that all the men suddenly fell asleep, and no one can wake them up no matter how hard they try. Hearing the strange account, Eren begins to suspect the entire troop was put under the influence of a powerful sleeping spell. However, he wonders why, if it really was magic, only he and that coward Dylan remained completely awake. The captain quickly unravels the mystery, deducing that someone put a potent sleeping agent directly into the stew pot everyone ate from. He realizes the intruder's goal is to capture someone alive, concluding that the target must definitely be young noble Vivian. Dylan pulls Eren's arm, stuttering in terror while pointing at something frightening emerging from the village shadows. The young man enters total despair as he sees a massive horde of bloodthirsty zombies marching relentlessly toward them. The monsters let out terrifying roars as they close in rapidly, leaving the cowardly mercenary screaming in pure terror. Keeping his cool, Eren places a hand on Dylan's shoulder, stating that it's finally time to put an end to this nonsense once and for all. The captain decides to use the situation to get a quick warm-up against those slow zombies before the real battle begins. With a swift, brutal movement, the young man charges toward the undead horde with his sword at the ready. He moves like a blur across the battlefield, dealing lethal blows that slice through enemies with incredible ease and precision. The MC raises his sword above his head to unleash another powerful attack, fully immersed in the heat of deadly combat. The blade cleaves off another creature's head effortlessly, scattering dark blood onto the village cobblestones under the full moon. He taunts the fallen foes in a sarcastic tone, asking if that violent blow of his finally served to wake them up. The captain scoffs, saying that this is the real military wake-up call those jerks desperately needed to receive. Eren continues his relentless slaughter through Noctville's narrow streets, taking down dozens of zombies without taking a single scratch. Heavy clouds block the moonlight, and a torrential downpour begins falling over the village, washing away the bloody trail left by the violent clash. Under the pouring rain, Eren observes the vast pile of defeated corpses scattered around him in the empty village streets. Suddenly, the wet sound of slow footsteps echoing right behind him catches the seasoned warrior's attention amidst the heavy rain. Caught off guard, the captain turns swiftly upon realizing there's still a bizarre survivor standing amidst the heap of the dead. His eyes widen in pure shock as he recognizes the familiar face of his final opponent slowly approaching through the storm. The remaining zombie extends its bruised, trembling arms toward the MC, letting out weak moans of pure agony. To the MC's horror, the creature is actually young Horn, who is weeping tears of blood as he roars without a shred of consciousness left. Eren stands completely frozen and devastated by that painful realization, whispering to himself that he had already feared the worst fate for the boy. He gazes with deep sorrow at the boy's body, deformed by infection, melancholically noting that the kid really did grow up a lot. Heartbroken, Eren raises his gleaming sword under the torrential rain to free little Horn's soul from that eternal suffering. His memories drift back to 2 years ago, a time when the MC had to lay low in a quiet village to hide from his pursuers. In the warm memory, young Horn greets him upside down, calling him Mr. Knight with a wide, friendly smile on his face. Eren laughed casually, asking the curious kid who exactly he thought he was talking to by using such a fancy title. The boy replied that he knew it because he read in his books that knights are super strong and cool, showing his childhood passion for reading. Horn happily says it's because Eren is the strongest and coolest person he's ever seen in his life. Eren pats the boy's head, playfully teasing him about loving to talk nonsense. Laughing at the situation, Little Horn begs him to stop that immediately. Aaron gives a genuine smile as he remembers that simple, warm moment from the past. Aaron admits to himself that he truly liked that smiling kid a lot. But now, the boy is standing right in front of him, transformed into a zombie weeping blood in the rain. In the memory, Aaron shared that he would visit him even after moving to Kasserdick Fortress, leaving Horn surprised. While chopping firewood, Aaron confirmed it, explaining that there's a gigantic library full of books over there. He added that the librarians spend all day surrounded by all kinds of books. With his eyes glowing, Horn shouted excitedly that his big dream is to become a librarian. Aaron agreed, saying that profession suited a bookworm like him perfectly. Back in the tragic present, the blade slices through the air with precision under the pouring rain. The final strike hits the boy as Aaron reflects that demons feast on human fear. Horn's body falls defeated onto the wet ground while the heavy storm keeps crashing down. Aaron gazes at the fallen body with a deeply solemn expression, devastated by grief. Aaron recalls when he asked why Horn was bruised, and the boy answered that his dad beat him. The boy seemed terribly sad and hopeless as he remembered that family fight. Horn cried, sharing that his dad said a farmer's son can only ever be a farmer in life. Aaron countered that it wasn't true, knowing full well that demons feast on human despair. Determined to end that eternal suffering, Aaron prepares to deliver the blow of mercy. In the present, Aaron drops to his knees in the rain and tightly embraces Little Horn's zombified body. As the creature roars in agony, Aaron holds his head, whispering that he isn't a real knight. He keeps speaking softly, sorrowfully stating what he truly is at this moment. With a swift, firm movement, he squeezes the boy's neck to free him from all the pain. The boy's arm finally loses its strength and falls lifeless onto the rain-soaked ground. Aaron hugs him tightly one last time, acknowledging that he's just an outer guard captain of the fortress. He stands there in silence while listening to the sound of several soldiers' heavy footsteps rushing over. Suddenly, a desperate shout echoes out, calling for Aaron in the middle of the dark. It's young Hans, who arrives leading a group of men, ordering everyone to charge and put down the monsters. Hans yells at the top of his lungs for his men to finish off every single one of those village zombies. The warriors advance, shouting to kill all the creatures left behind in the area. Oblivious to the chaos around him, Aaron gently places his hand over the boy's open eyes to close them. He whispers with deep melancholy, asking for Little Horn to finally rest in peace. Aaron adds that he truly hopes there is no more suffering after death. Suddenly, a massive fire explosion draws everyone's attention toward young Vivian's lodging quarters. Seeing the flames rising, Aaron grips his sword's hilt with absolute firmness and determination. He walks resolutely toward the fire, silently vowing that he will avenge Horn's death. The scene shifts abruptly, showing a man's neck being coldly sliced open by an intruder. Several fallen, bloody guards' bodies lie scattered across the luxurious red carpet. Knight Ben reveals that they were traveling in secret to Bolt Fortress because of attack rumors. Ben realizes the rumors were real, infuriated that they even attacked a secret escort. He looks back out of the corner of his eye in worry, knowing he must protect the girl at all costs. Raising his gleaming rapier, Ben declares that using his sword to protect a lady is a knight's romance. He stands firm, asserting that he doesn't care if the opponent is a cruel, twisted demon. With a defiant look, the knight commands that hideous opponent to take a step back immediately. The terrible red-haired adversary grins sinisterly, mocking Ben for talking so much before the fight. He warns that trying to stall won't do any good, as the dagger used in the attack was coated in a terrible poison. The villain taunts, saying Ben must have also eaten the poisoned stew and that his mind will soon grow hazy. With a sarcastic smirk, the enemy asks if the knight actually thinks he stands any chance of winning. Ben replies ironically that his actions are cruel, perhaps because of that hideous face of his. The red-haired enemy flies into a rage at the insult, his demonic arm throbbing with grotesque vigor. He warns the knight to watch his mouth and lunges into a devastating attack. The monster delivers a brutal strike that makes the whole building tremble from the impact. Weakened by the venom, Ben notices his aura is feeble and that he can barely draw out half his power. However, he notes that only one of his opponent's arms has been overtaken by demonic corruption. Ben plans to provoke the monster and then strike quickly at the parts of its body that remain human. The opponent is caught off guard by the knight's swift movement, failing to react in time. Even with great difficulty, Ben gathers what remains of his green aura and readies himself for the blow. He leaps and manages to plunge his blade straight into the enemy's chest, believing victory is his. The hit lands squarely, making the red-haired monster spit out a large amount of blood, but the enemy laughs, saying he wouldn't die from a strike to his human side, clamping his hand tightly around Ben's throat. The The monster scoffs at the knight, asking if he really thought he'd perish at the hands of someone so weak. He yells furiously that he's going to snap Ben's life away right here, squeezing the knight without an ounce of mercy. Ben's eyes go wide as he feels this might be his end, completely lacking the strength to fight back. Out of nowhere, Aaron steps out from the shadows impressively, coldly announcing he has come to avenge Little Horn. Moving like lightning, Aaron delivers a deep slash that tears into the enemy's back. Aaron glares at his opponent with lethal eyes, telling him to accept his grim fate. Ben is completely stunned to see he was saved by the exact guard he had been looking down on. Aaron charges forward again with hatred burning in his eyes, set on making the monster pay for everything he did. He lands another brutal strike, shouting for the enemy to take the hit like a man. The demon lets out a deafening roar of pure agony as he feels the crushing force of Aaron's attack. Desperate and wounded, the red-haired monster demands to know who on earth this mysterious warrior is. Without answering, Aaron parries the enemy's counterattack and lunges back in with even greater violence. The two trade fierce blows in the middle of the ruined hall, sending sparks flying in every direction. The enemy screams in pain as he's forced back by the MC's incredible physical strength. He curses furiously, trying to figure out what kind of bizarre power Aaron is wielding in this fight. The monster laments wasting so much precious blood on someone who isn't even a knight. He thinks he needs to capture Vivian right away, before the sacrificial blood runs dry. Aaron ignores his scheming and brings up Horn, leaving the red-haired opponent bewildered. Raising his sword in a rage, Aaron yells that this entire payback is dedicated to that little boy. He leaps forward with a devastating diagonal cut that tears through the air toward the enemy's neck. The impact of the blow slams the monster against the wall, wrecking part of the room's structure. Aaron gives him no room to breathe, unleashing another relentless barrage of lightning-fast strikes. The opponent becomes utterly terrified upon realizing he can't match Aaron's speed. Aaron drops into a threatening stance, coldly telling the enemy he better heal himself as fast as he can. He flashes a dark grin, promising he'll slice him up all over again every single time the monster recovers. The enemy roars in hatred and pain, calling the MC a cursed pest for humiliating him like this. Suddenly, the monster's eyes widen as he senses something terrifying happening inside his body. He realizes in horror that the demonic parasite has begun draining his own blood, about to consume him whole. Midst the tension, an unexpected blade flashes out of nowhere, lightly grazing Aaron's shoulder from behind. John looks at Aaron's wound and taunts him, saying he thought the young man could handle more than that. Meanwhile, the red-haired enemy grinds his teeth in pure rage watching the scene unfold. Ignoring the taunt, Aaron surges forward again, shouting that this blow is Horn's retribution. He leaps with all his strength, delivering another crushing strike toward his fallen opponent. Desperate, the monster screams out, asking who the heck this Horn guy even is for him to go this far. He's dumbfounded to realize Aaron possesses colossal strength even without the power of a knight. With a cold, razor-sharp focus, Aaron prepares to deliver the strike meant to end the fight once and for all. At the final second, a sword blocks Aaron's lethal blow with extreme precision. John smirks out of the corner of his eye, sarcastically remarking that Aaron really isn't just some dumb brute. Aaron strains against the blade, replying in annoyance that he was already wondering when John was going to show up. John lets out a sarcastic laugh, commenting that Aaron seems pretty sharp when it comes to taking action too. As the two clash violently, John says Aaron fights with the raw brutality of a bear, but he warns that inside, Aaron is as sly as a fox for popping up right on cue. Because of the village sacrifice, John reveals he deeply suspects Aaron of being the one responsible. Pressing his blade down, John yells that if it weren't for Aaron, everything would have been wrapped up a long time ago. In the background, the weakened enemy begins undergoing a grotesque mutation as his power gets drained away. A massive red demonic hand bursts forth while a voice echoes, stating that it's already too late now. The red-haired enemy is horrified as the demon tells him his vessel is no longer needed. He starts screaming in absolute horror, begging the demon to wait as he gets devoured. The entity warns it will harvest the blood now, having just stumbled upon a far more delicious host. The hall is rocked by a violent shockwave of energy in the midst of that horrific transformation. Aaron curses under his breath as he notices his cheap sword has gone completely dull after so much clashing. Sensing an opening, John lunges forward with a sharp dagger, shouting that the battle has finally come to an end. Eyes burning with hatred, the old commander drives forward to land a fatal blow. Without flinching, Aaron dodges the attack and lands a soul-crushing punch straight to John's face. John lets out a scream of pure agony as the devastating impact of the punch shatters his guard. He drops to his knees on the blood-soaked floor, completely dazed from the brutal counterstrike. Slumped in his own blood, John laments failing to foresee that Aaron would turn out to be such a powerhouse. Aaron looks down at his defeated foe as an eerie purple mist begins rising from the corpse. He lets out a tired sigh, realizing the situation is far from being resolved peacefully. To Aaron's shock, the enemy transforms into a gigantic demon with a massive eyeball embedded in its chest. The bizarre monster reveals its monstrous maw packed with razor-sharp teeth, snarling viciously. The demon addresses Aaron as a pathetic creature, coldly commanding the MC to answer him. The monstrous entity warns it will break him, asking Aaron what he plans to do from here on out. Mocking Aaron, the creature says he doesn't even have the strength left to lift his sword off the ground. The monster pushes its taunts further, reminding the MC that he isn't even a proper knight. The demon demands to know what Aaron could possibly do against such an overwhelming, divine power. But Aaron marches right up, grabs the monster's chest, and complains about its hideous, oversized eyeball. The MC roars with determination as he exerts all his raw physical strength against the beast. Aaron shouts that he still has plenty of strength left to rip that abominable creature's body in half. The demon merely lets out a sinister laugh, admitting the human's struggle is impressive. Aaron's mind drifts back to the past, remembering his old comrades bickering over a game of dice. In the noisy tavern, Golgai and Wei were arguing aggressively over money and cheating. The big bearded Golgai glared furiously at the young trickster Wei over that bet. Wei smiled awkwardly, while the mage Avery watched the argument from afar with great amusement. Avery and the others were part of the mercenary band that Aaron used to lead back in those distant days. One of the female squad mates tries to defuse the situation, telling Wei to give Golgai's money back already. Aaron fondly remembers each of the warriors he shared missions with in the past. Wei complains to the second in command about giving the money back, only to take a fist right to the center of his face. Suddenly, a firm hand rests on Aaron's shoulder, affectionately calling him Kid. It was the mysterious and respected figure of his former commander, whose memory remains a bit hazy. The commander, mortally wounded with multiple arrows sticking out of his back, asks Aaron if he hasn't forgotten. He firmly told Aaron that he needed to survive no matter what and keep moving forward. The vision shifts to a massive, chained demonic eye, which remarks that Aaron looks absolutely delicious. Aaron answers in his mind that he could never forget the final words of his cherished leader. The painful memory of his commander's body riddled with arrows stays vivid in his mind. The voice echoes once more, insisting that Aaron must fight for his own life at all costs. Suddenly, Aaron snaps awake, startled and gasping for air, realizing it was all just a nightmare. He sits up, disoriented, on the carpet of a lavish room and spots Ben standing right ahead. Ben flashes a smirk, asking if Captain Aaron has finally regained consciousness. Aaron looks back at the knight sarcastically, muttering that he's still alive after all. Ben fires back, saying the same, while Aaron feels his own body, surprised to find he's completely fine. Ben explains he found him passed out, leaving Aaron puzzled as he tries to piece together what happened. With a slight grin, the elite knight goes on to detail how the dire situation got wrapped up. Ben points to the side, revealing the demon's shriveled corpse lying right beside Aaron. The knight stares Aaron dead in the eye, asking point blank if all of this was his doing. Aaron stands up among the wreckage, coldly stating that he unfortunately doesn't remember a single thing. He adds that since the monster is dead, the method used in the battle doesn't make a shred of difference. Aaron then questions what that reckless noble girl has to do with demons, considering she's sleeping peacefully. Ben replies curtly that it's none of his business, creating a somewhat comedic tension between the two. Shifting the subject, Ben offers his genuine thanks, admitting they're deeply indebted to Aaron for this. The knight formally introduces himself as Ben from Bolt Fortress, offering his sincere gratitude to Captain Aaron. Aaron simply watches in silence, showing little reaction to all that formality. Ben tells him not to worry as the heavy rain finally begins to clear up and the sky brightens. Later on, the men start stacking wooden logs to build a massive bonfire in the village. The fire is lit, and a massive pyre consumes the bodies of those who fell victim to the tragedy. Aaron quietly reflects that an entire village's residents were sacrificed just to summon a single demon. He realizes all that atrocity happened solely because of the young noblewoman from Kasserdik. The warrior slowly steps away from the pyre site, his footsteps echoing through the now empty village. Aaron watches the flames rising toward the sky, commenting to himself that the smell coming from the fire is quite unusual. After all the bodies have been cremated, the escort convoy turns around and begins its journey back to Kasserdik. To avoid trouble, they agree to spread the story that it was Ben who slayed the terrifying demon. Aaron found this lie quite convenient, since only the two of them knew what actually transpired there. He knew that if his contact with demons were uncovered, the church would launch a ruthless investigation against him. Either way, Aaron feels satisfied to have survived yet another life-threatening ordeal. He thinks about the monetary reward he's going to pocket, but suddenly hears someone calling him little brother. It's that coward Dylan, complaining that he's walking too fast while grinning happily about making it out alive. Aaron is disgusted to realize that Weasel managed to survive by hiding under a pile of dead bodies. He tells the guy to beat it, reflecting that his tedious escort mission had finally come to an end. But out of nowhere, Aaron senses an absurd, malicious presence and lets out a curse in pure shock and horror. Back in his room at the inn, Aaron stares in disbelief at the mirror, unable to fathom what he's looking at. The warrior panics as he sees a demonic eye throbbing and glowing wide open right on his chest. The pink eye shines intensely in the middle of his skin, greeting him in a creepily friendly manner. The demon mockingly asks his mirror reflection how Aaron has been holding up since their last violent encounter. The sun shines brightly outside, contrasting completely with the nightmare unfolding inside that room. Driven to desperation, Aaron unsheathes a sharp knife, intent on gouging that freakish thing out of his own flesh. He presses the blade's tip against his own chest, gritting his teeth in pain and sheer resolve. The demonic eye merely scoffs at him, finding it refreshing and asking Aaron to cut a little higher. Driven completely insane and enraged by the creature's taunt, Aaron yells furiously at it to shut its mouth. He grips the knife's handle even tighter, trying to figure out a way to break free from this curse. A loud crash coming from the room frightens even the maid who was cleaning down the hallway. Hours later, Aaron collapses onto the bed exhausted, breathing heavily and lacking the strength to go on. He asks if the parasite is the demon of the forest, and the voice replies that only the ignorant call him that. Aaron closes his eyes and curses internally, realizing the gravity of the mess he's gotten himself into. He realizes in horror that the demon attached itself to him when he ripped out and bit the creature's eye during the fight. Aaron demands to know if his memory loss was its fault, but the entity warns that it simply took over his body of its own free will. Annoyed, Aaron orders the parasite to hop into another body, threatening to peel off all the skin around it if it doesn't get out. The eye on his chest counters that it doesn't work like that, and that it takes a long time to switch hosts. Aaron stares at his own reflection, sternly asking how long exactly that would take. With an eerie glow in its pink pupil, the demon cheekily replies that it would take around 100 years. Aaron loses his temper completely at the demon's nerve, cursing the entity out without a second thought. The eye on his skin cracks a terrifying smile, saying that having its company won't be such a bad experience after all. The mysterious creature warns that it needs to show Aaron what kind of being he truly is inside. A massive, terrifying pink eye manifests in Aaron's mind, revealing its true and dreadful identity. Suddenly, Aaron's body is enveloped in a brilliant, surging green energy, leaving him startled. The MC's eyes widen, unable to grasp what's happening to his own body at that moment. He looks down at his hands wrapped in the energy, and realizes, stunned, that it looks just like aura. Aaron wonders in bewilderment how a demon could access aura, a power granted solely to knights. He gazes at the green energy, trying to comprehend how a dark creature could wield such a sacred force. But right after, the powerful green energy simply vanishes, leaving Aaron confused and without answers. The demonic eye mocks him, asking if he saw the immense potential power the two of them share together. In a faint, tired voice, the demon says it needs to rest and closes its eye back up on his chest. Aaron sits on the bed completely stunned by it all, trying to digest the absurd experience he just went through. He realizes the demon is actually pretty weak, just as his stomach starts to growl from hunger. Suddenly, heavy banging on the front door and shouts calling his name echo throughout the inn. Startled, Aaron quickly covers himself with the bedsheet, knowing he'd be in deep trouble if Henna caught him shirtless. From downstairs, Henna yells frantically, telling Aaron to get down here right away to handle a problem. She warns him that a soldier from the influential Caserdic monastery is here and demanding to speak with him this instant. The loud shouting continues echoing throughout the empty inn. In the early hours of the morning, Henna keeps yelling for Aaron to come down while trying to hold back the impatient soldier at the entrance. The soldier rudely insists that the Caserdic monastery is looking for Captain Aaron without delay. He shoves Henna aside and decides to march up the stairs, stating he has no time to waste on simple pleasantries. He yells arrogantly that a filthy commoner shouldn't hesitate when called upon by nobles. The arrogant soldier shouts at the top of his lungs that none other than Sir Ben is searching for him. He demands Aaron get down here fast, but gets cut short by a heavy blow landed by the captain. Aaron smirks mockingly and greets the soldier by his nickname, Jace the Half-Noble, laughing at his pain-stricken face. Clamping his hand firmly over the soldier's mouth, Aaron says he's going to get dressed and tells him to stay nice and quiet right there on the floor. Dressed and heading down the stairs, Aaron is greeted by Henna, who affectionately asks if he's heading out already. With a sly grin, she asks him to come back early, offering a special massage to make him feel good. Aaron says he'll take it for 50 coins, but walks out, leaving Henna angry as she tries to haggle over the service. Walking through town, Aaron sighs in relief, realizing that the whole commotion was just because Ben called for him. He breaks into a greedy grin, wondering if the proud knight will hand him some kind of cash reward. At their private meeting, Ben shows concern, politely asking if the captain is truly all right. Ben brings up the deal they made and how Aaron agreed to let him take the credit for slaying the demon. Aaron smiles and says he didn't want any trouble, but casually suggests Ben split the reward with him. Ben agrees amicably, promising he'll definitely call him if he receives any official reward. Aaron recognizes that Ben is way too sharp for an ordinary guard, but his mind quickly turns to another mystery. He reflects on Aura, knowing that power capable of purging evil is a miracle granted only to knights. He recalls that only hand-picked warriors properly trained by the Empire can become knights. However, Aaron knows very well that the secrets of that training were never recorded in any book. He thinks suspiciously about the scary fact that the demon's power was so identical to sacred Aura. Heading back down the path, Aaron asks provocatively how much longer until they reach their destination. Jace replies crossly that they're almost there, but asks curiously what the meaning of half-noble is. Aaron laughs out loud, mockingly explaining that the nickname means he's simply the bastard child of a noble's bastard. Feeling humiliated and weeping with rage, the soldier vows in his thoughts that he'll murder Aaron one day. Jace coldly announces they've arrived at the spot, leaving the MC completely stunned by the view. Aaron turns pale as he finds himself standing right before the massive Casertic cathedral, carrying a demon on his chest. Ben suddenly appears in the lobby, clad in luxurious, shining blue armor, and calls out for the captain. Flashing a warm smile, the knight says Aaron has finally arrived and that he was eagerly waiting for him. Ben notices the MC's reaction, mentioning he looks startled by the sudden summons to the cathedral. Ben introduces the friendly church priest, Father Blyan, who warmly greets Aaron as if they were old friends. Next, the knight points to the footsteps of another important figure approaching the area. It's the imposing Joanna, the church's official inquisitor, who walks purposefully in striking blue armor. Ben notes that the two are exceptionally well known in the region for possessing a deeply profound religious faith. Aaron feels quite uneasy under the inquisitor's icy, unblinking stare, wondering why he's getting so much attention. Suddenly, Joanna makes a quick movement toward him, putting the MC on high alert. Suspicious that she might have sensed the demon, Aaron instinctively rests his hand on his sword. To the captain's surprise, the Inquisitor merely touches Aaron's forehead softly with her index finger. Utterly baffled by what just happened, Aaron blinks in confusion at the woman's sudden gesture. Father Blyan brightens up, explaining that Joanna extended the hand of blessing, playfully joking that he's jealous of the captain. Joanna quietly steps back with a calm, solemn expression, finishing the brief ritual without uttering a single word. Aaron notices the sacred ritual stung the demon on his chest, which fumes angrily at the nerve of God's servants. The priest mentions Ben told him everything, praising Aaron for refusing the credit even after defeating the terrifying demon. He then offers a gift from the church as a token of honor for the great deeds achieved by the captain. Aaron's eyes widen as he sees that the gift is the church's legendary, highly valuable official golden brooch. A bit awkwardly, he asks if it's really all right to receive something so significant, and the priest chucklingly insists he take it. Blyan explains that Aaron will only need to lend his great strength in dire emergencies, which rarely ever happen. Aaron remembers the rumors about the priest being corrupt and influential in Casertic, but decides to play along with his game. Feigning emotion, he shouts that Blyan is his spiritual father, while thinking to himself that the man is perfect for these modern times. Aaron yells that the Sun Church shall live forever, making the elderly Blyan overjoyed with such devotion. He continues his dramatic show, while Joanna watches him with a completely bored, exhausted look. Later at the tavern, the guard Kale approaches Aaron somewhat timidly, shyly calling out to him as captain. Wearing gleaming red armor and the new brooch, Aaron mockingly asks if Kale stole from someone on the street. Aaron tells the guard to take off that tacky scarf before speaking, and the young man defends the gift he got from his beloved Rosa. Aaron shows off the sacred gold brooch, but the guard practically suggests he use the cash to pay off his bar tab. The pretty waitress Charlotte comes over smiling, offering an ice-cold mug of beer to the customers at the table. Aaron happily accepts the drink, politely thanking Charlotte for her friendly service at the bar. The guard asks about another patron named Brig, and Charlotte answers dejectedly that he has the day off today. She praises Brig, saying he's a hard-working, helpful man, pretty rare to find around these parts. Charlotte confesses she'd give him a wonderful massage if he showed up, revealing where Henna picked up the technique. Aaron keeps listening to the chat in silence while thinking about something completely different that caught his eye. He thinks the beer is a bit warm and misses drinking something truly refreshing right about now. Suddenly, Charlotte asks if they've heard the latest bizarre news floating around town. She mentions that a mysterious, dangerous crew of scammers has been hanging around the city lately, startling both of them. The waitress explains that a bunch of out-of-towners are playing games of chance at the Sick Mermaid Inn in District 5. At the gambling spot, the bettors yell in frustration over back-to-back losses and terrible luck at the tables. One of the men yells furiously, asking how someone managed to roll the highest number on the dice so many times in a row. He accuses the game of being rigged, while a small hooded girl calmly scoops up all the gold coins on the table. With a clever smile hidden under her dark hood, the mysterious girl completely dominates the dice table. Aaron slams his mug onto the table angrily, crossly commenting that girl is way too cocky for her age. He stands up furious, declaring he won't allow a minor to run illegal gambling rings in his district. Aaron claims that as a church captain, he has to step in, leaving his buddy confused and suspicious of that sudden nobility. His squad mate tries to hold him back, saying he can't do that, but Aaron is already marching resolutely toward the bar's exit. Flashing a greedy, devious grin, the captain calls Kale to join him on this noble quest. He says they're going to bust up that illegal gambling, but Kale complains, knowing his boss just wants the betting money. Aaron walks grinning from ear to ear, already imagining the pile of gold coins he's going to snag for himself. He kicks the inn's door open violently, loudly announcing his arrival to everyone in the gaming room. The people at the betting tables instantly freeze what they're doing, staring terrified at the captain's imposing figure. Smelling money in the air, Aaron greets a bar acquaintance, asking point blank where the main table is located. The man points in alarm, asking in sheer surprise if the captain hadn't sworn off gambling for good. Aaron says he's going to play one last round today and then head out, taking advantage of the fact that he's finally got plenty of cash. He leans his hand on the gaming table, commenting that he can smell the money coming from right there. Aaron tells the kid he heard he was really skilled with the dice. The captain challenges the hooded youth to show off his gaming skills. The cup is shaken rapidly while Aaron hums a casual, laid-back tune. He lifts the cup and is surprised to see he rolled a 6 on the red die. The hooded girl reveals her blue die, stating that they tied again for this round. With that, Aaron suggests raising the stakes, going all in to decide the winner. The girl agrees to double down as well, but thinks to herself that he's a total fool. She reflects that she threw a few rounds on purpose, and now the captain has grown arrogant, betting wildly. Right then, one of her table accomplices clears his throat to get the girl's attention. That was the prearranged signal for them to start cleaning out the table and pocketing all the gambler's cash. She thinks her opponent can't do a thing, clueless that she uses magic to alter the dice outcome. As she visualizes taking every last penny from him, Aaron tells her to stop right there. He asks her straight up if she's trying to cheat using magic, leaving the girl utterly stunned. She asks fearfully if the captain has any proof of what he's claiming while he takes a sip of beer. Aaron states he obviously has proof, asserting that she intended to set his die to a 4. He continues, saying her die would also land on a 4 to force a final tie, sending the girl into a panic. Aaron lifts his cup showing he was right, teasing that she was putting on quite a whole theatrical act there. Aaron proposes betting all the money and his own hand that she used magic, telling her to beat it if she's scared. He explains it's common practice to use young mages to run these dirty, fraudulent gambling setups. The accomplice pulls a dagger, saying he thought Aaron was a fool, but since he knows everything, this will go faster. The man threatens to make him leave all the money behind if he doesn't want to die, but Aaron just scoffs at his warning. He asserts that if they knew who he really was, they wouldn't be making such an idiot mistake. The captain flips a coin into the air, asking how they feel about playing one single last round. He warns that those coins are pure Sun Church gold, worth the equivalent of 500,000 copper pieces. Aaron asks if that's enough, while the goons admit in surprise that they've never seen a gold coin like that. The scammer's leader grows suspicious, asking what the captain's true angle is with such an absurd bet. He asks why the captain still wants to play despite knowing they're scammers, and that the girl is a mage. Aaron grins and asks why the biggest scammers in the world talk so much, asking if they're scared. The goon repeats the word angrily, deeply offended by the captain's taunt. He slams his heavy axe into the wooden table with sheer violence to intimidate his opponent. He accepts the bet put up against the hand of the girl, named Canna, warning that she'll lose it if she messes up this time. The room falls quiet as the dice cups start rattling frantically on both sides once again. Aaron remarks that she should have gone to a magic academy instead of running with these criminals. He keeps asking if magic didn't agree with her after she actually started learning it. Aaron questions if she was poor and trying to scrape together cash to pay for magic school. Kana glares furiously at the captain, telling him to stop jumping to conclusions about her life. She orders the captain not to make assumptions about her personal situation, since he knows nothing about her. He agrees sarcastically, certain he hit the nail right on the head seeing the girl's annoyed reaction. The scarred goon realizes all of Aaron's bravado was just a cheap trick to buy time. He warns that since Aaron knows who they are, they never planned on letting him leave alive the moment he lifted that cup. Aaron ignores the threat and asks if Kana can use magic to make a beer ice cold, leaving the goons confused. Not quite getting the reason behind the question, Kana confirms she can do that using simple ice magic. She asks why he wants to know all of a sudden, while the captain just flashes a dark grin. With a smile on his face, Aaron simply replies that it's great. The scarred goon loses his temper, shouting for them to pass the dice cup immediately. Suddenly, chaos erupts, and the dice fly through the air from the impact of a physical blow. This game consists of shaking 2 dice in a cup, and whoever sums the numbers and gets the highest single digit wins. The goon leader panics, shouting frantically for his men to kill Aaron immediately. This quick, high-stakes game is also widely known in the region as the Warrior's Bet. Aaron ignores the commands, landing a devastatingly heavy punch straight to one opponent's face. Some say that the person who has true luck on their side in this game will never be beaten. But the captain doesn't care about luck, continuing to thrash the goons who try to attack him. The leader with the scar on his face leaps furiously toward Aaron to try landing a fatal strike. The adversary charges forward, believing he finally landed a clean hit in the fight. Aaron asks his opponent if he doesn't feel any shame for the way he acts. He's disgusted seeing grown men exploiting a little girl, calling them medieval jerks. Right after, Aaron grips the enemy's throat tightly, choking the guy out. He says with an ironic smile on his face that all of them ought to be ashamed of themselves. The other accomplice watches the scene completely enraged and desperate over his ally's defeat. Suddenly, a beam of purple light cuts through the air, drawing the attention of those fighting. Aaron blocks the attack, realizing his opponent is wielding what looks like dark magic. He grins, saying the enemy isn't too bad, preferring to go down together with his buddy. Aaron comments that they prefer that over living in disgrace, while his opponent panics. With total ease, Aaron grabs his adversary's head and finishes him off without giving him a chance to defend. The purple-haired little girl watches everything in total shock, unable to believe what she just saw. She's amazed to realize Aaron wiped out that entire crew using nothing but his bare hands. A colleague warns that the captain always gets into fights whenever he plays dice, which is why he was banned from games. The colleague recognizes one of the fallen men as a wanted assassin, but Aaron says that's not his problem. Aaron looks around for the girl, calling her Fridge Girl, and finally finds her curled up in the corner. She desperately begs not to be killed, but Aaron simply asks if she wants to make some money. He offers a job with room and board if she makes ice-cold beer for him until she gets into Magic Academy. Aaron extends his hand to the girl, asking if she wants to come with him. The girl looks at him touched and surprised by the generosity of that unexpected offer. She takes his hand, accepting the invitation immediately with pure joy. The next day, Aaron trains with his swords in the headquarters courtyard under the sunlight. The little girl timidly approaches behind his back to get his attention. Aaron calls her Mini Fridge, and she offers him a mug of ice-cold beer. He thanks her, taking the wooden mug directly from the girl's hands. Without wasting time, the captain chugs the beer in large gulps while she watches him. Aaron sighs satisfied, saying that cold drink hit the spot right now. He pats her head and asks her age, hearing that she's only 12 years old. Aaron is amazed by her size, asking if she's a dwarf, but gets cut off by a voice. An attractive woman shows up unexpectedly, asking crossly if that girl is his daughter. Aaron is completely baffled, nearly choking on his beer upon hearing that question. He quickly clears up that she's just a street mage he found lost, while the girl gasps at the word daughter. Aaron suggests she treat her well and take her on as a new employee, since they need the extra help. The woman quietly observes the small girl for a few moments. She hugs the girl, saying such a cute child could never be Aaron's daughter. The woman promises to protect her from now on and asks her name, finding out she's named Kana. She compliments Kana's name, and, with a suspicious smile, asks how many mugs of cold beer she can make a day. The woman suggests 300 mugs in exchange for double pay, making Aaron cough and ask if he can head to work now. The guard captain's routine starts with his boss demanding he stop beating people up, while he couldn't care less. Right after, Aaron decides to inspect the quality of apples at a market stall. During patrol to keep order in the fortress, he approaches a few suspicious vendors. The merchants bow in fear, wishing the captain a good day to avoid getting into trouble. As soon as he steps away, they grumble in anger, calling Aaron a crazy bastard. Other guards comment that thanks to his demeanor, there are no more thugs disturbing the local market. To wrap up the day, a trembling smuggler hands over his coins, swearing that's all he has. The guards accompanying the collection get extremely annoyed at his excuse. The subordinate threatens to hang the man, but Aaron calmly steps in, telling him to go easy on the smuggler. The captain orders 300 copper coins collected, telling the guards to keep 100 for themselves. The guards cheer happily, thanking Aaron immensely for his generosity. Lastly, routine demands he conduct inspections at the main gate to ensure fortress security. Aaron notices there are no visitors today, wondering if the rumor about the pricey entry tax ended up spreading. Suddenly, a mysterious, dark-skinned man appears silently right behind him. The newcomer whispers a coded phrase about carnelian flowers that never wither. Aaron immediately asks what he wants, and if the guy named Scar sent him again. The man asks for quiet, warning that he shouldn't foolishly speak the name of Kasserdik Fortress's shadow. Aaron tells the guy to shut it, demanding he state the reason for his visit once and for all. The informant shares that many out-of-towners have been entering the Kasserdik region lately. He adds that several are posing as merchants and acting suspiciously, handing over a written report. Aaron receives the confidential letter sent directly by the Shadow King. The document details that the suspects entered 3 days ago and are hiding out in the fortress. Instead of reading it carefully, Aaron crumples the paper in one hand, leaving the other guy stunned. He tosses the letter away, saying it's nonsense and that he's way too busy right now. He tells the messenger to let Scar know he doesn't have time for these silly spy games. The man is shocked by the disrespect, but Aaron tells him to stop dawdling and scram. Aaron thinks more foreigners would be great for the local economy and sees zero danger in it. Right then, the noise of an approaching carriage catches Aaron's attention. Aaron calls for Carter, the guard who was dozing off on his feet, ordering him to wake up immediately. He says enthusiastically that it's finally time to make some good money off entry taxes. The captain grabs the horse's reins, ordering the carriage to halt right there for a routine inspection. Looking closer, Aaron's face shifts into an expression of extreme suspicion. The carriage driver greets him cheerfully, but Aaron notices right away that the guy gives off a super fishy vibe. Carter recognizes the man as Dornoa, greeting him happily while Aaron considers arresting him. The guard explains to the captain that Dornoa is a merchant who recently transferred to that region. Dornoa flatters Aaron, saying he thought he was a knight because he's so handsome. The merchant subtly slips a few coins to the young guard, praising their hard work. Seeing the obvious bribe attempt right in front of his eyes, Aaron gets deeply annoyed. But he quickly changes his tune, throws an arm around the man, and says he can call him brother from here on out. Carter timidly asks Dornoa if he brought what he'd given him during his last visit. Dornoa smilingly shows a flask packed with small dark spheres, confirming the request. The guard thanks him, saying he sleeps like a baby with those, leaving Aaron pretty curious. Dornoa begs the captain not to confiscate the goods, but Aaron assures him he won't do that. He warns that either way, he needs to search all the cargo trying to enter the fortress. Aaron grips his shoulder tightly, asking in an intimidating manner if he's hauling anything suspicious. The man laughs nervously, saying he'd pay more taxes if he were, but Aaron spots something strange on his neck. He notices a very specific mark, wondering if it's a hidden tattoo. Carter lets out a yell of disgust, desperately calling the captain to look at the wagon's contents. Aaron pulls back the carriage curtain to investigate what left his subordinate so horrified. He comes face to face with a pile of animal carcasses in a grotesque, deplorable state. Carter mentions their goat remains, but that they're in terrible condition. The carcasses are already crawling with maggots, and the rotting stench is about to ruin the whole wagon. Aaron turns back to Dornoa, demanding to know what he planned to do with that spoiled meat. The suspect tense up, casting a dark glare upon realizing he was caught red-handed. Aaron confirms his inner suspicions that the merchant was indeed hiding something dangerous. Dornoa makes up an excuse about his butcher partner dying, and Aaron pretends to buy it sympathetically. He grants the man entry into the city, welcoming him officially to Kasserdik Fortress. As he drives off with his wagon, Dornoa cracks an evil smirk, scoffing at the captain's naive nature. He swears to himself that he'll turn this entire place into a living hell very soon. Aaron asks if his name was Dornoa after all, commenting that he wonders if the guy likes high places. He quickly recalls the info detailed in the confidential letter he'd received earlier. Aaron grins intimidatingly, whispering that Dornoa better watch out, because in this era, the punishment is the gallows. Inside a local tavern, one of the guards tries to make sense of a pretty unusual situation. He asks his buddy in surprise if the beautiful Charlotte really asked him out on a date. The guard confirms happily that she invited him to watch an execution together. The other comrade is indignant, seeing that even a guy like him can score dates. Aaron finds it bizarre, wondering if people around here think an execution is a cultural festival. He thinks to himself how people from this medieval period are totally barbaric and clueless. The smitten guard shares he plans to gift her a special bread baked by his own mother. The other comrade starts trembling just remembering Brig's mother's infamous recipe. He asks, terrified, if Brig is talking about that dreadful, weird bread stuffed with fish heads. Just remembering the awful taste of that food. The comrade drops to the floor feeling sick and gagging. Brig feels extremely offended, yelling to ask what's wrong with his mom's fish bread. He defends that the recipe is super famous back in his mom's realm, but Aaron doubts that kingdom's palate. The captain says bluntly that the food looks like oven-baked manure, leaving Brig deeply hurt. Suddenly, the dark-skinned informant enters the room, drawing everyone's attention. He approaches Aaron and begins whispering the same secret code about the flowers. Before the man can finish talking, Aaron loses his cool and lands a clean punch straight to his face. Aaron realizes Scar is calling for him, taking off after saying goodbye to Brig, who wishes the captain a safe return. Aaron walks alone through the dark city streets to head to the mysterious meetup with his contact. He arrives at a gloomy spot where several armed men and the leader were eagerly awaiting him. The leader, known as Scar, the Shadow King, reminds Aaron of the old oath they both swore. Scar says the promise to take the fortress together is close to coming true, deeply irritating Aaron. Annoyed at having his meal interrupted, Aaron yanks the beret off Scar's head to provoke him. He mocks the group's style, asking if they bought their clothes together, while Scar demands his hat back. With an intimidating glare, Aaron sternly commands Scar and his goons to drop those ridiculous disguises. The goons are left clueless by the modern slang Aaron uses, but obey and take off their hats, confused. Aaron pulls Scar's ear, telling him to quit the nonsense of pretending to be a crew of shadow spies. Scar begs to be heard, insisting that the out-of-towners' moves in the city are very strange. He explains that things are unfolding exactly as he predicted in his previous report. Scar reveals these suspicious figures have been meeting secretly every night, away from the public eye. He expresses his worry that something very serious and dangerous is about to go down in the region. Scar says they need to be more cautious, but Aaron just keeps yanking his ear hard, making him cry out in pain. The captain harshly warns that the guards will handle the matter, telling Scar's crew not to meddle. He even scolds one of the goons for skipping his woodworking job, revealing his dad is looking for him. Terrified by the lecture and scared of their parents, the goons decide to scram quickly. Now alone, Aaron reflects on Scar's warning that something bad is brewing. He concludes that despite everything, it wouldn't hurt to stay a bit more alert to his surroundings. The next day, Aaron walks up to a wooden house and knocks firmly on the door. A voice from inside asks who's out there, and the captain directly replies that it's him. The door opens, revealing the official executioner named Dallas and his young son, little Ted. Ted gets thrilled, complimenting Aaron's new armor, saying it looks super stylish. Aaron hands an apple to the boy as a gift, and the dad quickly reminds his son to thank him for the kindness. Aaron looks around the place, thinking to himself that this family keeps an intimidating vibe as always. Dallas thanks him for the visit, inviting him to sit down, while Aaron says it was no big deal and the apple was free. The executioner serves a drink while commenting on the 6 dangerous prisoners Aaron managed to nab. Dallas praises the captain for catching members of a dangerous group, but Aaron modestly brushes it off. Aaron notices how fast little Ted has grown, and the father proudly agrees that kids change every single day. Aaron hands over a pouch filled with gold coins, explaining it's an advance sent by Boss Nova. He warns that the feudal lord will be attending the execution, so they ask Dallas to deliver his finest work. Dallas accepts the payment, asking him to let the boss know she doesn't need to worry about the job. Dallas mentions he'll bring his son to start learning the executioner trade, and Aaron notes the boy is old enough for it. Dallas sadly reflects that a farmer's son naturally grows up to become a farmer. He keeps thinking an executioner's son has to follow the same path, but that deeply worries him. Dallas knows how cruel and painful the work of an executioner taking lives on the block really is. To Dallas, passing down a trade that faces so much societal prejudice is a very tough choice. The thought of seeing his own son carry that heavy burden keeps Dallas's heart in constant anguish. He reveals that was also the reason his wife ran off, but his son interrupts, offering a slice of apple. Dallas thanks Aaron for being the only person who treats them with respect and normalcy, allowing a friendly chat. The executioner deeply laments the news about Hans, finding it unbelievable that such an honest kid turned into a criminal. Aaron listens in silence, calmly commenting that, unfortunately, anyone is capable of making a grave mistake. Aaron jokes that if he ever turns into an outlaw himself down the road, Dallas better ensure a clean decapitation. Dallas smiles, assuring he'd use his best special technique so his friend wouldn't feel an ounce of pain. Little Ted joins the chat excitedly, saying he'd personally take care of chopping Aaron's neck if that happened. After the casual conversation, Dallas says goodbye, letting him know they'll meet at the execution grounds. They wrap up the day laughing together inside the home before starting the next day's preparations. In a dark alley, enemy spies complain that pulling off covert ops is tough due to Scar's non-stop surveillance. Another accomplice reports that the situation outside the fortress has also gotten extremely complicated recently. They discuss Kutan's failed attack, considering acting soon, but the leader demands total silence from everyone. Dornoa joins the group, informing his allies that a public execution will take place in the town square in a few days. He reveals he plans to use that major event as the perfect opportunity to strike at the heart of Kasserdik. The crew of villains agrees with Dornoa's evil plan, swearing absolute loyalty to his command. Meanwhile, at headquarters, the guards run into Carter sleeping so deeply he almost looks dead. Sleepy. The young man just grumbles in his sleep that he'd like to rest for a few more hours. The big day finally arrives, and Kasserdik Fortress's central square wakes up packed with bustle. Kanna uses her magic to whip up cold frost, perfectly chilling a mug brimming with beer. The crowd around them is thoroughly amazed, letting out gasps of admiration at the magic show. Customers heavily praise the little girl's skill, already starting to order more rounds of the cold brew. The tavern landlady capitalizes on the foot traffic, advertising fresh bread with strawberry jam to go with the wine. Poor Brig cries in disappointment, realizing his mom's bread was completely ignored by everyone. She hugs Aaron gratefully for his brilliant marketing idea, which flooded local businesses with customers. She praises the success of Kanna's cold beer, saying her female intuition was spot on as usual. Aaron gives a confident grin, agreeing that his business ideas really worked out great. He thinks it'd be pointless to explain to her that it was just cross-marketing based on blood and booze. He finds people's barbaric custom of dipping bread in executed prisoners' blood out of superstition totally gross. She then asks why he really took Kanna in, and he coldly replies he just wanted cold beer. The tavern owner smiles gently, countering that she's sure that wasn't the only reason. She points out that it's extremely rare to see Aaron show interest in taking care of or helping anyone. Aaron hesitates for a brief second, mentally asking himself what the best way to explain his feelings would be. Suddenly, he recalls his past life on the busy, rain-slicked streets of a modern city. Aaron remembers the day he found a scared, abandoned kitten on the street and decided to bring it home. He concludes that Kanna's vulnerability on the street simply made him remember that helpless kitten. The woman is surprised to learn the captain adopted a cat, but they get cut off by a loud shout. A subordinate comes running, complaining that they were supposed to be off duty instead of helping sell bread and wine. Aaron then reveals they received threat intel and that they're actually undercover on a secret mission. The guard gets super hyped about the secret mission, but quickly finds the absence of the rest of the team weird. The captain explains the other guards are busy flirting with their respective sweethearts around the square. Aaron adds that, as usual, young Carter is probably passed out asleep in some corner. The guard just nods along, agreeing that Carter really loves a good nap on duty. Meanwhile, a quiet, icy chill takes over the dungeon cells beneath the prison. Aaron heads down to the dungeon, finding little Ted watching the dark cells. The boy turns around with a genuine smile on his face, happily greeting the captain upon seeing him arrive. Aaron finds Ted in the dungeon, curiously asking what the little guy is doing in a gloomy place like that. Ted replies cheerfully that the prisoners seemed really nervous, so he was just trying to calm them down. The boy approaches the bars, telling the bound inmates not to worry about what's coming next. He boasts proudly that his dear father has already chopped off over 100 heads so far. Ted says his dad will execute them painlessly, while Aaron just sarcastically thinks how sweet the kid is. Suddenly, heavy, firm footsteps echo through the dark hallways of the dungeon. One of the gagged criminals starts flailing desperately, letting out muffled sounds. Aaron looks at the complaining prisoner, saying he can't understand a single word he's trying to say. With a sadistic grin, jingling the cell keys, the captain warns the inmates that their time is up. They're dragged out to the public yard under the sunlight for the official start of the trial and beheadings. The executioner Dallas, his black hood completely concealing his face, locks his cold eyes on the first victim. With a swift, precise, and ruthless blow, the heavy axe blade slices through the air toward the condemned. Blood splatters across the wooden stage as the massive crowd gathered in the square goes wild in cheer. Dallas wipes blood off his face amid the crowd's roars, while Aaron watches everything intently right behind him. The captain quietly reflects on how the public execution ritual operates in this brutal medieval era. He understands these acts function, in truth, as a sort of political spectacle to keep the masses entertained. The gory show is engineered to vent built-up anger and repressed aggression from ordinary citizens. On top of that, it serves to visually flex the ruler's absolute power and ruthless grip over the populace. Aaron knows full well that this specific event today carries far greater diplomatic weight. The executed criminals killed a noble from Karzan, a neighboring realm the feudal lord is attempting to forge an alliance with. Because of that, any mistake or security breach during the event could wreck the future peace treaty. Since it's a major diplomatic affair, the captain was ordered to ensure not a single hitch occurs. He recalls the noblewoman's demands, getting a bad gut feeling that something really is going to go wrong today. Suddenly, a strange noise rising from the middle of the crowd puts the captain on high alert. Aaron zeroes his gaze in on a hooded figure moving super suspiciously through the crowd. The suspicious man adjusts his dark hood to completely hide his face as he creeps forward. Upon managing to identify the guy's features, under the hood's shadow, Aaron is totally stunned. He recognizes the smuggler Dornoa, wondering what on earth that guy is doing sneaked in there. Before he can act, a massive, deafening explosion rocks the very center of the public square. Panic spreads instantly, and people start screaming, running frantically every which way. Huge plumes of fire and thick, dark smoke billow into the sky as citizens scramble to break free from the chaos. Realizing the severity of the situation, Aaron curses in anger, confirming the city just suffered a terror attack. More consecutive blasts rock the square, demolishing wooden stalls and local businesses. The force of the shockwave hits the royal dais directly, launching the terrified Lord Fulputz into the air. Aaron jokes that the Lord looked like a bird and is flying now, while the other guards scramble to catch him mid-air. He realizes that if the feudal lord dies under the outer guard's watch, the fallout will be disastrous for them. Amidst the sweeping chaos, the massive blade of Dallas's bloody axe gleams beneath the sun. Aaron barely dodges an attack, realizing his own head is at risk of getting chopped off right here. Aaron is impressed to see Dallas calmly continuing to execute the prisoners, even amidst all that madness. Dallas answers from behind his mask that he's merely doing his duty as a professional executioner. The captain gives a slight smirk at his co-workers' unshakable determination. With eyes glowing with resolve, Aaron concludes he needs to start doing his real job too. He draws his weapons and charges straight toward the danger to assume his role as guard captain. Across the ruined square, fire spreads as civilians desperately try to save their own skin. Panic ramps up every second, with people shoving each other aggressively to escape down the alleys. The guards try to maintain order, shouting for the crowd to settle down, but no one listens through the hysteria. Several small children end up separated from their parents, crying in fear of being trampled in the stampede. In the middle of all this square chaos, a few opportunist crooks take advantage to loot bread and goods. The tavern owner holds Canna tightly in her arms to shield the young mage from any danger. Moments later, Aaron rescues the lost kids, slinging them over his shoulders as he steps impressively out of the smoke. Aaron hands the rescued children over to the other guards, asking if they saw anyone suspicious. He clarifies he's looking for a mysterious man wearing a dark hood in the square. The subordinates answer that they don't recall seeing anyone matching that description in the crowd. Slouching in the shadows, Dornoa carries the passed-out lady on his shoulders, trying to slip away unseen. The noble girl remains completely out cold, unable to fight back against the ongoing kidnapping. Aaron angrily deduces that the true goal of this entire terror attack was to abduct the young noble. The captain roars loudly, calling his entire elite outer guard unit to step up immediately. He commands his squad mates to follow him without wasting a second to kick off the hunt for the kidnapper. The guards panic, knowing they'll be next on the chopping block if they fail to recover the lady. Carrying a lantern to light up the path, the guards wonder where the criminal could have fled. Night falls fast over the city, making searches through narrow, dark alleys even harder. One of them fears wasting time like during the search for Hans, but the other tells him to stop jinxing the mission. They comment relieved that Lord Fulputz miraculously survived the fall and is still breathing. However, they regret learning that another guard knight wasn't as lucky and died in the blast. Aaron grumbles that those guys who call themselves royal knights are incompetent and useless. He stays locked on the trail, continuing to search for clues to the kidnapper's location in the dark. They find the other young knight injured, leaning against a wall, breathing heavily. The bloody knight looks up at Aaron with a faint smile, greeting him in a friendly way. Aaron asks if he got hit, and the young man sheepishly admits he got taken down easily. The captain readies a healing potion, teasingly asking if the guy is really a knight. The young man explains he let his guard down upon discovering the kidnapper actually used dark magic. He drops a major warning that there's a mole embedded right among the fortress guards themselves. Aaron takes in the revelation in complete silence, processing the weight of this new internal threat. Suddenly, a desperate, sharp scream echoes from a distance, scaring the whole search party. The subordinate recognizes the sound right away, warning that the screaming voice belongs to one of their allies. Aaron grits his teeth in anger, mentally prepping to face the danger waiting ahead. He confirms the scream of agony did indeed come from Kale, one of the guards on watch duty. Up ahead, the victim writhes in pain, letting out another shriek of agony as he gets attacked in the dark. A massive humanoid creature, blue-skinned with glowing red eyes, pops up blocking their path. The monster mocks the weak fallen guards, saying they complain way too much for taking just a single hit. Showing total composure, Eren mockingly asks the monster to hold on a sec because someone else is arriving. The blue giant is left completely confused, but hears insanely heavy footsteps approaching right behind him. Eren's formidable ally arrives at the scene in full force to fight alongside the captain. The blue monster tries to strike, but gets caught off guard by the ally golem's crushing strength. The massive ally says with disdain that he barely pushed his opponent, and the guy already crumbled like tofu. Completely suffocated and pinned, the blue monster panics, trying to wriggle free from that death grip. The enemy is terrified upon realizing the unbelievable, superhuman physical strength Eren possesses. Eren looks down at his opponent in disappointment, asking why he's so incredibly weak. He remarks that this guy's strength doesn't even compare to the real demon he faced outside of here. Unable to breathe under Eren's chokehold, the giant starts gagging and begging for his life. Realizing he'll genuinely die if he keeps his mouth shut, the enemy prepares to spill everything he knows. Eren unceremoniously drops him to the ground, leaving the blue monster coughing and frantically gasping for air. The captain coldly asks if he now has a crystal clear idea of what happens if he doesn't cooperate. Eren warns with a terrifying glare that he better confess everything while he's still playing nice. Terrified, the monster reveals that the dark mage planned everything and that the real goal is to rip out the noble lady's heart. Eren grins and sarcastically remarks that the enemy's survival instinct is truly admirable and very honest. The prisoner keeps spilling the whole conspiracy, even giving up the location of their secret base in another city. Eren asks why they want the noble lady's heart, but the monster frantically swears he doesn't know that part. Satisfied with the willing cooperation, the captain decides to spare the giant's life, telling the guards to haul him off. The blue monster cries tears of pure joy, thanking Eren endlessly for the generosity of letting him live. The blue giant feels relieved he made the right call and cooperated so he wouldn't end up dead. Eren begins piecing together how the dark mage is utilizing his own goons in this op. He wonders what the young noble lady's true identity could be, until someone calls out to him as captain. Eren turns around, noticing the newcomer finally tracked him down in that dark alley. Carter shows up with a smile on his face, commenting on how lovely the night looks. Eren gets super annoyed, asking if Carter seriously just woke up at a time like this. The captain calls out his excessive sleeping, but Carter defends himself, saying he can't control it. With a grave look, Carter steps closer to Eren, asking if he realizes something. He begins describing how painful it is not being able to sleep and how lost he feels without rest. Carter goes on saying it's like living lost in a dream, his mind completely clouded. Suddenly, he draws his sword while stating that everything around him gets blurry. Carter launches a surprise attack at Eren, but the captain manages to block the strike with his own weapon. The traitor maliciously asserts he'll make sure the captain falls into a dream he'll never wake up from. With his eyes glowing purple from dark magic, Carter wishes Eren a good night. A memory from Carter's past shows that a terrible famine plagued his old village when he was young. Since there was absolutely nothing to eat, they were forced to feed on tree roots. Despair was so high that people started hunting down any living creature they stumbled upon. Carter recalls they reached the extreme point of eating rats and cockroaches, completely raw, just to survive. He and his younger brother suffered greatly from the dire situation and malnutrition. Until one day, mysteriously, a large chunk of fresh meat was served at the family table. That was the first time in a long while his family could finally eat meat. Everyone at the table ate frantically, relieved to have something to curb their extreme hunger. Despite his family's joy, young Carter looked suspicious and didn't eat. Suddenly, a horrific, violent noise echoed through the house under the light of the full moon. The boy witnessed a brutal murder going down right before his eyes in the dark. He realized everyone took part in it, except his younger brother who was too sick to help. Ever since that traumatic day, Carter was never able to get a decent night's sleep again. He attacks Eren, shouting that he lived in constant terror that his family would cannibalize him next time. Eren keeps blocking his subordinates' crazy strikes with absolute firmness. The captain reacts coldly, stating he already knew that grim story about his past. Eren uses his sword with precision to parry the strike and counterattack the enraged youth. Carter leaps back quickly, prepping to charge at his superior once more. Laughing insanely, he asks Eren if he doesn't look way stronger now than before. Carter links his new power to the fact that he was able to sleep well thanks to those mysterious pills. He madly thanks the special treats Dornoa handed him in the past. Eren realizes right away that the kid gained demonic powers that massively boosted his strength and speed. Cloaked in a sinister aura, Carter charges full force at the captain once again. The captain mentally acknowledges the youth always possessed incredible natural combat talent. He remembers the guy could fight insanely well, even without ever undergoing proper training. However, Aaron cracks a confident smirk upon spotting his opponent's glaring flaw. Carter attempts a fast, direct attack, but the captain effortlessly dodges the sword swing. The blade grazes past while Aaron maintains complete control over the battle's tempo. Aaron concludes the kid's massive issue is his total lack of real combat experience. The captain compares the young man's defense to a poorly built wall, setting up a devastating punch. Completely furious, Carter yells at him to shut up, trying to hit him with an energy-infused strike. Aaron blocks the blow easily, saying he completely understands his pain. He admits he also suffers from severe sleep issues at night, and because of that, chooses to forgive his subordinate. Aaron's blade emerges stained with blood following the swift conclusion of the battle. He asks Carter to forgive him as well while the silent battle in the alley finally comes to an end. Carter's eyes widen as he feels small particles of light floating around him. In his mind, Carter sees the glowing image of his younger brother affectionately calling out to him. With dark blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, Carter gives one last smile of relief. He murmurs that he is very sleepy and passes out, falling straight into Aaron's arms. Aaron holds the young man with sorrow and tenderly wishes him a good night's sleep. Suddenly, a massive explosion destroys part of the fortress in the background with a violent crash. Aaron makes a silent promise to sing the best lullaby as if it were the last for his companion. The fire spreads rapidly through the destroyed ruins that continue to burn after the heavy impact. Meanwhile, Dornoa flees breathing heavily while carrying the unconscious young noblewoman. He curses in frustration at the persistence of those guards who keep pursuing him. The criminal realizes he will need to squeeze through a small, dark opening to continue his escape. With a sinister smile on his face, he draws his dagger and thinks all that effort will be worth it. Dorno celebrates having captured the girl known as the favorite of all the mana in the world. He raises his dagger frantically, planning to tear out and devour the young noblewoman's heart. Suddenly, a steady voice echoes, saying it has finally found him in that isolated spot. Dornoa is shocked and demands to know how he found the secret tunnel, asking if Carter betrayed him. Aaron glares at the kidnapper sternly and says it is time for a quick chat. The villain lets out a mocking laugh and asks with disdain who on earth that guy is supposed to be. He activates his dark energy in his hand and confesses he thought he would be hunted by a real royal knight. Dornoa mocks him for being a mere rookie guard captain as he summons his terrifying magical beasts. The dark mage fiercely commands his creatures to charge ahead and tear the captain to shreds without mercy. Aaron grips the hilt of his sword tightly, preparing for the upcoming clash. With an extremely fast and precise sword strike, the captain slashes the beast, pouncing at him. Dornoa casts a spell, whispering that Sloth will devour his opponent from the inside out. Aaron is caught off guard by a new stealth attack from the magical beast appearing out of nowhere. The terrifying creature manages to sink its sharp fangs directly into the captain's left arm. Aaron lets out a cry of agony as streams of dark energy begin to spread throughout his body. He realizes bitterly that he has been struck by a powerful and terrible magical curse. Aaron feels his body become extremely heavy and realizes that every movement causes him immense pain. Dornoa admits that Aaron's physical endurance is impressive, but states it will not be enough. He summons his master's powerful Shadow Legion to subdue the captain once and for all. Aaron gives a sarcastic smirk and mocks him, asking if that little group of critters is supposed to be a zoo. Completely enraged by his opponent's audacity, the dark mage rants, calling him insolent. The shadow beasts charge at top speed toward the captain, gathering destructive energy. Aaron calmly reflects that according to guard rules, he should only capture the criminal alive. However, he remembers that the villain deceived his fellow guards and sold them out to the demons. A menacing and fiery glow appears in Aaron's eyes as he recalls all the betrayal he suffered. With pure fury, he sentences the enemy to immediate end and charges forward, releasing a devastating blow. Aaron's colossal attack completely shreds all the shadow beasts in the blink of an eye. Aaron watches stoically as the dust settles, following the devastating impact of his powerful strike. The captain lands impressively on the ground as the dark mist finally begins to clear. Completely shocked by such strength, Dornoa staggers backward and groans in pain as he takes a hit. He desperately tries to focus his remaining magical energy to cast a divine punishment on the captain. The mage activates an absolute suppression spell, covering the entire battlefield with a terrifying gravitational force. Countless tentacles of dark energy emerge from the ground, binding Aaron's arms and legs. Aaron is completely swallowed and immobilized by a gigantic shadow creature rising from the depths. Exhausted yet confident, Dorno wears a victorious smirk and asks what the captain thinks of his power. He proudly explains that it is a triple curse from which not even elite knights could escape. The villain orders the captain to be crushed into ground meat inside that shadow cocoon. Suddenly, the darkness cocoon begins to crack under the release of unbelievable physical force. Eren breaks free effortlessly, destroying the spell, and asks mockingly what the villain said about knights. Eren emerges from the dark smoke, mockingly commenting that he could not quite hear what the villain said. Dornoa flies into a rage and, gritting his teeth in fury, dares the captain to repeat what he just said. Determined to put an end to this, the dark mage pulls out a mysterious vial containing a bizarre finger and yells that Eren's foolishness ends now. The villain slams the vial onto the ground, shattering the glass and spilling a glowing red liquid. A giant slimy creature begins to rise from that strange finger summoned by the mage. Eren watches carefully as the monster takes shape, remaining on high alert in the face of imminent danger. The dark mage proudly reveals that the monstrosity is a demonic beast summoned through the finger of a cardinal. The red dragon lets out a terrifying roar that makes the surrounding forest tremble. The beast violently strikes the ground, kicking up dust and destroying the rocks where the captain was standing. Dornoa laughs aloud and mocks Eren, saying that in the end he is just a useless guard captain. Eren uses his incredible agility to run directly up the scaly back of the colossal creature. He leaps into the air with all his strength, spinning his body and preparing a powerful sword strike. The captain hits the dragon head-on with his blade, but the impact only creates sparks against the monster's tough skin. Eren realizes that a normal physical blow did not even scratch his opponent and concludes standard methods will not work. Taking a deep breath, the captain prepares to resort to a special technique he was saving for an emergency. The dragon charges rapidly with its jaws wide open, attempting to devour the warrior in a single gulp. The beast swallows Eren whole, causing its massive throat to contract in a bizarre way. Dornoa is surprised and forms an insane smile as he sees the battle appear to end so abruptly. The villain cackles, calling the captain a fool for walking straight into the monster's mouth on his own 2 feet. Eren ironically wonders what that idiot is laughing at as he prepares to act inside the darkness. He assesses the situation and thinks that, one way or another, his plan to infiltrate the creature worked out. The captain touches his chest and commands the sleeping demon dwelling within him to finally awaken and help him. A massive, glowing red eye appears in the dark, with the demon responding impressively to the call. Eren looks at the entity and remarks he knew it would be wide awake watching everything. The captain recalls their previous conversation, where he mocked the demon for staying silent after the last fight. He directly asks the creature to unleash that colossal power so he can use it right now. The demon finds the audacity amusing and calls Eren an insolent, disrespectful, and utterly foolish human. Despite complaining, the entity finds the situation entertaining and begins channeling powerful energy into Eren's blade. It agrees to lend its strength, but demands a very important promise from the guard captain in return. Eren sighs, knowing demons always want something in return, and asks right away what its condition is. The demon hilariously demands that Eren never call it by that offensive, cowardly nickname ever again. The creature admits it does not know the meaning of the insult, but finds it insulting, making Eren agree while thinking the entity is surprisingly naive. Streams of electricity begin to completely envelop the blade, shining with incredible intensity. Feeling his entire body tingle, Eren notices the overwhelming energy and realizes that this is finally the famous aura. With a wild smile on his face, the captain whispers to himself that things are about to get very fun. Blades of bluish light slice through the demonic creature from the inside out, tearing through its tough flesh with ease. Colossal cross-shaped slashes shred the chest and neck of the massive mystical beast. The dragon lets out one last squeal of extreme agony and explodes violently amidst bursts of blood and light. Dornoa watches everything horrified, unable to comprehend what just happened to his strongest invocation. He sees the captain emerge impressively from the monster's remains, completely enveloped in a powerful blue aura. The dark mage trembles in terror, concluding that a simple guard could only be an elite knight in disguise. Eren hits the ground with a brutal impact, creating a huge crater and cracking the earth around him. Desperate and cornered, Dornoa screams, wanting to know who on earth that warrior really is. He begins to rave in fear, asking if the Imperial family sent the captain or if there was a leak in the secret plan. Eren walks slowly toward him with eyes glowing blue, emanating a terrifying bloodlust. Staring at the villain from behind his gleaming blade, the captain repeats the question about his identity. With a single, ruthless motion that is too fast to see, Eren delivers a fatal strike to the mage's neck. The captain wipes the blood from his face and coldly replies that he is just a simple fortress guard. He sighs while looking at the moon and remarks with relief that silence has finally returned to the area. Eren calmly sheathes his sword, bringing a definitive end to that long and chaotic night of battles. Looking up at the night sky, the captain silently wishes for his companion Carter to rest in peace. Dorno's lifeless body remains lying on the ground as Eren slowly begins to walk away. However, the dark mage's eyes suddenly snap open and begin to glow with an ominous purple light. A magic circle activates on the villain's neck, startling Eren, who realizes the danger too late. The captain's eyes widen as he notices that an hidden and extremely powerful magic is being cast. Eren, horror-stricken, deduces that it is a forbidden magic, designed to trigger only after the caster's demise. He curses in frustration and dashes frantically toward the young noblewoman to try and shield her from the blast. Eren reaches out to grab Charlotte, who remains sprawled on the ground, completely unconscious. A colossal beam of purple energy shoots up into the sky, creating a devastating impact all around. The captain uses his own body as a shield to cover Charlotte and protect her from the wave of destruction. The dust slowly begins to settle as Eren holds the girl in his arms amid the silence. He curses internally, fearing he has gotten himself into deep trouble because of that energy explosion. Before him, a gigantic and terrifying demonic creature with a single red eye begins to emerge. The colossal monster towers above the trees, emanating an overwhelming presence full of malice. The horrifying creature fixes its glowing gaze directly on the survivors in the forest clearing. With no time to waste, Eren hoists the young noblewoman onto his shoulders and starts running as fast as he can. The monster's gigantic foot crushes the ground with extreme force right behind where they were standing. The devastating impact sends debris flying everywhere, nearly crushing the captain and the noblewoman. Falling to the ground, Eren groans in severe pain and tries to regain his balance while protecting the girl. He grumbles angrily that the kingdom should at least pay overtime for all this forced labor. Suddenly, a desperate cry calling for the young noblewoman echoes through the forest, catching Eren's attention. A strike of bright energy hits the monster with force, interrupting the creature's attack. A green-haired female knight appears, shouting her ally's name as she charges into battle. The imposing knight in blue armor slashes through the air with his sword, frantically searching for the noblewoman. He unleashes a flurry of rapid strikes to ward off the demonic threat surrounding them. The green-haired warrior leaps nimbly, channeling electricity into her weapon to strike the enemy. Together, the two knights coordinate a devastating assault that hits the creature with immense power. Safely hidden behind a tree, Eren watches the newcomers fight while keeping Charlotte safe. He recognizes that the powerful warriors are a highly trained knight and inquisitor. Charlotte slowly starts to regain consciousness, letting out a weak groan of pain. Fearing he might be accused of kidnapping and arrested by the knights, Eren tries to figure out a quick escape. Without hesitating, he gives the young noblewoman a swift tap on the head to knock her out again. Eren gets a bit worried, wondering if he ended up hitting the girl too hard. He decides to cover her face with a floral handkerchief he had swiped from his subordinate Kale. Sighing with relief for resolving the situation temporarily, he prepares to slip away undetected. Eren decides he has fulfilled his duty for the day and resolves to leave before the others find him. A bolt of pure magical energy tears through the air at incredible speed in the middle of combat. The electric attack crushes the monster with a violent crash that illuminates the dark forest. As dawn breaks, the two warriors finally manage to defeat the monster and stand atop its body. The green-haired knight cries in concern, wondering where the missing young noblewoman could be. The dark-haired inquisitor scans the surroundings carefully, looking for any useful clues. He suddenly spots something in the clearing and points toward a specific spot in the forest. The two finally locate Charlotte's body, lying peacefully on the ground, just a few feet away. Relieved, the warrior rushes toward the young noblewoman, frantically shouting her name. She approaches asking if the lady is all right, but stops startled upon seeing the floral handkerchief covering her face. Seeing the cloth covering her face, the two knights panic, assuming she might have passed away. At the local tavern, the guards complain bitterly about the recent events of that chaotic night. They grumble that it is impossible for simple guards to defeat a dark mage without expert help. Eren holds his mug of beer in silence while affectionately patting Kana's head. A week has passed since the attack, and the local ruler luckily managed to survive without major aftermaths. The Lord's daughter, Vivian, was rescued safe and sound by the knights, bringing a final end to the kidnapping crisis. Furthermore, thanks to Eren's false report, Carter's passing was recorded as an honorable fall in battle against demons. Thanks to this generous act by the captain, Carter's humble family was able to receive a solid financial payout from the kingdom, In the tavern, Brig mourns the loss of his friend and remarks that idiot Carter was so brave he faced a demon without fear. Another comrade laments his departure, hoping Carter can finally get the peaceful rest he always wanted. One of the guards says he is inspired by Carter's courage and promises to follow his example of bravery in the face of danger. A solemn mood takes over the table as they fill their mugs with beer to pay a final tribute. Aaron raises his own mug and proposes a solemn toast in memory of his late subordinate. Everyone in the tavern toasts in silence to their departed friend, wishing him peace once and for all. Downings his drink, the captain feels satisfied with having managed to keep Carter's honor intact as a guard. Changing the subject, the guards mention hearing rumors about a new recruit coming to fill Carter's spot. Suddenly, the tavern door is kicked open with a bang by a flashy young man who enters shouting loudly for the captain. Dylan, the new recruit for the 4th unit of the Outer Guard, introduces himself with huge enthusiasm and contagious energy. Aaron and the veteran guards are left completely speechless by the noisy rookie's behavior. Looking at the hyper-new recruit, the captain is already starting to deeply miss the quietness Carter used to bring. The veterans whisper among themselves that the rookie seems very friendly and even resembles their own style a bit. Dylan starts telling an exaggerated story about fighting off zombies, but the veteran guard tells him to shut his mouth immediately. Aaron wonders aloud how they recruited such an idiot, and Nova laughingly warns him that he thought out loud again. Nova slams a new round of beer onto the table, trying to shift the focus away from that ridiculous situation. She looks at the men at the table with a stern glare, making it clear they had better stop stalling and drink. Nervous and breaking out in a cold sweat, Dylan timidly tries to get the tavern owner's attention. She slowly turns around with an intimidating stare and dryly asks what the kid wants with her. Turning bright red and stammering, Dylan tries to form a sentence but gets overly shy in front of her. The rookie bows deeply to the tavern owner and offers a sincere apology for his inappropriate behavior the other day. He tries to justify himself by saying that acting rowdy is almost a common tradition among the mercenaries he used to live with. Nova simply listens to the explanation in absolute silence, maintaining her firm and unshakable posture. A faint laugh escapes Nova's lips, cutting through some of the initial tension hanging in the air. She calmly says it is fine, all while effortlessly holding a heavy weapon. Nova grins and warns she is used to troublemakers, but threatens to blow a hole in his head if he steps out of line again. Aaron chuckles softly and thinks to himself that the tavern owner really never makes life easy for anyone. The captain gets the new recruit's attention and playfully addresses him by the nickname of Weasel. Aaron extends a strong arm and tosses a new sword directly to the young rookie. The captain formally declares that, from that moment on, Dylan is officially part of the 4th unit of the Outer Guard. Aaron advises him to work hard at his new guard post if he wants to stay alive and well around there. Dylan grips the sword tightly in his hands, his eyes shining with happiness over the vote of confidence. The kid gets so emotional over the solemn moment that he actually tears up with joy. He gives an enthusiastic salute and yells that he will give his absolute best in his new assignment. In the future, Dylan would fondly remember the warm welcome he received from his new comrades that night. However, he would also joke later that he should have run for the hills when he had the chance. Sometime later, the work routine returns to normal, with Aaron landing a hard blow right on a troublemaker's face. The man drops cold to the ground from the punch, leaving the new recruit, Dylan, completely spooked. The captain gives Dylan a light kick and warns him he will freeze his face off if he keeps sleeping on shift like that. A new carriage approaches the fortress gate to undergo the usual inspection by the Outer Guard. Aaron teaches the recruit the basic rules of the gate, but Dylan gets confused about whether the job is actually supposed to be done that way. He is stunned to see the captain extort coins from carriage drivers and punch people under the excuse of hunting demons. Aaron laughs happily, counting his easy silver coins collected for passage through the fortress gate. Dylan quickly changes his mind and laughs out loud, thinking that extortion is the captain's true calling. Aaron gives a sly smirk and remarks that it is great when coins come easy without any effort. However, he soon casts a disdainful look and playfully scolds the cheeky new recruit. The moment of lightheartedness ends when an imposing Imperial entourage approaches the gate for inspection. The Imperial soldier yells furiously, asking how they dare inspect the carriage while seeing the crest of the prestigious Fenner family. Dylan snaps back cockily, saying he does not care about titles and tells the guy to pay the silver fee if he wants to pass. Aaron lands a solid hit on Dylan's head to cut off that ridiculous and embarrassing shakedown. The captain laughs nervously and apologizes, saying the kid is new to the guard and does not know how things work yet. Looking inside the transport, Aaron gets intrigued upon realizing there are no nobles inside, only elite soldiers. The soldier angrily explains that the strict inspection is an order from the Lord himself and questions their nerve to disrespect the ruler. Suddenly, the imperial soldier breaks into a cold sweat as he senses a terrifying tension building in the air. Eren gives a threatening smile and warns that the executioner is going to be very busy over that grave offense to the Lord. Terrified by the implicit threat of punishment, the men in the carriage quickly realize they made a terrible mistake. The soldier hands over the coins quickly while apologizing, and Eren accepts with a smile, saying he has already forgotten the whole thing. With the bribe successfully secured and the matter settled, the captain says goodbye with a sly glare. He claps his hands cheerfully to signal the release of the carriage at the fortress gate. Eren wishes the group a safe trip while the imperial soldier drives away, grumbling in pure anger. The soldier bites his lip in frustration over the blatant shakedown he just suffered at the gate. He curses at the captain, while Eren and Dylan happily celebrate their guaranteed pouch of silver coins. Elsewhere in the city, the Grand Cathedral stands tall under the clear morning sky. One of the subordinates informs Eren that important people are looking for him at the local church. The captain turns serious, thinking the church is the last place he wants to visit because of the demon residing inside him. Eren walks nervously through the hallways, fearing his terrible secret demonic condition might have been discovered. He suddenly freezes in shock upon spotting exactly who was waiting for him at the main altar. The friendly priest Blian greets him cheerfully beside the feared inquisitor clad in blue armor. The priest remarks excitedly that he heard fantastic rumors about the captain's most recent heroic deeds. Eren swallows hard when asked point-blank if he really faced and defeated a demonic beast. The priest reveals that the elite inquisitor himself witnessed the entire impressive battle with his own eyes. He adds that the captain was seen risking his life to protect the young noblewoman from the monster's terrible attack. Relieved to see that his dark secret remains safe, Eren listens as the Inquisitor praises his bravery immensely. The priest states he decided to prepare a special reward in recognition of the captain's great and unshakable faith. Eren opens the chest expecting gold, but finds religious robes and forces a modest act. Priest Blian smiles proudly and comments that the holy robes indeed suit the captain perfectly. He enthusiastically announces that Eren has now received the respectable and honorable title of Honorary Conventual. On the I.2. Outside, Eren politely gives thanks, but on the inside, he curses furiously for not getting real money. The priest asks Eren to act as a guide and show the fortress to the lovely and serious Inquisitor during her stay. Without wasting time, the priest says goodbye, claiming to be in a hurry, leaving the captain quite irritated by his nerve. He realizes he was used just to do the boring work of guiding the visitor and curses the priest in his thoughts. Trying to keep his composure before his new responsibility, Eren focuses his attention on the relentless Inquisitor. He fears that if the warrior discovers the demon sealed inside his body, she will crush his head with her war mace. To break the ice and try to be friendly, the captain asks if she is hungry and invites her to grab a bite. They arrive at Briggs' mother's restaurant, where the famous and terrifying steaming fish bread is served. Eren watches with a mischievous smile, knowing the restaurant's exotic food usually scares away any visitor. To the captain's complete shock, the Inquisitor simply takes a huge bite of the exotic dish. She chews slowly in absolute silence, trying to keep a stone face despite the terrible taste. Eren gets a huge kick out of her silent reaction, thrilled that his plan to scare her off is working so well. He cracks a sarcastic smile and mockingly asks if the food is really to her liking. The warrior keeps chewing with determination, even though she looks completely dead inside from the flavor. The captain breaks out in a cold sweat and laughs nervously, realizing he will have to eat that nasty food too. Left with no choice, the two continue their meal in one of the most awkward and quiet moments of their lives. Eren suffers immensely with every bite, inwardly cursing his subordinate's mother's terrible recipe. The Inquisitor stands firm in her goal to finish the plate so as not to show any weakness in front of him. The plate is finally clean, marking the end of a true culinary nightmare. Utterly defeated by the taste, Eren collapses onto the table and impressively admits the Inquisitor is genuinely tough. Briggs' mother brings out another plate of the nasty fish bread and asks with a smile if they want another serving. At that, the Inquisitor simply takes off sprinting down the street to escape that horrible meal. The restaurant owner is left completely clueless, but Eren pretends she must have had some last-minute emergency. The captain celebrates his guest's departure, but the woman places another plate on the house right in front of him. She cheerfully explains she made another fish bread, seeing how well the two were eating, and wishes him a good appetite. Eren is traumatized by the courtesy, thinking it would have been better to have his head smashed by a giant war mace. A short time later, a loud scream of pain and agony echoes through the skies of the busy Kasserdik fortress. One of the patrol guards calls for the captain with a look of pure concern and shock. The subordinate asks confused why Aaron's clothes seem increasingly fancy and decorated as the days go by. Aaron laughingly mentions getting store discounts with the Holy Mantle, but the guard thinks the Empire is on the verge of bankruptcy. The captain politely turns down another offer of fish bread, while the guard asks if he has heard the latest news. The man reveals that the Fenner family soldiers will be working with them, and that the Lord has banned fights under penalty of severe punishment. Aaron gets quite outraged by the warning and complains he is no thug to go around picking fights with colleagues. Suddenly, an imposing warrior with a scowl on his face comes stomping into the establishment. The big guy shouts furiously, calling Aaron an ignorant guard, and celebrates finding him at such a convenient moment. Aaron calmly takes a sip and ponders whether giving the guy a one-sided beatdown would really count as a fight. The man rants that the story about special orders was a lie and demands an explanation for taking a blow to the head. While the opponent complains endlessly, Aaron stares at him intensely and begins an aggressive countdown, saying number 1. The guard panics and reminds him that an honorary conventual shouldn't cause trouble, making the captain hesitate for a moment. The intruder gives a mocking laugh and asks if the captain got scared now that they are face to face. He mockingly pats Aaron's head and tells him to know his place as a mere fortress guard. Completely enraged by the opponent's nerve, the captain calmly says the number 3 to finish the count. With a devastating punch filled with fury, Aaron hits the brute square in the face, sending him flying. The guard watches the opponent smash the tables as he drops unconscious, commenting that it really wasn't a fight. Aaron displays a terrifying aura of rage, while his subordinate wonders what happened to number 2 in the countdown. The guard warns that a one-sided beatdown is an even bigger problem, but Aaron says it's fine since he is a conventual. The Fenner family soldier ends up sprawled on the floor with a bizarrely swollen cheek and a giant black eye. The guard asks if he finally woke up, and the brute realizes in shock that he lost consciousness from just one punch. The soldier recognizes Aaron's absurd strength and thinks he is way too strong to be working as a simple guard captain. He tries to make excuses for the humiliating defeat, while the subordinate mocks his bruised pride. The friendly guard formally introduces himself as Kale, a member of the 4th unit of the Fortress Patrol. The big guy introduces himself as Gelheim from the prestigious Fenner family and offers a sincere apology for his drunk behavior. Kale asks what the captain is doing around there, and Gelheim explains that Aaron is using a method to spot demons. The guard thinks Aaron is just taking out his stress on people, but suddenly notices a strange purple energy emerge. The victim of the punches suddenly turns into a bizarre demon and screams furiously at the nerve of that annoying human. Kale and Gelheim fall into complete panic, seeing that the captain's crazy method actually worked. Aaron himself is stunned to see it succeed, confirming to Kale that he was indeed just beating people up for no reason. Luckily, the demon was just a weak minion, but its sudden appearance put the entire Casertic fortress on high alert. Because of this bizarre discovery, Captain Aaron is immediately summoned to report to the leaders. He enters the grand meeting hall and comes face to face with extremely important and intimidating figures. Aaron ends up witnessing the impressive gathering of the most powerful warriors in the entire fortress. The captain takes a deep breath and prepares to handle the immense political pressure that situation will bring. Seeing the demon get brutally slaughtered by the elite soldiers, Aaron admits he almost feels a bit sorry for the monster. Later, night finally falls and the lights turn on at the Fluffy Bunny Tavern. Dylan welcomes the captain with great joy, praising his hard work and asking if he would like to take a bath. Aaron looks at him with an extremely deadpan face and asks what that nosy weasel is doing there. Nova explains that the kid begged to apologize, so she put him to work doing heavy lifting. She casually remarks that the establishment has been amazingly packed and busy over the last few days. The woman reveals that all this great success with new customers is thanks to her delicious ice-cold beer. Without wasting time, the captain downs a massive mug of the refreshing drink to unwind after the exhausting day. Aaron drinks the beer satisfied, thinking that wonderful flavor will definitely make the tavern's sales skyrocket. He observes young Kana and reflects that it's a waste to use her magical gifts just to chill tavern drinks. The captain wonders if he should start training and sharpening her skills, leaving the girl confused and getting goosebumps. Meanwhile, a carriage pulled by 2 horses moves swiftly under the open sky toward its destination. In the driver's seat, 2 men control the reins while the transport bounces heavily along the rough road. The red-haired youth complains loudly that the carriage frame is rattling too much along the trip. From inside the vehicle, a man shouts angrily, warning they will be dead if they do anything stupid before passing through. The passengers complain about having to travel all the way to the countryside just to look for one person, grumbling about the boss's habits. The brute of the group sternly warns that the boss's orders are absolute and tells everyone to watch their expressions. He reinforces that he won't tolerate any reckless behavior, while another companion thinks his words were harsh. Outside, the young driver calls out to his companion Lebby with a visibly tense and worried look. The boy admits his fear that they might all end up locked up or in danger if the guards discover the criminals during inspection. Lebby tries to calm him down, saying the fortress guards are corrupt and will let them through easily for a silver coin. They plan to drop off the suspicious passengers as soon as they get inside and leave as fast as possible to stay safe. Upon arriving at the entrance gate, the drivers run into Dylan and another blonde-haired guard on duty. The blonde guy greets Lebby cheerfully upon his return after months away, and the merchant makes up a story that he was sick. He finds it odd that there are 5 guards on site and feels relieved to notice the feared patrol captain is not around. As usual, Lebby subtly hands over a silver coin to bribe the guard, who gladly accepts the payment. But before the carriage can move on, Dylan yells, cutting off their passage and getting his colleagues' attention. The redhead explains that there are more people on shift now and demands a bigger payment so they can split the bribe fairly. The merchant panics at the unexpected demand, while the blonde guard tries to smooth things over with his greedy colleague. Desperate not to raise suspicion, Lebby quickly offers to pay even more coins, startling the guard. The man breaks into a cold sweat of terror, thinking about what the violent criminals hidden in the carriage would do if they were turned away. Dylan turns cheerfully to Aaron, who just arrived at the scene, and asks if he heard the generous bribe offer. The captain warns that the protocol changed on higher orders after the recent discovery of demons infiltrating the fortress. He explains that now every single passenger in any carriage must get out to go through an inspection. The captain adds that if even one person acts suspiciously during the patrol's approach, red-haired Dylan loses no time and simply lands a massive strike with his wooden staff on the first suspect. The hidden man is caught completely off guard by the brutal and violent attack from the young patroller. The criminals are outraged by the guard's savagery, while Dylan reminds them he was only following his captain's example. Aaron complains, saying he only used his bare hands and mocks the enemy for failing to dodge a wooden staff. Suddenly, upon seeing the glowing red eyes of the fallen intruder, Dylan panics and starts screaming that they are demons in disguise. Before anyone can react, a sharp spear is thrown at high speed directly at the group. The fight starts for real as the hidden demons reveal their true forms and charge at the guard. Outside the carriage, the merchant watches horrified as blood splatters everywhere during the clash. After a quick exchange of blows, the soldiers easily subdue and defeat one of the suspicious attackers. The brute of the invading group ends up flat on the ground, spitting blood and completely defeated by the patrol. The other intruder realizes his companion passed out and cowardly decides to run away, leaving all the blame behind. Seeing the mess at the gate, Aaron decides to slip away quietly, and his comrade asks where he is going. With a mischievous grin on his face, the captain humorously replies that he is going to upgrade his precious magic cooler. The fleeing intruder spots Kana from afar and thinks he needs to capture that girl and bring her to his boss immediately. Feeling a sudden chill, the young mage freezes in place out of sheer embarrassment and nervousness as Aaron approaches. The captain appears at the tavern to inspect the bucket of ice water the girl prepared with so much effort. Aaron tries to offer a gentle smile as he calls her over, but his scary face ends up completely terrifying the girl. She stutters in fear, correcting him that her real name is Kana, and the captain calmly agrees as he walks over. Patting her head, he asks what spells she knows, and the girl lists magical dice, cooling, and clairvoyance. Intrigued by the odd list, he questions if she learned magic from an addict, and she says her master called himself a romantic. Aaron concludes the master was a loser and wonders if the little girl could learn new spells just by reading books. She tries to defend herself, desperately saying she learns things really fast and was always considered very talented at everything. To prove her worth, the young girl proudly adds that the tavern owner even praised her great dishwashing skills. Aaron asks little Kana how she managed to learn magic so early on. The person from Aaron's past mockingly says he wouldn't have the brains to learn magic, revealing she only acted out of desperation. Kana shyly begs the captain to please not abandon her there. Aaron finds the request funny and tells her not to talk nonsense that makes others misunderstand, asking if she really wants to learn. The girl excitedly shouts yes and places herself entirely at the captain's command to begin. Dylan comes running into the room shouting for the captain, while Aaron realizes the girl ended up getting influenced by the redhead. Suddenly, the little mage gets coy and says there is something very important she hasn't revealed yet. But before she can finish speaking, a violent crash completely interrupts their conversation. Dylan bursts desperately into the meeting room, screaming that they are facing a huge problem. The youth frantically warns that all the prisoners they just captured managed to escape from the dungeons. He explains that one of the intruders simply broke his wooden cuffs with his teeth and defeated the armed guards even without weapons. Dylan panics for being the one who knocked out the thug earlier, but Aaron coldly says his problems are none of his concern. The redhead warns that all officers must gather immediately at headquarters, leaving Aaron quite annoyed. Before leaving, the captain tells Hannah to lock the doors for safety and directs Kanna to use her clairvoyance to watch the entrance. Ignoring the young recruit's complaints, Aaron drags him by the collar, saying he needs to go patrol the streets immediately. A severe storm pours over the Kasserdic fortress that night, accompanied by frightening thunder and lightning. The chubby ruler of the fortress rants furiously at the guards for letting the dangerous criminals escape so easily. One of the guards suggests iron cuffs to prevent escapes, but the ruler angrily complains about the absurd price metal would cost the treasury. Aaron just watches the ridiculous argument in silence, completely bored by the stinginess of the local leaders. The gray-haired commander remarks that the escape proves the prisoners are hiding something serious and reveals what he found out about them. He reveals that the man who led the escape is actually a very dangerous and infamous fixer from the Karzan region. Aaron realizes Dylan actually pulled off an impressive feat by knocking out that monster and understands the kid's terror. Suddenly, a guard comes running into the meeting room, desperately interrupting the conversation. The young carriage driver bursts into the room shouting and demands to know who the head of the guard is at this fortress. Captain Aaron stares at him with an expression of total surprise and confusion at the kid's sheer audacity. Irritated by the impudent intruder's lack of respect, Aaron grabs the youth's head and squeezes hard to teach him some manners. The boy falls to his knees, crying in pain, while the others watch that bizarre scene of immediate punishment from the captain. The youth desperately begs for help, claiming his master committed no crime and needs to be saved right away. The commander asks if Aaron knows the merchant Lebby, while the kid tearfully confesses they were forced to help the thugs. Aaron narrows his eyes and immediately remembers the cheapskate merchant who frequents the routes in the region. The captain warns the kid that, as unfortunate as it is, they cannot forgive the man now that he has fled the dungeons. Without wasting any more time, Aaron and the others rush out into the heavy rain to hunt down the fugitives through the dark streets. In a muddy alley, the criminals try to catch their breath and curse at the relentless persistence of the Kasserdic guards. Poor Lebby despairs, complaining he was dragged into the escape even without the slightest intention of running with them. The thugs talk indignantly about the patrol's brutality at the gate, still thinking they got clubbed over the head for no reason at all. Panic grips the group again when the high-pitched sound of a patrol whistle echoes nearby. The fugitives panic upon realizing they've been spotted and start running desperately in the opposite direction. But looking at the end of the dark alley, Lebby freezes completely in terror at what he sees emerging before him. A huge armored warrior completely blocks the alley exit, making the criminals realize they walked right into a trap. Thinking they can win through strength and numbers, the thugs decide to charge at the solitary patroller to clear a path. However, before the first one can attack him, the guard executes a flawless and lightning-fast defensive move. With surreal physical strength, the patroller slams his opponent onto the muddy ground with just a single precise strike. Lebby and his pals widen their eyes in absolute shock as they witness how easily their ally was taken down. Sweating cold in the storm, the merchant stammers, shaking in terror, wondering if that monster is actually even human. Under the bluish flash of lightning, Captain Aaron's terrifying face is revealed, emanating monstrous bloodlust. One of the criminals attempts a desperate last-ditch attack, screaming in rage and charging with his weapon drawn. The captain blocks the attack effortlessly and counters with a crushing strike to the opponent's chest. The impact of the blow is so violent that the man is thrown far back, breaking the wall bricks as he collapses unconscious. Cornered and out of strength, the merchant cries in despair over the bad luck of crossing paths with that demonic man right after escaping. He falls on his butt in the cold mud and holds out his shaking hands, begging in vain for the captain to please stay away. The merchant panics and screams in terror, absolutely certain that his life has come to an end in that dark alley. However, instead of roughing him up, the captain just grabs him firmly by the shirt collar and looks at him sternly. Aaron asks what all the screaming is about and demands to know why he decided to run, causing trouble for everyone at the fortress. The captain points behind him and says his young apprentice is looking for him, telling the merchant to go to him immediately. Lebby's eyes widen in absolute shock and emotion upon spotting Furus right there in the middle of that storm. Without hesitation, the two run toward each other and share a tight embrace in an emotional reunion under the heavy rain. Lebby realizes that even though Aaron is rough, foul-mouthed, and settles things with his fists, he isn't someone you should judge by appearances. The gray-haired commander approaches Aaron and asks if he managed to find out which way the dangerous fugitive fled. The captain thoughtfully replies that he heard rumors the criminal is hiding out around District 5. Hearing about District 5, the commander remembers that's where the tavern is and realizes he needs to hurry to help. Meanwhile, the dangerous bald prisoner keeps running without stopping under the night's relentless storm. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he senses a threatening presence rapidly closing in from behind. From atop a roof, a patroller makes a spectacular leap and attacks the fugitive with sword in hand. Red-haired Dylan points from a distance, shouting for Poole to finish off that scumbag criminal once and for all. Poole adjusts his military beret with a deadly look and warns he won't tolerate criminals walking through his area without permission. He charges in swinging, proudly calling himself the true relentless shadow of Kasserdik. The bald thug blocks the violent attack and mocks the guard, immediately recognizing him by the scar on his face. An intense exchange of glares and rapid blows takes place between the two warriors in the dark alley. With a quick and brutal move, the dangerous fugitive manages to land a precise slash on the guard, making blood spray. Dylan watches the scene in complete disbelief and terror as his experienced patrol partner gets hurt like that. The youth swallows hard upon realizing the insane strength of the bald opponent, who glares at him menacingly. The brute coldly reveals he is looking for a little girl with purple hair and demands to know if they've seen her. Overcome with rage, Dylan charges forward with his staff, swinging a swift blow toward the bald giant. The enemy blocks the impact effortlessly and lands a powerful punch that makes the redhead groan in pain. Even wounded, Poole throws himself back into the fight to keep rookie Dylan from getting completely slaughtered. He unleashes a precise sword strike, trying to push the criminal back with all his remaining strength. But the fugitive nimbly dodges and hits the patroller square on, sending more blood flying in the rain. In his final effort before collapsing, the experienced guard frantically screams his partner's name. Dylan runs frantically toward the enemy to try to save his friend who just fell wounded to the ground. The youth panics, noticing that even combining forces, they can't even tickle the power of that criminal. Through tears, Dylan mentally apologizes to Poole for failing to protect him, remembering his friend's kindness. He bites his lips with determination, thinking that those who deserve to live must survive no matter what. The boy lets out an enraged scream, calling his opponent a sucker, and charges in for one last suicide attack. Dylan yells he would never run away, leaving his partner behind, while the brute mocks the boy's weakness. The villain continues his cruel taunting, mocking the boy's brothers and calling Dylan weak for passing out from one punch. The criminal lands a brutal hit that sends the young redhead straight onto the muddy ground with extreme violence. Dylan crashes hard into the cold mud, feeling his whole body ache from the devastating force of the impact. Down and helpless, the kid wonders where on earth his Captain Aaron went off to at a desperate moment like this. He reflects sadly on his miserable life as the enemy slowly approaches to deliver the finishing blow. Dylan lets out a final cry of pure desperation, calling Aaron an idiot for not showing up when he needs help the most. Suddenly, the rainwater seems to move in slow motion around them with the arrival of a new presence. A swift punch packed with overwhelming energy cuts through the air toward the bald executioner. Captain Aaron makes a spectacular entrance, landing a crushing punch that sends the bald giant flying into the mud. Dylan's eyes pop out, unable to believe his captain actually showed up to save him at the very last second. The kid cries tears of pure relief and calls out to the captain, who just glares back with his typical grumpy face, calling him Weasel. With eyes glowing in anger, Aaron demands to know why the recruit dared call him an idiot seconds ago. The boy freezes instantly, his face going completely blank as he realizes his savior is furious with him. Noticing the redhead's ears turning red, Aaron mocks him, complaining that he's faking a pass-out to dodge a scolding. Deafening thunder echoes in the sky as the captain slowly turns to face his real opponent. The brute gets up furious, wiping blood from his face, and declares that everyone here seems desperate to pass away. Aaron breaks into a sarcastic smirk and asks if the bald guy is the loser who just got beaten up by the new recruit. He pretends to give friendly advice, warning the villain he has a leaf stuck to his head and needs to clean himself up. The brute attacks furiously with his sword, but the captain nimbly blocks the strike using his own weapon. The villain grits his teeth with difficulty and curses the captain's obnoxious, sneaky attitude. The captain just smirks mockingly and fires back, saying the real fool is the one who easily falls for taunts. Aaron seizes the opening and lands an extremely violent gut punch on his opponent. The impact is so devastating, it makes the criminal spit blood and fly back brutally. The villain crashes violently into the ground with a loud bang, completely disoriented by the attack. Aaron lands firmly in the puddle under the heavy storm, maintaining complete control of the situation. He lets out an ironic laugh, saying he doesn't get how a guy so strong could get knocked out earlier by Dylan. The captain asks what a guy from Karzan is doing in the fortress and warns there are no job openings for criminals. The man spits out some blood, glares at Eren with pure hatred, and confesses he came there looking for a specific person. He reveals his goal is to find a short girl with purple hair, putting the captain on high alert. When asked directly if he has seen her before, Eren turns serious and starts connecting the dots of that suspicious search. He instantly remembers his little helper from the tavern, whom he affectionately called Mini Fridge. Eren recalls that the first thugs who were with the girl also belonged to the dangerous Karzan faction. He finds it odd they'd send an elite fixer after an entry-level opening, thinking the employer must be a cheapskate. The criminal notices the captain's reaction and threatens to use all his strength unless Eren obediently takes him to the girl. With eyes glowing a deadly red, the villain gathers his rage to attack with everything he's got. Dylan watches the scene tense and wounded, fearing for his captain's life against so much killer energy. The redhead gets furious upon realizing the villain's target is young Kana, sparking a fierce drive to fight. The bald guy spits blood and turns around enraged, realizing the young recruit dared attack him from behind again. The villain threatens to put an end to Dylan's life once and for all, but gets cut off before finishing his sentence. With the enemy finally defeated and sprawled in the mud, Eren slings his wounded comrade over his shoulder and gets ready to head out. The captain lets out a long sigh of exhaustion in the heavy rain, tired of all that night chaos. He complains out loud that all he wants now is to get back to the tavern and have a good ice-cold beer. The next day, light rain continues to fall on the wooden buildings of the peaceful Kasserdik fortress. In the infirmary, Dylan gesticulates happily and boasts about facing the villain and dodging the attack with a perfect slide. He keeps blatantly lying, saying he stabbed the villain's chest and made blood spray everywhere before Eren arrived. The gray-haired commander opens the door and announces Captain Eren just arrived to visit the wounded in the infirmary. Eren walks in holding a basket and asks how everyone's injuries are doing, revealing he brought a special visit gift. Seeing the gross fish breads in the basket, Dylan freaks out, screaming that it's Briggs' mother's killer bread. Wrapped up completely like a mummy, Poole gives a forced thank you and makes up an excuse that he's fasting at the moment. The young noblewoman who is also there accepts one of the breads with a curious and innocent look. Dylan catches Eren's evil glare and panics, realizing the captain wants to force-feed them that nasty food. Later, the Fluffy Bunny Tavern gets completely packed and noisy with the presence of several customers. Dylan tries to be smooth and compliments Kana's beauty, leaving the young mage super embarrassed and blushing. As soon as the captain steps in announcing he's back, the girl ignores the redhead and excitedly runs toward her savior. She hands a bucket of ice-cold drink to the captain, who thanks her, saying he really needed that to get rid of the bad taste. Eren takes a generous gulp and sighs, relieved, finally feeling the stress of the tense day melt away. With a thoughtful look, the captain asks little Kana if she has any big dream or plan for her future. He gives examples, suggesting ideas like becoming an elite knight, a housewife, or maybe a magical air conditioner. The girl stays quiet for a few moments, seriously pondering the question before answering. With a determined look, the little girl timidly reveals that her one and only biggest wish is simply to stay alive. The captain stares at her in quiet surprise, touched by the simplicity and depth of that unexpected answer. With a soft, genuine smile on his face, Eren promises he will do his best to ensure her safety and her life. He tenderly pats the girl's head and says she'll also have to work hard for it to work out. The tavern owner watches the two talking sweetly at the counter and cracks a warm smile seeing that beautiful scene. Holding the tray with blushing cheeks, little Kana repeats to herself happily that she will do her absolute best from now on. A bald shop clerk says there are only low-quality potions left and charges 90 silver coins for each one. Eren gets outraged by the high price, and the clerk rudely asks if he's buying or if he'd rather leave to avoid wasting his time. Eren gets super pissed off and wonders if there'd be any problem if convent members decided to throw hands right then and there. Just then, young conventual Ains shows up and asks his colleague Ketup why he's charging an honorary conventual regular prices. Ains explains that Priest Blian himself and the elite inquisitor summoned Eren to the church to personally appoint him to the role. Ketup grumbles reluctantly and decides to drop the price down to just 50 silver coins per potion. Eren is thrilled with the discount and wonders if this is some kind of holy mafia. The captain thanks Ains for the help with the purchase, and the youth replies that it's just a right he holds because of his title. Ains asks for understanding regarding Ketup's attitude, explaining everyone is busy with the abbot's arrival, making Eren compare the situation to a general's visit. The guy says goodbye, mentioning he needs to handle other matters, and wishes honorary conventual Eren a safe trip home. Ains gives a friendly bow before leaving the captain alone on the street. Aaron admits there are sensible people in the church, since before he thought there were only difficult folks like Priest Blyan and the Inquisitor. Suddenly, the captain senses something strange nearby, and his eyes widen in surprise. He spots the elite Inquisitor scarfing down a huge chunk of cheese in a total rush. Aaron complains internally that this person with zero common sense decided to pop up right at that moment. He watches the woman eat and wonders why she's still around instead of returning to her post. The Inquisitor catches him staring, gets up fast, and startles the captain with her reaction. Aaron tries to back away quietly to avoid any unnecessary chat with her. However, the woman closes the distance in the blink of an eye and shoves a giant piece of cake straight into his mouth. Right after, she flashes him a gentle smile, keeping a calm and mysterious expression. The Inquisitor simply walks away, leaving the captain chewing on the dessert, totally clueless about what just happened. Aaron keeps chewing and concludes she really isn't normal, though admitting the food was pretty sweet. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, the guards mention the peace officer is furious over a mistake made by the Fenner family. The chubby commander yells authoritatively that no one gets time off for the entire upcoming month. The guards fall into complete despair and start cursing the commander behind his back, calling the man a demon pig. Aaron and a veteran colleague listen to the shouting and commotion going on at headquarters. The captain thinks it's not the commander's fault, but agrees going a whole month without time off is a brutal punishment. The veteran asks if Aaron heard that the eldest son of the powerful Fenner family will be visiting the area soon. The man explains he's a knight candidate who graduated from the Imperial Institution, but never managed to get the official title. Aaron thinks annoyed that trouble just keeps coming, first with the abbot's visit and now with the arrival of the Fenner family's son. Suddenly, the chubby commander pops into the room and calls for Aaron in an obnoxious manner. The superior warns that Nova was looking for him, making the captain break into a cold sweat of worry. Aaron panics completely upon realizing he had totally forgotten about his commitment with her. He dashes over to the tavern, where Nova greets him with a friendly smile and says he finally made it. In a sarcastic tone, Nova points out a wooden door to the captain and begins explaining in detail the basic function of a door. She opens the door effortlessly and asks if he wants her to demonstrate the opening and closing motion one more time. Aaron tries to defend himself, saying everyone already knows how a door works. Nova loses her temper completely and screams, asking why he never uses the door and prefers to walk through smashing everyone's walls. She keeps scolding the captain, asking if breaking walls is fun or if walking through normal doors is just too boring for him. Aaron defends himself, saying he had no choice, and that if he hadn't acted fast by smashing the wall, the kids would have been in danger. Nova lets out a deep sigh of fatigue and places her hand on her head, trying to soothe her massive headache. She hands over a pouch of coins and warns she deducted the wall repair cost from the reward he had accumulated from catching criminals. Aaron looks disappointed at the single coin left from his entire generous hunter's reward. He flips the coin back to the tavern owner with a quick toss in the air. The captain says that's a tip for her to buy nice things and drink a beer, warning that staying locked up too long makes your bones rot. Nova turns red with rage, slams the door shut hard, and screams she's gonna die of stress because of him, telling the captain to get out immediately. Out on the street, Dylan asks if he got chewed out by Nova again, and Aaron replies it was something like that, calling the recruits to get to work. With a mischievous grin on his face, the captain excitedly warns that now they need to do their daily city rounds. He thinks to himself that while extorting money is more fun, patrolling the streets has its own fun side too. Aaron concludes the job is fun because those medieval folks love starting trouble and fighting in the street over any silly reason. Aaron decides to step into the street fight and amicably asks everyone to cool down and stop yelling. With a smug grin, he suggests that whoever wins the fist fight is the one who's actually right. The captain decides to bet a silver coin on the smaller guy's win, while another guard bets on the bigger guy. People get terrified seeing Aaron and run away scared of getting eaten, leaving the captain amused by the whole thing. Suddenly, a female voice yells authoritatively, demanding they bring something back immediately, catching Aaron's attention. He walks over and sees a furious woman asking who was the nerve-driven thief that stole her prized silver cutlery. Brigg asks what the problem is there, and the victim celebrates their arrival, saying the guards showed up at the perfect time. The cutlery owner points at 3 suspects and complains they stole her heirloom family silver passed down for generations. The bald suspect yells angrily, saying it wasn't him and that nobody would steal old, rusty cutlery like that. The red-headed suspect also denies the crime, stating she already has a much better silver mirror at home and doesn't need cutlery. The pale blonde youth says he is innocent too, and was totally shocked when he got called out and accused of that theft. Brigg whispers to Aaron, saying there's no need for them to take on such a boring and troublesome job. Aaron ignores his colleague, points his finger dramatically, and states with absolute certainty that the real culprit is among them. The captain asks when the theft happened, and the victim answers the items vanished while she was having dinner the previous night. She continues explaining she noticed everything missing at breakfast and is certain her suspicious neighbors are the culprits. Thoughtful, Aaron decides to question the three about what each was doing from last night until that morning. The bald guy explains he finished stacking hay at night, went home, and fell asleep without eating, getting labeled as Suspect 1. Aaron finds that very weird, since in a medieval world, eating 3 meals a day is the whole point of life for common folk. The redhead says rudely she doesn't want to talk because it's a private matter, getting classified by the captain as Suspect 2. The captain recalls she mentioned owning a silver mirror and finds it odd for a peasant to have such a fancy item in her humble home. The pale youth says he didn't even leave his house and is only on the street because his neighbor dragged him out by force, becoming Suspect 3. The others say the kid is the most suspicious of all for being an outsider, making Brig agree that it really is weird. Short on clues, Aaron sighs and says he didn't want to resort to this, but will need to use his last resort to solve it. The captain orders everyone to take them to their respective homes, believing the truth will come out once they search everything. At that moment, he still didn't know that silly investigation he accepted out of boredom would bring such a dark and dangerous revelation. Brig yells, annoyed at the suspects, asking if they think the guards are too nice and if they need to ask for permission. The guard whispers to the captain that things will get ugly if they find heresies or red flags in someone's house. The captain loses patience with the stalling and shoves the suspects so they start walking toward their homes right away. Observing the trio's tense expressions, Aaron clearly realizes all of them have something very serious to hide. With a mischievous grin, the captain celebrates that the case is getting exciting just when he was bored. Inside the redhead's house, Aaron is amazed to find a gorgeous, super fancy silver mirror decorating the humble place. The redhead boasts proudly that the stolen cutlery is nothing compared to her mirror, demanding they accept her obvious innocence once and for all. Aaron thinks the house is way too simple and suspects the luxury mirror is the only valuable thing there, but sees the cutlery isn't there. The captain keeps searching the corners of the house until his eyes focus on a rather unusual object lying around. He goes completely silent upon finding some men's underwear hidden in the single woman's residence. Brig sniffs the air confused and remarks that a single woman's house shouldn't smell so strongly of a middle-aged man. Connecting the clues of the smell and the men's clothes, Aaron concludes that woman is committing the crime of adultery. He remarks that adultery is a serious crime, making the redhead panic and offer a cake to try to bribe them and change the subject. The captain eats the cake with gusto and decides to ignore the case since it's not that important, calling Brig to head to the next house. They arrive at the pale youth's house and find a massive pile of books scattered all over the living room's wooden floor. Aaron flips through one of the books thinking the guy is an intellectual, but soon discovers it's just a silly romance novel. While sifting through the piles of books, the captain notices a shiny object hidden right between the pages. He pulls the object out curiously and discovers a lovely, shiny silver metal bracelet hidden in there. Aaron tries the accessory on and thinks it matches his armor perfectly, contemplating swiping the item without the owner noticing. Suddenly, an extremely loud, glowing burp echoes throughout the room, startling the captain. Brig asks, spooked, if the captain heard that weird noise, and Aaron tries to play off his embarrassment, saying his shoulder popped. Internally, the captain curses the demon for burping at the wrong time and asks if he's trying to get them busted. The guy asks about the bracelet, and Brig disses the captain's tacky taste, but Aaron fires back saying the accessory is super cool. To their surprise, the pale youth calmly says the captain can keep the accessory if he really likes it. Overjoyed with the free gift, Aaron instantly declares the guy totally innocent, leaving the youth confused. The captain walks off whistling, thinking patrolling the city is always fun, wondering what bizarre keepsake he'll score next time. He reflects that since the first 2 suspects were innocent, there's a big chance the bald guy is the actual culprit behind the stolen silver cutlery. Aaron assures his guard buddy that even if it looks like he's just messing around on the street, he is indeed conducting a very serious investigation. He warns he's going to do a thorough search and flip every corner of the bald guy's home upside down as soon as they step through the door. However, upon stepping inside, Aaron and Brig are met with an extremely bizarre scene that leaves them completely speechless. In the middle of all that piled up straw in the man's home, they spot something very unusual and shiny decorating the room. There was a gorgeous white horse with silky mane, all decked out in pink ribbons and even wearing a pink frilly skirt. The bald guy runs lovingly to hug the animal, calling it by name and sweetly apologizing for coming home so late. Completely cringed out by that absurdity, the guards watch the man introduce the horse as if they were the house's first visitors. When the bald guy suggests cooking a special hay stew for their dinner, the captain loses his patience for good and takes him down with a hard kick. Aaron recalls the man was famous around the fortress for his over-the-top love for horses and concludes that level of obsession is way too unhealthy. Brig asks who on earth is the actual culprit behind the stolen cutlery. Right at the exact moment the item's owner comes running and screaming down the street. Super embarrassed and blushing red, the woman reveals she found the silver cutlery mixed in the straw of her own house. Looking like total fools after wasting so much duty time over nothing, Aaron and Brig just congratulate the resident and fake a smile. Watching the beautiful reddish sunset on the horizon, both guards sigh tiredly and agree it's time to head back to headquarters. Later, Aaron goes to relax at the local tavern and sits alone at a wooden table while watching the other customers chat. He grumbles, complaining he wasted precious patrol time because of that foolish woman, but admits that at least he passed the time. A full, ice-cold mug of beer is placed on the table, and the captain immediately thanks without looking up at who brought it. It's little Kana, watching him with a proud little face and blushed cheeks, eagerly waiting for his reaction. Aaron takes a big gulp of the drink, but quickly stops confused upon realizing the girl is staring at him with a total victory face. His eyes widen in total shock as he looks inside the wooden mug and notices an unbelievable detail in the drink. The captain realizes in surprise that the ice cubes floating in his beer were carved into delicate flower shapes. With hands on her hips and a proud smile from ear to ear, the little mage says full of confidence that she worked really hard to do that. Aaron gets a sweat drop on his head and stammers nervously, praising the girl's effort so as not to bum her out with his honest reaction. Internally, the captain wonders what's the point of putting such a fancy, pretty ice cube inside a regular mug of beer. Little Kana gets super happy, her face blushing with joy seeing that her captain liked the special surprise. He gives her an affectionate smile, feeling grateful for the care and dedication of the young tavern helper. Not to ruin such a sweet moment, Aaron decides he needs to get her the promised spellbook as fast as possible. Right then, the tavern light reflects off the silver bracelet he took from the pale suspect's house, catching his attention. Spotting the shiny object on the captain's arm, Kana tilts her head intrigued, with a super curious look. He raises his arm so the girl can get a better look at the silver metal accessory under the place's ambient light. Aaron asks if she likes the bracelet and thinks the girl has pretty weird taste, even admitting he likes the item himself too. With a fun smile, he holds the bracelet over the young girl's head and friendly tells her to keep the accessory as a gift. The girl breaks into a giant smile of pure happiness and holds the silver object with both hands, as if it were the most precious treasure ever. Seeing her joy, Aaron reflects if the old bracelet isn't better than it looks, and concludes the pale youth was actually a pretty nice guy. He decides he needs to return the guy's kindness by buying some tasty fish breads to hand over to him the next day. Meanwhile, at his home, the pale youth suddenly shivers from the cold out of nowhere and complains about the frontier's harsh weather, regretting ever going there. The mage thinks bitterly that in the imperial capital, it would be totally unthinkable for a mere peasant to dare grab him by the collar like that. He keeps cursing the outer guard captain with hatred, labeling the man as the very embodiment of ignorance and rudeness. The guy gets furious remembering the cheeky captain barging into his house and going through his stuff without the slightest etiquette or respect. He recalls he had disguised his spellbooks as silly romance novels not to get caught, but internally demands more care with them. He remembers in panic the exact moment Aaron noticed there was something hidden right between the pages of one of his books. The mage trembles with hatred, remembering the captain pulling out the silver bracelet hidden there for safekeeping. He screams, enraged in his thoughts, asking how that miserable captain dared touch that valuable magical bangle. The youth had cast a powerful spell on the bangle, so that any intruder who dared touch it with their bare hands would be attacked by magic. The guy expected the bangle to explode, or strike Aaron the exact moment he laid his hands on the enchanted object. However, even with the bracelet's magical glow activating, Aaron slid the bangle onto his wrist and took absolutely zero damage. The mage is left in utter shock, wondering how a simple guard with no aura control managed to ignore such a strong defensive magic. He gets spooked by the loss of the magic bracelet and wonders about the true identity behind that mysterious man. Finally, he tries to calm down and decides to stop thinking about it, as it wasn't worth pushing it and risking blowing his cover. The young Karzan mage reveals in his thoughts that his real mission there is to investigate the one known as the favorite of all mana. Back on guard patrol, Brig watches the behavior of some soldiers in the area and comments to Aaron that he finds it all a bit strange. The guard asks why the soldiers of the powerful Fenner family are keeping so much distance from them and acting so cautious. Aaron laughs and suggests maybe they got beaten up bad by some guard in a tavern brawl, leaving his buddy thinking the idea is impossible. Suddenly, the loud sound of horses approaching gets Briggs' attention, and he turns to see what's happening at the gate. Aaron narrows his eyes upon spotting the fancy carriage arriving at the Kasserdik fortress and immediately recognizes who it belongs to. He recognizes the luxury vehicle as the official Fenner family carriage and wonders if their eldest son is the one inside. The captain quickly orders Brig to bow his head out of respect, since a very high noble is passing by at that moment. From inside the luxurious carriage, the proud eldest son of the Fenner family looks out arrogantly and superiorly. He displays a cynical, smug smirk while watching the simple fortress guards bowing before his illustrious presence. The noble vehicle passes at high speed without slowing down, leaving behind only a cloud of dust and silence. Aaron complains indignantly that the noble drove straight through without even slowing down for inspection, concluding these rich folk have no manners at all. Right after, the noise of another carriage approaching catches everyone's attention, leaving the captain curious about who it could be this time. A red carriage driven by a hooded coachman stops in front of the guards, patiently waiting for Aaron's instructions. Aaron approaches the vehicle authoritatively and asks where they're coming from so he can officially log their entry. A friendly young blonde guy pops his head out and cheerfully introduces himself as Shone, a third-level administrator from Karzan City. Shone says he came to collect hunting rewards and asks to go to the inner fortress, making Aaron notice his refined city boy demeanor. The kid thanks them very politely and kindly before stepping back into the vehicle to continue his trip to the final destination. The guards stand watching the Karzan carriage head across the stone bridge toward the fortress interior. Brig remarks that he hates dealing with so many important people, and Aaron tells him to shut his mouth so he doesn't invite trouble with his grumbling. At that exact moment, the captain spots another very imposing official carriage approaching the gate and tells his buddy to look. An elderly man with gray hair and dark cleric robes steps down from the vehicle, exuding an extremely commanding and holy presence. The cleric stares at the captain and asks if he is honorary conventual Aaron, subsequently wishing that sunlight shine upon his life. Seeing the church symbol on the carriage, Aaron realizes in shock that the old man is none other than the feared abbot and hastily salutes. The cleric approaches fatherly and gently raises the captain's arm, correcting his salute and telling him to lift his elbow higher. The abbot praises the captain's strong faith and says with a gentle smile that they must have a much deeper chat next time. The church carriage moves forward, entering the fortress gates while the guards watch with an expression of pure relief. Brig remarks worriedly that things are going to get super busy with the arrival of the abbot and the Fenner family, and the captain anxiously agrees. Suddenly, Aaron's boss comes running up behind him in a hurry, calling the captain's name out loud. Aaron jokes, asking what that redhead is doing outside the orchard, making the tavern owner super annoyed by the sarcastic nickname. She ignores the captain's teasing and asks Shone if he brought what she had asked him to show right away. The captain slams a massive, heavy burlap sack onto the fortress stone floor, making a dull thud that startles the Karzan youth. Aaron coldly reveals that inside the sack are the heads of the henchmen and the dangerous Karzan fixer he defeated in the rain. Shone freaks out and starts throwing up in disgust upon seeing the heads, while the captain jokes that he has a talent for talking while gagging. The day continues sunny at the massive Kasserdik fortress, which now houses various important figures from around the kingdom. Shone thanks him for the help with the heavy sack and explains he has a really weak stomach for these bounty hunter things. Aaron is relieved to have captured that man, who was so feared he was known as the Wolf Phantom and leader of a dangerous faction. He reflects worriedly that the man was after Kana and wonders if the faction will send new elite fixers in the future. With the delivery job finally done, Shone recovers from the shock and decides to change the subject completely with the captain. With eyes shining with excitement, the guy asks what the best and most delicious restaurant in the entire Kasserdik fortress is. Aaron gets a serious face, remembering instantly the nasty boiled fish bread made by Brig's mother, and thinks carefully before answering. The captain passes on the fish food and enthusiastically points out that the Hessen Bakery, located in District 3, is the best and most famous there. He invites the guy to go eat there together, and Shone happily accepts, though asking if the captain shouldn't be working. At the recommended bakery, a delicious golden cheesecake with a wonderful appearance is placed on their wooden table. The bald, buff baker crosses his arms proudly and announces with conviction that the cheesecake is his shop's big specialty. The man starts bragging, saying even his wife, who was once the prettiest in the fortress, loves that cake, but Aaron tells them to just eat already. Shone tries a piece and praises the flavor, commenting he was terrified of coming to Kasserdik because of dangerous rumors. Aaron eats and recognizes the delicious taste, while Shone explains Karzan City is a mess due to the Lone Wolf faction's actions. The guy explains Lone Wolf is one of the 3 big local factions, alongside the Old Frozen Dagger and the Citizen Guild Fluffy Bunny. Shone reveals the wolf phantom belonged to that dangerous faction, making the captain think even criminals have pretty complicated lives over there. The captain asks directly who the leader of the lone wolf faction is, leaving Shone totally surprised by the sudden question. Shone whispers that it's a man named Philip, who according to rumors is the bastard son of a noble exiled after trying to poison the air. He warns that the scariest thing about this Philip guy is his extreme level of possessiveness, leaving the captain intrigued by the detail. Shone tells that a rival faction stole a cheap sword from Philip's tavern as a joke, but the man took it super seriously due to his obsession. He finishes the story saying in the end, Philip's goons killed the rivals and retrieved the sword, showing just how cruel their leader is. Aaron concludes the guy is an obsessed bastard who acts like a hungry wolf, never letting go of his prey until it's completely dead. He thinks angrily about Kana and decides he's going to rip out that pushy leader's teeth if he dares try to bite the wrong person and mess with his ward. With a dark smile on his face, the captain decides he needs to pay a personal visit to that faction as soon as possible to settle things. Aaron excitedly wonders if a quick 3-day business trip to Karzan City will be enough to take out that leader guy. Outside the tavern, Nova watches the final trip preparations, while some guards finish loading merchandise boxes onto the carriage. Suddenly, Aaron pops up smiling, asking to come along on the trip, claiming he wants to help export the oranges they're carrying. Nova looks at him suspiciously and asks what this sudden idea is about, and the captain responds slyly that he has personal business to handle in Karzan. The tavern owner stands silent, looking right into his eyes, trying to figure out the true ulterior motives of that sneaky captain. She agrees, but asks if he got permission from the fortress commander, and Aaron blatantly lies, saying he got the necessary green light. An inner fortress guard questions Nova's decision, recalling his soldiers were already assigned and ready to escort the carriage. She explains that if the inner soldiers leave, the post will be unprotected, so it's way more efficient and safe to just take Captain Aaron with her. The soldier finds the attitude super arbitrary, complaining that the captain simply decided to butt into the trip last minute without consulting anyone first. Another guard mockingly replies that it's precisely by acting that lazy way that he is known by everyone in the fortress as the scammer Aaron. Nova just smirked slightly, remembering how the captain always manages to solve all the hardest problems in the fortress with ease. She reflects that his promotion to a higher position in the guard is just a matter of time, but remembers Aaron saying he has no interest in rising in rank. The captain had said with a smile that the simple role of outer guard captain is perfect for a scammer and lazy guy like him. Nova realized right then that if she tried to lock down or force Aaron to get promoted, he would end up leaving Kasserdik for somewhere far away. That's why she decides not to question his actions, thinking it's better for the captain to stay at the fortress his own free way for as long as possible. With everything set and settled, Shone's carriage finally departs at high speed through the fortress gates toward the big city of Karzan. Inside the vehicle, Aaron teases Nova, asking why she's wearing a dress instead of pants, and she angrily tells him to shut his mouth. Shone tries to be sweet and offers a piece of cake to Nova, calling her by the nickname Miss Orange with a smiling, super friendly demeanor. Nova rudely says she's busy organizing the export paperwork and tells the kid to go offer the cake to the annoying captain beside him. The youth gets sad and spooked, whispering he only used the Orange nickname to try to be friendly and get closer to her during the trip. Aaron playfully whispers that his pronunciation of oranges is wrong and teaches a silly way to say it, leaving the kid confused if that's actually real. Shone tries saying it the taut way, but Nova ignores it and stares pouty out the window, while Aaron laughs at the poor Karzan boy's goofy face. Eventually, the carriage finally reaches its destination, crossing the busy streets packed with shops in the large and noisy city of Karzan. Nova steps out of the vehicle and warns she doesn't need an escort because she's going to work at the council, telling the captain to wander off and meet her tomorrow at the tavern. She strictly forbids him from breaking stuff around there, and Aaron fires back saying he knows how to use doors, making the tavern owner scream, remembering his destruction. The captain waves smiling, saying goodbye to her and saying they'll meet tomorrow, while Shone stands beside him watching the scene in a friendly way. Nova walks off suspiciously, wondering if the fact that Aaron didn't reply to her warning means he's going to cause trouble in the city. Aaron watches his boss walk away with a sarcastic smile on his face, silently confirming she has every right to be super worried. The captain intentionally mess up the kid's name and asks him to be his tour guide through the big city, making Shone laughingly correct him. Shone gets excited and asks if he wants to check out the most famous pork restaurant there, whose bizarre name catches the captain's attention. With a terrifying sly grin on his face, Aaron replies he'll leave restaurant visits for another, more peaceful time. The captain cracks his knuckles menacingly and internally decides he'll use tonight to hunt down and assassinate the leader of the lone wolf faction. Shone stares at him in total silence, completely unable to grasp that sudden mood shift and the killer aura emanating from the captain. The Karzan youth desperately tries to convince himself that all of this is just another one of Captain Aaron's unfunny, sarcastic jokes. Shone laughs nervously, thinking the captain wants to play around, and tells him to do whatever he wants, confessing he hated that faction leader anyway. Aaron lightly pats his shoulder, praising his brave attitude, leaving the kid confused, seeing the captain keep acting so laid back. The captain calls the kid to go visit the members of the Fluffy Bunny Guild, and Shone laughingly agrees, thinking he's taking the joke way too far. They arrive at the Fluffy Bunny Guild headquarters, which actually operates inside a dark Karzan tavern packed with massive, beefy thugs. Shone recalls that Guild relies heavily on brute force and expects the captain to admit soon that it was all a joke so he can step in. However, upon opening the wooden door and seeing the terrifying faces of all the local criminals, the kid breaks into a cold sweat and trembles in immediate terror. He flees running from the tavern, saying he'll wait outside because the smell of sweat and strong booze in that place is simply unbearable. The thugs hear the boy's complaint and rise up enraged, staring at Aaron and asking if he stepped in there to pick a fight with them. They head over to the Drunken Widow's Tavern, a luxury establishment controlled by the rival faction Frozen Dagger that everyone in Karzan tries to avoid at all costs. The women of the place recognize Shone as an administrator and happily drag him inside, leaving the poor kid totally desperate and embarrassed. The night moves forward silently under the glow of the full moon, illuminating the large old stone buildings of the dangerous city of Karzan. Aaron walks casually while Shone, completely wasted, stumbles from side to side trying to understand what the captain's real plans are. The captain celebrates that the plan is working out great and asks the drunk kid to guide him to the next spot, which is a famous betting house. Shone tries to stop him and desperately warns that Casino is controlled by the dangerous Lone Wolf faction and is infinitely worse than the previous tavern. With a mischievous grin, Aaron replies it makes no sense to back out now that they've come this far, considering that extra motivation to keep going. He thinks that to draw the faction boss out from his secret hideout, the best strategy is simply to destroy all the bases belonging to him beforehand. Shone freezes completely in terror, staring at Aaron's dark expression, starting to piece together what the captain actually intends to do. The kid remembers the captain's previous claim that he was going to hunt down and kill the feared Lone Wolf faction leader that very night. Shone panics, realizing that wasn't a joke, and that the captain really plans to assassinate the dangerous Philip, the demon of Karzan. Aaron ignores the youth's despair, telling him to stop talking nonsense and walk up front to show the right way to the faction's casino. He drags the crying kid through the streets and warns they're on a very tight schedule if they want to wrap up all the work by tomorrow afternoon. Shortly after, a massive explosion occurs in the middle of the night, and one of the faction's casino buildings begins to burn in golden, destructive flames. Gurn, the captain of the place's guards, curses furiously at the mysterious man who committed fraud at the casino and caused that whole huge mess. Another goon comes running and frantically warns that someone set fire to the building and that members of the rival Frozen Dagger faction started a fight there. Gurn watches the chaos spread through the streets and introduces himself as the proud gatekeeper and main defender of the Lone Wolf criminal faction. He reflects that nights in the city are usually noisy, but that bizarre situation is so chaotic it looks like the start of a real war. The guard walks confidently down the palace's inner hallway, thinking that no matter the size of the war, he will stand firm defending his post. Gurn takes pride in his position as an invincible gatekeeper, oblivious to the fact that a mysterious figure in a dark hood is approaching him from behind. Aaron appears in a friendly manner behind the guard, mockingly greeting him and asking if he's having a good night of hard work at his post. Gurn looks at him suspiciously, thinking he's just another insolent drunk, questioning how he can act so calm in the middle of all that chaos. With a stern and firm look, the guard authoritatively replies that his sole and greatest duty there is to protect that entrance against any insolent intruder. Aaron smirks mockingly and remarks that his leader must be a coward terrified of death, since the other factions don't even use guards at the door. Gurn seriously warns him to mind his words, stating that Philip is the most cruel man he has ever known, and that it is simply impossible to kill him. He explains that the boss possesses a powerful magic weapon, capable of burning and reducing any opponent to ashes in the blink of an eye during combat. The guard reveals that the scariest part is the highly trained knight who stays drunk, but remains tasked with protecting the boss at all costs. Aaron fakes surprise upon hearing about the Protector Knight, while Gurn mentions that even crippled, that warrior's sword remains lethal. The guard adds that there are 40 faction members who act as Philip's personal extensions, making him a completely untouchable target. The captain places his hand on the guard's shoulder in a friendly way, sincerely thanking Gurn for the valuable and detailed info he just shared. Aaron laughingly confesses he could have walked straight past without saying anything, but talking to Gurn made him remember his own youth in the outer guard. He says goodbye, saying he'll pass the message to his boss, leaving the guard confused and convinced the intruder is completely hammered. Aaron thinks to himself that all humans pass away the same way when their heads get chopped off, whether it's a noble, a knight, or the emperor himself. He advises Gurn to quit that job and look for something he's good at in case Boss Philip ends up passing away, leaving the guard in absolute shock. The guard's eyes widen as he realizes the gravity of the hooded man's words, coming to see that guy isn't a regular drunk. He despairs, noticing the mysterious intruder simply took advantage of small talk to walk right past the door and breach the secret base. Alone in the hallway under the moonlight, Gurn thoughtfully reflects on Aaron's words and starts considering if there's something better he wants to do. Aaron walks casually down the dark hallway of the base, listening to the muffled sound of laughter and celebrations coming from rooms nearby. He watches from afar as faction members drink and have fun happily, totally oblivious to the imminent danger about to strike. The captain calculates that with most goons busy outside fighting rival gangs, very few enemies are left inside. He recalls paying the other factions to cause chaos in the streets, leveraging the pent-up hatred they already had against Lone Wolf. Thanks to that perfect distraction, the goons were drawn outside, and the captain was able to leave Shone sleeping safely in a nearby inn. With an extremely cold and focused glare, Aaron concludes the path is now clear, and all that's left is to face their feared leader. At the end of the dark hallway, he spots a solitary man with a sword on his back, drinking wine straight from the bottle while sprawling on the wooden floor. The man with long, messy hair notices the captain's presence and asks confused who the cheeky intruder is ruining his drink. Aaron smiles, realizing that lazy guy is the protector knight, and mentally prepares for a tough fight against the powerful opponent. The elderly warrior slowly rises from the floor, wielding his massive metal sword while glaring at the hooded captain with a lethal look. The knight lets out a short chuckle of disdain before taking another generous gulp from his wine bottle, displaying total contempt for the enemy. Aaron evaluates the opponent and thinks that despite him being a drunk with a hurt right hand, his body remains extremely strong and trained. The captain stays alert, noting that even looking like a drunk beggar, the warrior emanates an overwhelming purple aura that prevents any easy victory guarantee. A violent clash of metal occurs in the dark hallway, and broken blade pieces fly through the air alongside blood splatters. Aaron quickly dodges the knight's high-speed attack, causing bright sparks to fly down the base's hallway. With eyes red and totally crazed, the drunk knight flashes a maniacal smile of pure madness during the lethal fight. The captain realizes the opponent moves as if he were a completely different person, demonstrating off-the-charts destructive power. He knows clashing against an aura-infused sword will cause any regular weapon to end up shattered to pieces easily. For that reason, the ideal tactic in a duel of knights is always to try to break the opponent's weapon as quickly as possible to win. The drunk warrior swings another violent blow with his giant blade, trying to slice the captain in half with all his physical strength. However, his eyes pop in total shock as he realizes his lethal attack was blocked in unbelievable fashion by his opponent. Aaron manages to stop the trajectory of the devastating blow swung with full force, using just the raw power of his own standard blade. The captain applies maximum power with his arms, and manages to push the opponent's weapon back using only his massive raw physical endurance. Taking advantage of the opening, he executes a swift and precise diagonal slash, striking the knight's chest and sending sparks flying. The warrior staggers back with a groan of pain and spits blood, feeling the weight of the devastating blow he just took. Aaron analyzes that both their strength is equal and the chances of victory are 50-50, relying solely on who makes the smallest mistake. He concludes the match will be decided by a tiny detail, comparing the drunk knight's stance to his own physical prep. With a swift and fatal movement, the captain slashes the opponent's throat, causing a large amount of blood to spray onto the wall. The powerful knight falls lifeless onto the hallway floor, while Aaron stands watching his enemy's body finally defeated. The captain breathes heavily and exhaustedly, feeling the weight of fatigue and extreme effort after that life-or-death duel. He notices his own sword ended up with a damaged and worn blade after the fight, deciding to discard the useless weapon right there. Next, he nimbly draws the magnificent sword that belonged to the fallen knight, testing the weight and balance of the new blade. Aaron praises the weapon's quality and says he'll keep it as a keepsake, promising to pray for the deceased's soul since he's an honorary cleric. Meanwhile, in the inn room, Nova wakes up startled in the middle of the night upon hearing the sound of a massive explosion coming from the street. She sits up in bed super irritated and grumbles angrily about how noisy and annoying that city can be during the night. The lady puts on her felt slippers and complains that it's simply impossible to catch any sleep in peace with all that bizarre noise outside. She throws open the window to scream at whoever is making a racket, but her expression instantly turns to total shock. Nova sees the streets are engulfed in fire and smoke rising from several city buildings, while people scream frantically. A large mansion is completely wrapped in violent flames, lighting up the dark night sky of Karzan with a reddish glow. She watches various goons and rival faction members throwing hands and swinging swords right in the middle of the street, just below her window. The lady stands totally paralyzed on the balcony, unable to understand why all that chaos and urban war started so suddenly, asking herself who could be to blame for all that mess. The image of Eren laughing mockingly instantly pops into her mind. She thinks it wouldn't make sense for the captain to cause that alone, but can't fully dismiss the strong suspicion toward the scammer. Nova tries to reassure herself, thinking that even for Eren, he wouldn't be crazy enough to cause a tragedy of that scale. At the enemy base, Eren arrives before a luxurious golden door, grumbling that these criminals' obsession with gold is always the same. The captain destroys the lock and kicks the door open with a powerful strike, barging into the main chamber sword in hand and looking unamused. He observes the richly decorated room with pricey furniture and a glowing chandelier, commenting the leader decked himself out like a noble. One of the place's guards yells, demanding to know who the intruder is that dared break the door and enter the boss's private quarters. The group of goons boasts, saying he just fell into the hands of the feared 4 heavenly kings, and warns he won't walk out of there alive. Eren makes a funny pout with his lips, and tries every way to hold back his laughter at that extremely ridiculous presentation. He bursts out laughing, calling the brutes the 3 little pigs, mocking that one of them is even embarrassed to stand near the others. One of the goons gets furious at the mockery and prepares to attack the intruder, but is cut off by the calm voice of his master in the back. Philip, the faction boss, asks how he got past the guard, recalling that Knight Behaten was supposed to be guarding that hallway. The cynical leader displays a threatening smile, believing his personal security was too perfect to be beaten by a stranger. Eren realizes that guy is the boss and remarks with disdain that he didn't see any warrior out there looking like a real knight. A goon notices horrified that the intruder is holding Knight Behaten's sword, and Philip asks what his business is there. With a sly and mischievous smile on his face, Eren replies with absolute calm that he came there solely to assassinate him. Philip stares at him silently for a moment before cracking a pretentious smile, finding that audacity the most hilarious thing in the world. The boss bursts out laughing and says he found that statement comical, mocking the captain's nerve and threatening his life so directly. He slowly stands from his throne and asks where the captain got so much confidence to believe he'd be capable of killing him in there. Philip boasts about his big connections, revealing his back is covered by a count, an elite administrator, and the mayor. He adds he's very close to securing direct ties with the imperial family and asks if the captain can handle all of that. The boss says with disdain for the captain not to be scared, promising to forgive his nerve if he kneels and kisses his feet right there in the room. In a swift and fatal motion, Eren slashes arrogant leader Philip's neck without giving him any chance to defend himself. The brute goons scream in total despair and panic as they watch their boss's blood splatter across the entire luxury room. The vice leader standing further back is surprised and thinks Philip was foolish to step into Eren's crosshairs thinking empty threats would work. Eren stands motionless beside his victim's body, his gaze glowing red, thinking that unfortunately he's already hunted by someone much worse. Philip's lifeless hand drops the magic wand he used as a secret weapon to the floor, and the object instantly begins catching fire. The captain picks up the magical artifact and concludes that was the device causing the fires, suspecting the boss had escape plans. Eren turns mockingly to the remaining guards and addresses them by the ridiculous nickname of 4 heavenly kings, leaving everyone shaking in fear. He sits comfortably on the throne and announces he's opening a selection process for the new leader, inviting everyone to showcase their deeds. The long-haired vice leader watches the scene completely tense and breaking into a cold sweat of fear before the extreme coldness displayed by Eren. The guy terrifyingly concludes the captain is a true monster, as he didn't even hesitate before decapitating the feared faction leader. While wondering what the captain's true goal is, he sees Eren resting his chin on his hand with a very calm and collected expression. The captain laughingly warns that whoever lies or fails the test will be burned alive, pointing the fire wand toward the scared goons. The men begin screaming desperately, bragging about horrible crimes like murders and flawless kidnappings to try to impress the captain. They kneel and bow their heads before the throne submissively, while Aaron just watches the group's humiliation in silence. The main guard of the place breaks into a cold sweat from anxiety and despair, fearing his painful end is very close to happening right there. Suddenly, in a quick move of betrayal, the long-haired vice leader attacks and slashes the goons who were distracted on their knees. The brutes drop dead on the floor while the traitor curses them with hatred for trying to compete for the leadership spot with him in front of the captain. The assassin turns with a maniacal smile and formally introduces himself to Aaron as Dante, displaying total submission to the victor. Dante kneels before the captain and begs for the new faction leader spot to be trusted to him, since he handled the entire operation. The next day, at the council meeting, the cleric explains that the three local factions clashed in a violent war, but with no civilian casualties. Nova listens to the report with boredom and disinterest, until the sound of someone kicking the door open catches everyone's attention in the council room. Shone bursts into the room running, super out of breath and carrying a huge gift-wrapped box. Apologizing for oversleeping, the councilwoman looks at him with disdain and asks who he is, and Shone responds scared that he's the city's third-level administrator. The woman says there's no need to apologize for being late, especially since he brought such a large and generous gift box. Shone apologizes and explains he brought the box he received from a friend in a rush due to being late, not knowing what's actually inside. The councilwoman tells him to sit down so they can proceed with the emergency meeting, finding the kid too slow to act. She continues the meeting, explaining that unlike the other groups, they haven't made contact with the dangerous faction of the feared leader Philip. Sitting beside Shone, snobby Noble Fior whispers mockingly that the kid is just a pathetic commoner who isn't fit for the job. Fior keeps humiliating his colleague, saying it's ridiculous for him to be late and bring gifts from friends, stating Shone will never be promoted. Shone hears his colleague's rude taunts in silence and feels an unusual rage rising inside him after spending the previous day with Aaron. The snobby noble keeps mocking and tells the kid to look for a job that better matches his humble background and obvious lack of brains. Completely influenced by the captain's aggressive attitude, Shone loses his patience for good and screams with hatred, telling his colleague to shut up. He grabs the noble by the collar with extreme force and yells that the gift was given by a real friend, telling the man to shut his mouth. Shone slams Fior against the council table with massive violence, breaking the furniture and dropping the heavy gift box onto the stone floor. The counselors scream in shock at the violent fight that broke out in the middle of the room, while Shone's box opens and reveals its macabre contents. Shone and the other counselors freeze in terror as they look at the floor, their faces turning completely pale at what was just revealed. The kid remembers Aaron saying earlier that a commoner like him would only get a promotion if he brought Philip's own head. To the absolute shock and terror of everyone in the room, the severed and bloody head of the feared leader Philip rolls out of the gift wrapping. Those present fall into total panic and start screaming frantically as they confirm that the body of the demon of Karzan was finally found right there. General panic spreads through the council room, while everyone points shocked at the mortal remains of the faction leader who caused so much terror. Aaron had previously ordered Dante to wrap the severed head with extreme care, claiming it would make a nice gift for a friend of his. Dante had asked what the faction should do from now on, and the captain responded indifferently that they should fend for themselves. The captain warns that his sole objective there was to make sure no one bothered his mini-fridge Canna, and that now his work in the city was done. He orders the new leader to watch Shone's back and give full freedom for gatekeeper Gurn to do whatever he pleases with his life from now on. Aaron wishes good luck to the new leader and warns with an ironic smile not to make him have to come back there again, as it'd be way too annoying for him. Dante swallows hard and quickly agrees to all the captain's demands, fearing irritating the monster that just destroyed his entire faction. The new leader promises to send periodic reports and boxes full of gold coins even after the captain returns to the Casertic fortress. However, an old legend says Aaron is the strongest warrior of all and that no force in this world would be capable of overcoming his hidden power. The captain focuses and channels the power of his lightning aura, emanating a devastating blue energy that makes his whole armor shine. The demon with a huge red eye on his chest grumbles annoyed, but Aaron tells the creature to quiet down so it doesn't make him waste more energy. Aaron uses magic that creates a small, shiny black sphere above his head to clean himself of all the dirt. Aaron thinks the cleaning magic is awesome and more refreshing than a bath, while the man charges 20 silver coins for the service. The man asks if Aaron would teach a female mage he's raising, promising gold coins in exchange for the service. When the captain starts walking away, the merchant desperately begs him to wait a minute. The man suddenly drops to the ground and starts polishing Aaron's boot with total dedication. The merchant notes that extra service is on the house, and Aaron is impressed with the place's great customer service. Aaron says thanks and tells the man to look for him at the Kasserdic fortress as soon as he's ready for the trip. Nova walks the streets and laments that the entire city is a total mess on the exact day she arrived. She rushes into a place asking if Aaron waited long, explaining her work ended up taking a bit longer. However, she is completely surprised by what she sees right in front of her upon opening the door. Aaron is lying comfortably in an armchair, fast asleep with his arms crossed. The captain seems to be in an incredibly peaceful sleep after all the fatigue built up recently. Nova approaches slowly and just stands watching the serene face of her sleeping travel companion. The redhead thinks to herself that Aaron finally makes a soft, peaceful expression when he's sleeping like that. Later, the two wait together while Nova reviews a huge stack of documents on the table. Nova remarks that the captain ended up sleeping for half a full day just because he pulled an all-nighter working. Aaron jokes, saying he slept great thanks to her kindness, but she tells him to shut up and says she just needed to finish her work. Nova asks if he caused any trouble in the city during the night, and Aaron confidently replies he didn't break any walls. She tells him to stay quiet so she doesn't become an accomplice, while he thinks that he really did start a fight at Lone Wolf Base. Nova changes her tone of voice and says she needs to ask just one more important question to the captain. She points confused to a pile of colorful armors and asks what on earth all those things inside are supposed to be. Aaron laughingly explains they're great keepsakes, but she says she can't understand his standards for gifts. He tosses a chest protector to her and says he brought one so she can at least protect her heart from attacks. Nova thinks the piece seems a bit too small for her body, but Aaron insists that size is more than enough. The captain jokes, saying she has a bad habit of overestimating herself, driving the redhead furious to the point of screaming for him to look properly. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoes from outside the vehicle, startling the two who were talking peacefully. Several arrows begin piercing the roof and sides of the carriage. One of the arrows that pierce the wooden wall reveals a tip made entirely of chipped stone. Nova gets scared noticing it's a stone arrow, while the MC tries to understand what's happening there. Aaron looks outside and warns that it's an attack, commenting that the quality of those arrows is terrible. He says the only creatures that would use weapons that bad would be forest goblins. The captain estimates around 20 enemies and finds it odd to see so many goblins gathered in a single group. Aaron grips his sword and orders his companion to stay safe inside the vehicle so as not to run any risks. He steps out alone toward the pack and promises to return quickly after teaching a lesson to the creatures that dared attack them. One of the monsters leaps toward the warrior with sharp claws ready to rip its target apart with violence. With swift and precise moves, Aaron delivers brutal slashes and shreds several enemies at once in midair. He grabs one of the goblins by the neck with extreme force and slams it violently against the dirt road floor. Without giving a chance to react, the captain crushes another monster's head with a ruthless and merciless stomp. Despite several quick casualties, more creatures emerge from among the trees, and the captain starts finding that whole situation suspicious. He realizes normal creatures would have fled after so many deaths, but these monsters seem to attack with even more fury. The captain keeps eliminating every single attacker without hesitating, splashing dark blood all over the surrounding greenery. Nova pokes her head out the window and asks if he's finished yet, receiving a positive answer from the captain. The warrior approaches one of the fallen corpses to examine the body's details and make sense of their behavior. A dark substance oozing from the goblin's chest makes Aaron deduce those creatures were being controlled by someone. He reveals those are dark magic remains, leaving Nova stunned as she questions if it's really possible to control living beings like that. He explains that it is possible and wonders why someone so powerful would act in such an isolated spot like that road. The redhead gets scared, thinking the enemies might be after the young lady again, but Aaron says they'll only know once they arrive. Right at the gates of the great Kasserdic fortress, one of the guards sighs exhausted and complains about hating tiresome duties so much. One of the sentries remarks the place has been quiet lately, and the other explains it's because Aaron traveled to Karzan. The man understands the reason for the silence and adds the number of carriages has also dropped a lot due to recent attacks. One of the guards remarks happily about how entrance inspection periods at the fortress are usually quiet. The sentry suddenly gets intrigued upon spotting someone approaching on horseback with some cargo hanging. He gets super surprised upon recognizing the arriving rider is none other than Captain Aaron. Aaron greets everyone for the good work, but the guards ask confused why he came back without the carriage. Philip is stunned when Aaron explains he needed to get off the carriage to clear out the various monsters along the way. The captain drops onto the ground a pretty strange and pixelated merchandise he brought along from the road. Philip asks horrified what bizarre thing that is, and Aaron laughingly explains they're goblin parts that are great for vitality. The other guard is totally incredulous and screams exasperated at his captain's clueless attitude. The man whispers, asking if he gets a discount for buying, and Aaron makes the deal charging 60 coins for the fresh parts. Nova pops up completely furious behind them and yells telling them to set business aside so she can go take a bath. Aaron quickly hands the merchandise sack to the guard and says a hasty goodbye to avoid pissing off the redhead any further. Philip observes the bizarre object with an expression of deep contemplation and surprise. While the guards whisper intrigued, the captain smiles happily to finally be back at his Kasserdic fortress. Upon stepping into the tavern, Aaron is greeted with tons of celebration and joyful screams by all his unit comrades. Dylan cries tears of emotion and thanks for the wonderful gift, while Aaron proudly thinks armor is truly the best gift. Dylan comments on the incidents that took place in Karzan, and the other subordinates quickly suspect the captain himself caused all of it. Aaron asks to be excused and clears space at the table, while worker Hannah approaches with 2 mugs full of drink. The captain asks how business is going, and she annoyed explains they can't sell anything due to lack of supplies held up by the Lord. Hannah complains, screaming about the lack of meat, and curses the ruler, making Aaron ask her to keep it down a bit. She snaps back, saying the captain talks trash even about the emperor, while the recruits comment she's mad even without drinking. Vermin tries to calm the young woman down, praising her new headband, and she happily shares it was a gift brought by Aaron. The girl smiles embarrassed, asking if it looks good on her, and the guys celebrate, relieved that she finally cooled down. The captain takes the chance to ask if anything important happened in his absence, but Vermin replies that Region remains quiet. The subordinate remembers to mention that some church representatives were there looking for the captain during his trip. He adds that rumors surfaced about a new group of unfamiliar faces gathering secretly in District 6. Aaron gives a light smack to his subordinate's head for having said earlier that nothing important had happened in the city. The captain finds it odd, since District 6 is ruled by the Jackson and Scar duo, and wonders who would dare challenge them there. Aaron decides to go on patrol to investigate the place personally, and calls Vermin to tag along in search of answers. The two arrive at the mysterious District 6 of the Great Kasserdic Fortress to start investigating the rumor. Aaron complains about the bad smell in the streets, but Vermin comments the trash dropped a lot since people started fearing him. The subordinate points ahead and alerts the captain that the suspicious crew is right up ahead in the alley. The two spot a group of mysterious men gathered under one of the district's stone arches. The guys look pretty suspicious and glare at the guards with cold, hostile expressions. With his usual arrogance, the captain calmly orders the strangers to step up to him to talk. The men slowly start walking toward Aaron, displaying little care for his authority. The group's leader greets the captain with a fake smile and asks if there's any problem with their patrol. Aaron analyzes the guy up and down with a very suspicious and unfriendly look. The captain says he's never seen him before and asks his name, receiving the answer that the guy is named George. Aaron mockingly calls him friend and questions what business that weird crew has in the Kasserdic fortress. George lies, saying that was his late mother's land and that he came with friends seeking a better life there. The captain thinks it'd be easier to deal with him if the man were rude, as that extreme politeness stops him from using force. George maintains his friendly attitude and awaits the captain's response with complete calm. To the surprise and shock of everyone on the street, Aaron bluntly orders the men to take off all their clothes right now. He explains that's the best way to find out if they have ties to demons, making the men strip right there. Aaron notices they don't carry the demonic mark, but spots several suspicious tattoos proving they weren't regular citizens. George tries to bribe the captain discreetly with a shiny silver coin while commenting on how life works. The crew quickly moves along after receiving clearance, leaving the guards alone again in the alley. The captain accepts the coin knowing they were criminals and predicts Scar will have serious trouble keeping his turf. Vermin says goodbye to head to the religious temple there, and Aaron thanks his subordinate for the excellent patrol work. The religious leader pops up desperate, shouting for Aaron, and begs the captain to eliminate a man named Brighton. Aaron is shocked by his aggressiveness and thinks those vulgar words definitely shouldn't come from a priest. Now seated in the room, Aaron asks who Brighton is, and the man realizes the captain isn't aware of the situation yet. The priest reveals Brighton is the new abbot and curses him as a damn demon, making Aaron wonder if the old guy went totally crazy. The old man angrily complains about having to do morning prayers and readings, but Aaron thinks that's literally a priest's basic job. The man tosses a sack of coins onto the table as a down payment and says beating him to death would also be acceptable if he can't kill him. The captain finds the whole situation absurd, but smiles, wondering how annoying this new abbot must be to cause such outrage. Later, Abbot Brighton scolds the captain for not knowing the prayers and demands he repeat the holy scriptures right there. He hands a holy book to Aaron and says, lack of time is just a lame excuse for not practicing faith. 3 hours pass, and the abbot keeps lecturing non-stop about faith, leaving the captain completely exhausted and bored. Aaron wonders if he'll have to endure that lecture every day, and starts seriously considering accepting the hit offer. Next, the captain notices the abbot seems to take immense pleasure in calling out and correcting other people around him. The captain decides he's going to punch the abbot in the face the moment he displays any sign of hypocrisy or fake behavior. However, some local children start approaching the abbot with bright eyes filled with admiration and warmth. Brighton blesses the kids with extreme patience and dedication, leaving Aaron frustrated at not finding a single flaw in his character. The captain is impressed to see such a kind and helpful religious leader in the middle of such a hostile medieval world. The abbot praises Aaron's demeanor and comments he initially doubted his faith, but changed his mind seeing him tag along all day. He amicably adds that knowledge of scriptures doesn't define faith, but still recommends reading the holy book. Aaron walks right behind the man and mentally regrets not finding a single acceptable reason to throw a punch at him. He concludes it's not worth beating up someone so good for money and decides to just avoid passing near the religious temple for now. The sun begins to set on the horizon, bringing the end of another busy day at the Kasserdick fortress. The next morning, the captain wakes up with a tired face and doesn't seem very ready to start the workday. To the warrior's despair, Abbot Brighton is already waiting in his room, saying it's the perfect morning to perform prayers. Without giving the captain time to complain, the religious leader turns quickly and walks out of the room with firm steps. Aaron regrets being bothered so early and thinks again about the possibility of beating up the cleric to get some peace. The abbot promises to tag along for all morning workouts to ensure his prayers, leaving the captain internally furious and desperate. Shortly after, a violent battle begins unfolding in the forest, with blood splatters and quick sword strikes. The captain steps into direct combat against monstrous beasts and nimbly dodges their brutal attacks in the clearing. Aaron lands a precise strike on the green monster's chest and marks his 6th takedown count of the day. Another creature roars in fury and charges with sharp claws toward the warrior without hesitating. The demon's red eye on his armor glows intensely as Aaron prepares to counterattack the monster. With an extremely swift move, he cuts off the opponent's head and splashes blood across the scene. The strike splits the enemy's body in half instantly, demonstrating the captain's overwhelming strength. He wipes his sword blade and wraps up the count upon taking down the 7th monster of that group. The captain sorrowfully observes the lifeless body of a local resident named Pra sprawled on the bloody ground. The recruits arrive right after and deeply mourn Pra's tragic passing, commenting on what a good man he was. Dylan suggests increasing patrols in the outer area and worryingly comments on the unusual increase of monsters in the area recently. The guards complain about the nobles' greed and fear local farmers will end up passing away due to the ruler's neglect. Vermin approaches and alerts that they finished collecting the victims' bodies and asks if they can head back to the fortress. Aaron remains silent for a moment with a serious, thoughtful look before the tragedy he just witnessed. He touches the strange dark slime he found on the monster's remains and agrees to return to base. The captain mentally says goodbye to the late resident and flips a coin to pay off the beer the man had bought earlier. Hidden atop a nearby tree, the elite inquisitor watches the scene while eating her sweets and giggling quietly. Aaron walks thoughtfully through the fortress streets back to his quarters to try to rest. He notices the girl's presence in the tree and grumbles to himself that this city only has totally crazy people. The captain reflects on the dark magic traces found on the orcs' bodies and knows he can't simply ignore that threat. He decides to look for someone to discuss the dark magic with, but gets interrupted by loud shouting from inside the room. He sees Brighton sternly scolding the corrupt former priest over fraud and missing funds in the accounting books. Aaron recognizes the scammer priest who sold fake potions and is happy to see the man finally exposed. The abbot strips the corrupt guy of his potion sales roll and orders him to sweep the yard as punishment for his crimes. Brighton turns around with a stern face upon noticing the captain's presence, while the former priest walks off shaking in fear. Brighton notices Aaron's arrival and goes back to pressing him about reading the Holy Scriptures, stating lack of time is just an excuse. Aaron seriously explains he brought urgent news about the monster attack the local farmers suffered that very day. He reveals they found clear traces of dark magic on the creatures' bodies, leaving the abbot pretty surprised by the news. Brighton reflects on the heresy and realizes this dark sorcery is the real reason for the recent surge in monsters in the region. The captain asks worriedly about casualties, and the abbot confirms 4 farmers ended up losing their lives in the orc attack. He thanks Aaron for bringing the news and turns thoughtful, changing his face to a more serious and focused tone. The religious leader's gaze gets extremely focused and determined, while planning what needs to be done from here on out. Brighton alerts he needs to handle an urgent matter outside and asks the captain to watch the temple during his absence. The abbot asks if he saw the Inquisitor, and Aaron quickly realizes the girl was actually hiding from the cleric's lecture. Brighton goes after the city ruler, who had banned local residents from moving around until the area cleanup was completed. The abbot's intervention carries great political weight, forcing authorities to give more attention to the peasants' tragedy. Aaron finds the abbot a very unusual man for insisting on personally organizing a dignified and grand funeral for the peasants. Asking about the cleanup operation, the captain is informed that the mission was moved up from 3 days to tomorrow. One of the priests asks if the young lady will also participate, but learns that only the military elite and noble family will go on the mission. The captain is relieved to know the young lady will remain safe at the fortress and won't need to be exposed to monster danger. However, he suspects the dark mage is using the monster attack as a distraction to weaken the gate guard. Aaron observes the abbot in silence and trusts that Nova and the cleric will be able to handle any problem that arises in the city. With the soldiers leaving for the forest, the young lady will end up vulnerable inside the nearly empty castle during the operation. Given this high-risk scenario, security forces need to make a strategic defense decision immediately. A loud warning signal echoes at the fortress gates, summoning available troops to act fast. The elite knights march commandingly out of the fortress, aiming to eliminate the forest monster threat for good. While other soldiers leave for the clearing, Captain Aaron remains at the gates guarding the place in silence. The young lady's safety inside the castle becomes the direct responsibility of an experienced, trusted court knight. To bolster the front line even further, the elite Inquisitor also joins Captain Aaron in defending the outer gates. Brighton shows up by surprise and starts reading holy scriptures to the pair, leaving Aaron and the girl completely irritated and out of patience. The dark night soon falls over the great Casertic fortress under the intense and mysterious glow of a beautiful full moon in the sky. A woman with long red hair asks about the plan, and her subordinate confirms the invading forces have already entered the fortress. The villain smiles satisfied upon confirming that the plan to use goblins and orcs as a distraction to lure the guards worked perfectly. The hooded ally shows some concern over the scale of the attack and questions if it's safe to cause such chaos in Imperial territory. The woman tells him not to worry and claims her master will soon consume the chosen one's heart, allowing them to act freely. With an evil look, she promises she won't fail like her predecessors and that everything will go exactly according to Master's plan. The henchman alerts that the crucial moment has arrived and suggests the priority now should be opening the fortress's main gates. The woman snaps her fingers and mockingly warns that opening those massive, well-guarded gates is far from a simple task. She summons terrifying and gigantic purple energy shadow creatures to help them break the enemy defenses once and for all. The sidekick gets completely terrified watching the monstrous invocation rise right before his eyes in the middle of the forest. She explains regular power would never open those stone gates, and that she needs to use full power to ensure the breach. The villain orders the arrival of the Night Hunter to crush any resistance, attempting to stop her troops' advance. However, the helper stammers while informing that the Night Hunter ended up getting lost again on the way and will be late. She curses furiously at her incompetent ally, who got delayed at the most important moment of the fortress invasion operation. Out of patience to wait, she orders everyone to push forward immediately and start prepping the corpses brought for the ritual. Hordes of shadow monsters surge forward with blind fury toward Caserdic's walls and gates at top speed. The beast's sharp claws begin tearing into the wood and stone of the defensive structure to force a path through. The invading leader screams with hatred, telling her creatures to spread total chaos and terror throughout the entire fortress interior. Atop the wall under the moonlight, Captain Aaron notices the beasts approaching as they try to scale the outer defenses. Without hesitating for a second, the captain kicks one of the invading monsters' heads back down to the ground with extreme violence. He draws his sword and starts delivering quick slashes, slicing the shadow beasts attempting to breach the top of the wall. Outside the wall, the invasion leaders watch the scene horrified as they see their forces easily repelled. The hooded ally panics and asks what creature that is, upon seeing the terrifying blue lightning aura emanating from the defender. With a dark smile and eyes glowing red, Aaron says he was eagerly awaiting the invaders' arrival to have some fun. Moments before the attack began, Abbot Brighton was calmly reading his sacred scriptures, reflecting on light and faith in the world. Aaron and the female inquisitor look extremely dynamicless, completely drained from having to endure the abbot's dragging lecture up on the wall. The captain feels like this is pure torture and mentally prays for any monster to show up and rescue him from the boredom. All of a sudden, he senses a strange presence approaching and immediately goes on high alert. A massive, terrifying purple creature leaps toward the top of the wall with its claws ready to strike. The monster roars fiercely, opening a terrifying mouth drooling with hunger right in front of the fortress defenders. Aaron smirks sarcastically, commenting that things look bad, though he is secretly relieved to escape the sermon. He draws his weapon with enthusiasm, celebrating the monster's arrival as if it were the answer to all his problems. Without wasting a second, the captain delivers an extremely violent and precise slash straight toward the invading creature. He continues laying down rapid strikes, easily slicing through the opponent's flesh and spilling plenty of blood all over the ground. Outside, the hooded intruder watches everything in complete shock, trying to understand how this warrior is so insanely strong without using aura. The red mage is stunned to notice that Aaron targets the monster's joints with absolute precision. Even in the middle of chaotic combat, the captain blocks a powerful strike from the beast with his arm, locking it in place to land the final blow. The monster roars in pain, realizing it is completely cornered by the overwhelming strength of its human opponent. With utter coldness and precision, Aaron slices the purple enemy's body into several pieces that fall lifeless onto the wall. He jokes that the warlock was way too generous for creating a monster so easy to cut, almost as if they drew dotted lines on it. Completely covered in blood, he smiles like a maniac and says that battle was an incredible stress reliever. Another creature is thrown back violently, hitting the ground with a thunderous crash after being defeated. The elite Inquisitor emerges, wielding her massive, blood-stained sword over the remains of another monster. Aaron smiles, impressed by how easily she sliced through the creature, acknowledging how effective holy power is against demons. The two advance in perfect coordination, wiping out every creature that dares to climb the walls of Kasserdic Fortress. More hordes of purple monsters keep appearing, roaring in fury at the base of the wall in an attempt to breach the defenses. The red mage completely loses her patience, seeing her troops fail, screaming in rage that she will wipe out the defenders herself. The Inquisitor launches herself into a swift attack, charging at the enemy leaders with top speed and full holy power. She delivers a blindingly fast strike that cleaves the air, hitting targets in the forest with devastating force. The red-haired woman freaks out, realizing she could not even react to the speed of that attack. The swift direct strike lands squarely on one of the hooded enemies, slamming him violently into the forest floor. Aaron wipes a bit of blood from his neck, taking in the devastating results of his ally's lightning-fast attack. The hooded minion slumps lifelessly to the ground after receiving the fatal blow from the Inquisitor's massive sword. She rests her large, bloodied blade over her shoulders, with an imposing stance and a menacing glare directed at her rival. The red mage panics over the quick demise of her subordinate, begging them to hold on before attacking her again. Aaron mocks the invaders' terrible combat skills, saying they need to keep her alive to figure out what their real attack plan was. However, the Inquisitor coldly refuses to spare her, stating that reasoning with a demonic entity is a grave sin under the law. The captain insists with a smirk that questioning the prisoner is a necessary step to prevent more innocent lives from being lost. The surviving warlock cries in terror, begging not to be confused with a regular demon, while the Inquisitor stares him down coldly. Aaron kicks the captive warlock hard to shut him up and force him to focus entirely on answering his questions. The captain yells furiously, demanding the prisoner's name. The man tremblingly reveals he is Peroron, but Aaron immediately nicknames him an idiot. He demands a quick explanation for why the demons are constantly attacking the fortress, ordering the prisoner to speak up fast. Peroron confesses he belongs to the Assembly of Warlocks, revealing the rumor about consuming the Chosen One's heart to gain absolute power. He adds that the plan has been in motion for days, meaning the castle interior should be under attack at this very chaotic moment. Without showing an ounce of mercy, the captain slices the prisoner's neck as soon as he gets all the necessary intel. The warlock's body collapses lifelessly as blood splatters across Aaron's clothes, who remains completely unfazed. The captain turns thoughtful, analyzing the new threat looming directly over the security inside the great Kasserdic fortress. Meanwhile, back at the castle, the Grey Knight remarks on the potential danger, promising to keep his guard way up this time. He puts on a friendly smile, assuring everyone that he is extremely strong and asking them to put full trust in his protection. Aaron recalls that the guy's actions do not really inspire confidence, but hopes the knight can actually hold off the enemy attack this time. The captain trusts that Nova must have set up a few defensive countermeasures so the castle will not fall immediately, though he still worries. Abbot Brighton screams in desperation from the balcony, calling for the Inquisitor and Captain Aaron to act quickly. The abbot warns he is coming down right away to assist them, making Aaron sarcastically think that maybe he really should say a prayer. The two guards exchange terrified looks, realizing they will have to endure the annoying abbot's presence all over again. Brighton rushes over, warning that the castle interior is in grave danger and that they need to move without wasting a single moment. Meanwhile, at the rear gate of the great Casertic fortress, things are also starting to get extremely tense. Dylan yawns from sleepiness while on guard duty until a mysterious man approaches and asks to fire off a quick question. The man with a long beard and tired eyes asks if this place really is the famous Casertic fortress. The other guard draws his weapon, suspiciously ordering the stranger to identify himself before saying another word. However, Dylan breaks into a cold sweat as he stares at the newcomer, sensing a terrifying wave of dread coming off him. Dylan shoves his comrade aside and welcomes the man with a massive fake smile, telling him to come right in without any hassle. The rookie trembles in terror, thinking to himself that he could clearly smell lethal danger oozing from that guy. He realizes that if they had tried to block the bearded warrior's path, both of them would be totally done for right now. The young man swallows hard, noticing that the stranger's power seems light years beyond even Captain Aaron's. The bearded man asks harshly if Dylan is a court knight, and the young recruit frantically denies it on the spot. The warrior accepts the answer and wishes the guards a good night before continuing along with heavy steps. He strolls calmly through the fortress gates without being bothered, heading straight toward the interior of the stone complex. Dylan drops to his knees in total relief, completely grateful to have survived such an insanely tense encounter. However, desperate screams calling for the captain begin echoing in the distance through the fortress inner facilities. A massive, violent burst of black and purple flames suddenly erupts right in the middle of one of the castle hallways. Sir Ben rushes down the corridor, trying to figure out where those dark flames came from and if the warlocks have already invaded. He draws his golden sword, preparing to face whatever threat dares get close to the young lady's quarters. Ben finds the young lady collapsed on the room floor, asking frantically if she is safe and unhurt. The blonde girl hugs him tightly while crying, confessing she was terrified of everything happening around her. The knight tries to reassure her, saying she is safe now and suggesting they leave that dangerous room right away. Out of nowhere, a splash of blood cuts across the scene as a violent strike hits the defender unexpectedly from behind. To Ben's absolute horror, his armor is pierced by a sharp blade coming straight from the young lady herself. The knight coughs up blood and staggers backward, unable to comprehend how he was betrayed so cowardly by the girl. He stares at her in horror, seeing that the young lady's face is completely transformed, with bulging veins and a demonic glare. Down on his knees, Ben realizes this creature is not the real lady, demanding with pure hatred if she is actually a demon. The fake lady bursts into hysterical laughter, mocking that men are all the same and so easy to fool in the end. She reveals her true form as the red-haired villainess, laughing at his weakness for being seduced so effortlessly. Even while gravely injured, Ben forces a smirk and sarcastically responds that he much prefers her real look. He laments being so careless after talking so much about keeping his guard up, wondering what kind of earful Aaron would give him. Ben pictures Captain Aaron mocking his failure with pure sarcasm, which gets him furious and motivated to fight back. He stands up in rage, channeling green holy power into his blade, swearing he will never be taken down so shamefully. Ben lunges forward at high speed, striking at the red-haired villainess with every drop of strength he has left. The redhead barely dodges the attack, growing annoyed that her opponent refuses to fall despite being severely wounded. The knight notices her strength is weaker than he expected, knowing he could easily defeat her if he were not injured. The two warriors' swords clash with extreme violence in the center of the hall, scattering bright sparks everywhere. The villainess curses in hatred as she is pressed hard by the green holy energy emanating from Sir Ben's sharp blade. Channeling all his determination, Ben unleashes a powerful spinning side slash right at his opponent. A massive explosion of green energy erupts in the hall as the knight roars, announcing that this will be the end of the battle. The red-haired woman shields herself from the devastating impact using her arms against the destructive shockwave. She opens her yellowish eyes with an exhausted expression, realizing the knight's strength is a genuine threat to her plans. However, due to sheer exhaustion and the severity of his previous wounds, Sir Ben ends up collapsing onto the stone floor. The hooded warrior named Hartoon suddenly appears in the hall, calling out to his red-haired ally, Crimson Darkness. Down and unable to move, Ben curses in anger upon sensing the arrival of another extremely powerful demonic enemy. Hartoon remarks that was a close call, warning his ally about the dangers of trying to take on a Casertic knight all by herself. With a quick movement, the newcomer fires a dark energy attack that sends Sir Ben flying with extreme violence. while airborne from the impact. Ben deeply regrets letting victory slip through his fingers by such a small margin. Crimson Darkness gets furious over her ally's interference, complaining that he blasted her opponent away, but Harton tells her not to waste time. The red-haired villainess yells in annoyance for him to shut up, swearing she will not leave until she has crushed every single bone in that night. Hartoon stays calm, warning that their master will be furious if she keeps acting so recklessly and like a spoiled brat. Facing her guildmate's stern warning, the red-haired warrior grumbles in frustration and finally decides to fall back. Hartoon mentions she can do as she pleases, adding that he will use the distraction she caused to slip away quietly. He guarantees he will personally deliver the one chosen by Mana straight to their master, completing the primary goal of the invasion. The full moon shines brightly in the sky above the quiet stone towers of the great Casertic fortress. Aaron walks through the town, heading back to the castle, noting that despite all the earlier chaos, the area is strangely peaceful. Suddenly, the captain stops in his tracks, sensing another suspicious and imposing presence coming from the alley shadows. The bearded warrior in dark robes walks calmly down the deserted street, approaching Aaron's position. The stranger walks right past the captain without showing hostility, yet the air between them grows extremely heavy. Aaron glances at the man's dark clothing, wondering to himself if he might be another warlock allied with the invaders. The mysterious warrior with a long beard and tired eyes stops walking for a moment, looking thoughtful. He suddenly turns around and politely asks if he can fire off a quick question to Captain Aaron, who stares back seriously. The man humbly asks if Aaron knows the way to Casertic Fortress, explaining that he managed to get lost again. Aaron stares at him in utter disbelief, given that the massive fortress is literally sitting right behind them on the city skyline. The captain breaks into a wide, sarcastic smile, realizing this terrifying warrior has a ridiculously awful sense of direction. Aaron decides to play along, agreeing that the streets here are super confusing and easy to get lost in, pretending to help the old guy out. He mockingly explains that getting lost is completely normal because of the confusing urban planning of Casertic Fortress. The captain makes up an absurd story, telling the warrior to head in the exact opposite direction toward the outside gates. He exaggerates his gestures, pointing toward the horizon while assuring the old man he will easily find the place if he follows those directions. The bearded warrior thanks the young guard deeply for his sincere help, saying he would have been in serious trouble without that advice. Before leaving, the old man scans him from head to toe with a sharp look, asking if Aaron is one of the local court knights. Aaron smiles modestly and denies it, claiming he is just a simple, humble guard captain of the fortress. The warrior sighs in relief that such a kind young man is not a knight, bidding Aaron farewell and wishing him a good night. Aaron thinks to himself with satisfaction about how easily he tricked the old man, preferring modern street smarts over fighting another tedious battle. Suddenly, recruit Dylan comes sprinting down the dark street in total panic, yelling for his captain at the top of his lungs. Out of breath, he warns that there is a massive problem and that a terrifying giant man just casually walked through the rear gate. Dylan despairs, saying only Aaron is strong enough to stop him, but the captain calmly replies that he already handled the situation. The recruit is blown away by his master's speed, but Aaron tells him to stop fooling around and gear up for action. The captain reveals a warlock invaded the castle, ordering the young man to cancel normal patrol and come with him immediately. Dylan tremblingly agrees to follow him to the ends of hell, but Aaron dryly responds that he has zero intention of going there. Meanwhile, in the castle inner garden, Sir Ben lies unconscious and wounded on the soil covered in leaves and blood. Finding his injured ally once again, Aaron remarks out loud that this knight hardly seems human for surviving such heavy damage. The captain decides he cannot leave him in that state, ordering Dylan to stay put and guard the injured knight. Dylan accepts the guard duty with pure joy since he will not have to fight the warlock directly, which Aaron notices right away. Suddenly, a massive explosion of magical energy occurs in one of the castle towers, instantly grabbing the captain's attention. He smiles sarcastically, commenting that the enemies are way too polite for revealing their exact location with such a loud blast in the night. Meanwhile, amid the explosion debris, the elite inquisitor struggles to get up, shaking from extreme exhaustion. Aaron enters the ruined hall, disdainfully commenting on the massive mess left behind by the warlock invasion. He comes across a fork in the stone staircase, needing to quickly pick a path to intercept the target. The two defenders exchange a brief look of mutual understanding, deciding to split up to cover both escape routes in the castle. The captain charges up the stone steps at full speed, focused on catching the intruder before it is too late. His heavy footsteps echo through the dark corridors of the castle as he searches every room for clues to the lady's whereabouts. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream of despair echoes in the distance down one of the hallways, making the captain freeze to listen. The young lady comes running down the hall in total panic, her white dress dirty and torn from the chaos of the attack. She throws herself into Aaron's arms crying, begging for help and saying terrible monsters are still chasing her closely. However, a lightning-fast surprise attack cuts through the scene, aiming straight for the girl's chest mid-hug. With quick combat reflexes, Aaron delivers a precise sword strike into the fake lady's stomach before she can betray him. The red-haired villainess is completely shocked by the instant counterattack, asking in horror how he saw through her disguise. Aaron smiles mockingly, replying it was pure instinct, as it would be way too weird for the real lady to get this close to a mere guard. She grinds her teeth in rage, realizing her flawless disguise was ruined by such a tiny, stupid detail. Channeling her red, dark energy, the villainess swears she will tear apart and devour every single defender in Kasserdic Fortress. Completely indifferent to her threats, Aaron wields his blue glowing lightning sword, dryly telling her to save her breath. The demonic eye sealed inside his armor suddenly pops open, glowing with a sinister, dangerous power in the dark. The entity suggests that Aaron absorb the dark energy from the defeated villainess to boost and strengthen his own hidden power. It explains that if they restore a bit more of this dark energy, the duration and intensity of his lightning aura will also increase. Aaron smiles in satisfaction, thinking he will finally get rid of that annoying nickname he hates so much regarding his short time limit. He skillfully spins his weapon in the air, gearing up to unleash another devastating attack against his opponent. With a fast and brutal strike, the captain hits Crimson Darkness with everything he has, tearing through her armor and body. The villainess groans in pain, realizing in despair that her transformation process is taking way longer than expected. Aaron coldly tells her to shut up, driving forward with another crushing strike to rob her of any chance to react. The impact of the captain's attack blasts the red-haired warrior violently backward, crashing her into a ruined wall. Completely battered and bloody, the villainess tries to stay on her feet while biting her lip out of pure frustration and hatred. Aaron spits a bit of blood onto the stone floor, grumbling about the hardened parts of his opponent's monstrous body. The opponent's wounded body begins dissolving into a dark, bubbling goo that emits smoke and corrupted magical energy. A dense, terrifying black smoke envelops the entire area, completely blocking out vision inside the hall. A massive, terrifying shadow monster with glowing red eyes emerges from the smoke, roaring fiercely in the room. The captain observes the villainess's new monstrous form, commenting that summoning that inside such a tight space is pure stupidity on her part. The beast lunges with a fierce attack, but Aaron calmly waits for it, activating his devastating blue lightning aura. The creature's red, hate-filled eyes glow intensely in the dark as it prepares to crush its target. The brutal clash of energies generates a violent wave of blue electricity that lights up the entire destroyed section of the castle. The beast roars in anger, accusing Captain Aaron of being a hypocrite for using dark powers to fight warlocks. He smiles mockingly and says her words are way too fancy, suggesting he would prefer if she just insulted his parents already. With a final, overwhelming strike, Aaron slices the shadow creature in half, triggering a massive burst of blue light. The red-haired villainess finally collapses lifeless and defeated on the hallway floor, putting a permanent end to the terrible threat. Her body dissolves completely, leaving behind only a mysterious, glowing black stone resting in a pool of dark blood. The captain picks up the mysterious artifact, wonderingly questioning if this stone could be the legendary demon mark he had been searching for. Hidden at the end of the hallway, the elite inquisitor silently watches Captain Aaron grumble about the stone's terrible taste. She is completely stunned and speechless upon confirming that the captain used aura, questioning if he is actually a hidden knight. Elsewhere in the fortress, guards run frantically, alerting everyone that the mysterious intruder is trying to escape through there. Hartoon rushes through the dark corridors, discreetly carrying the unconscious young lady in his arms during the getaway. One of the sentries finally spots the hooded intruder, shouting to summon the other soldiers to surround him immediately. The hooded warrior gets annoyed upon realizing he has been spotted, preparing to eliminate the witnesses without hesitation. With a quick flick of his free hand, he unleashes a wave of crushing energy that instantly takes out the guard. The other soldiers hear the sound of the violent impact, sprinting toward the hallway to check out the situation. He curses nervously over the lack of news from his allies, wondering why the main gates have not been opened yet. Hartoon knows that failing the mission to capture the young lady would mean a guaranteed death sentence at the hands of his terrifying master. His eyes glow with desperation beneath his dark hood as he tries to find any viable way out of the current situation. He recalls the legend about consuming the heart of the one, chosen by mana to reach the absolute peak of a warlock's power. The unconscious blonde girl lies on the cold stone floor, completely unaware of the mortal danger surrounding her. The villain considers consuming the girl's heart right then and there to gain power far superior to his own ruler and master. He draws his sharp dagger, deciding to risk it all, knowing he would be executed anyway if he returned empty-handed. With cruel determination, he raises the blade, swearing this is his single chance at survival and ultimate power. However, he hesitates and freezes on the spot as the terrifying sound of steady, calm footsteps approaches through the dark hallway. The elite Inquisitor steps forward, looking imposing in the hallway's darkness under the sinister glow of her massive holy sword. Her sharp, yellowish eyes glow like a predator's in the night, locking directly onto the intruder trying to hurt the lady. Hartoon trembles in terror upon recognizing his opponent as a dangerous Church Inquisitor, knowing he is in for a world of trouble. He conjures dark flames and shouts furiously, telling the warrior not to get in his way, trying to intimidate her. With an insanely powerful strike, the Inquisitor slices the flames in half with her golden blade, nullifying his magic. The intruder's eyes widen behind his hood as he realizes his strongest attack was effortlessly brushed off by her. He curses in panic as he watches the warrior leap toward him relentlessly, ready to deliver another fatal sword blow. In absolute panic, Hartoon realizes his opponent's overwhelming power is on the same legendary level as the feared Holy Crusaders. The Inquisitor's devastating strike hits the target with extreme violence, triggering a massive, destructive shockwave in the area. The Inquisitor announces that it is time to judge the demon. A violent strike occurs, and blood splatters everywhere from the impact. Aaron appears in the dark alley, looking pretty exhausted after the intense combat. He realizes the situation is under control, and that the warlocks have finally fallen back. Out of nowhere, the young lady passes out right next to him with a weak groan. Out of patience, Aaron gives the fallen girl a quick chop to the head. He steps away under the moonlight, realizing he went a bit overboard again. The long night of the warlock invasion finally passes, and morning dawns over the city. Nova is in her office early, writing and organizing stacks of paperwork. She notes down that 3 soldiers died and 4 others were wounded in yesterday's battle. Suddenly, she hesitates and stops writing for a brief second. Nova turns serious, deep in thought about Aaron. She remembers that in the past, he used to be a respectable knight. She wonders if he ran away after beating some noble he disliked to death. Nova figures he turned down higher positions just to avoid being recognized by old acquaintances. To keep Aaron from leaving, she decides to give all the credit for the victory to Sir Ben. She tries to imagine the con artist wearing shiny, impressive knight armor. She thinks that clean-cut look does not suit him at all, giving herself goosebumps. To shake off those silly thoughts, she slaps her own cheeks hard. She immediately scolds herself, thinking she is losing her mind from sleep deprivation. Nova decides his past does not matter, as long as she can keep him around. Right then, Blossom enters the office, bringing her a cup of hot tea. Nova stops what she is doing and stares fixedly at her employee's bust. She asks what one needs to eat to get a chest that big, completely shocking the girl. The sun shines brightly, lighting up the streets and houses of peaceful Kasserdik. Aaron shows up wrapped in bandages, clutching his stomach after spending the entire morning in the bathroom. He talks to the demon, saying he hopes the sacrifice of his stomach was worth it. The demon suggests he see it with his own eyes, telling him to draw his sword. Aaron is enveloped in a bright blue energy, getting ready to test out his new power. He draws his blade as blue electricity starts crackling around him. He feels his body burning with blue flames, realizing he is practically overflowing with strength. Aaron finally gets the secret behind a knight's mobility after feeling all that raw power. However, all that incredible energy simply vanishes within a few seconds. Aaron stands there confused, but the demon celebrates, saying the duration has actually doubled. Aaron complains about the tiny duration, making the entity quietly slip away on the spot. He accepts that there was an improvement, thinking that devouring more demons will make him way stronger. He lets out a sarcastic sigh, imagining himself going back to being a real knight. Abbot Brighton pops up out of nowhere from behind, greeting him in a super formal way. The abbot says he was worried about his disappearance, and Aaron senses that trouble has found him again. The cleric starts up a sermon about prayers, and Aaron gets annoyed that he is actually getting used to it. Dylan shows up super excited, yelling that little Kana is a complete genius. He shows off a detailed ice sculpture of the abbot taking a bath inside a beer mug. Aaron slaps Dylan on the head, warning him that the abbot is standing right behind them. Brighton asks if the little girl is his daughter, but Aaron denies it, saying he just takes care of her. The cleric apologizes, bowing to the girl, and Aaron finds the whole sight bizarre. Brighton praises the ice sculpture work, saying it is a truly remarkable talent. Suddenly, the ice sculpture starts cracking and completely shatters into pieces. Everyone falls into dead silence, staring at the broken ice while Aaron groans in frustration. Meanwhile, Nova opens the bedroom door, asking Sir Ben if he is feeling all right. By law, a knight's body cannot be touched, so he was left lying there inside his armor. He confirms he feels fine and asks what Nova wants with this visit. Nova bows deeply, thanking the knight for protecting the city of Kasserdik. He gets confused by the gratitude, wondering if he actually did anything to protect the place. Nova explains that he faced the demon and that Captain Aaron found him severely injured. Ben hears the captain's name and finally starts to piece together the truth behind it all. He realizes he was saved by him again, wondering how someone without aura took down a demon. Nova reveals the Lord plans to reward him for the deed, asking how they should proceed. Without hesitation, the knight asks them to hand the entire reward directly to Aaron. She accepts the decision with a satisfied smile, saying goodbye to go sort out the details. Alone in the room, the knight stands up and focuses his attention on his own power. He clenches his fists tightly, feeling that his current strength is still far from enough. He knows that simply keeping up his current pace will not be enough to protect what matters. Back at the office, Nova stretches out tiredly in her chair after solving the issues. Aaron walks into the room, staring at her with his usual bored, uninterested expression. The con artist jokes around calling her orange, but she just stares back in total silence. She clears her throat and explains she called him in to talk about the reward given by Ben. He is pretty surprised, not understanding why the knight would hand the reward over to him. Nova mentions Dylan spread word that Aaron used 5 rare potions, and he instantly catches on to the recruit's scam. He plays along, claiming it was actually 6 potions, and Nova informs him about the gold coins. Aaron is relieved that Ben took the credit, as it saves him from dealing with trouble and headaches. The captain pauses at the edge of the wall, taking a look at the activity going on below. He overhears rumors that the demon appeared while they were hunting monsters in the surrounding areas. The Lord celebrates that everything worked out, proposing a grand festival for the town. While the others laugh, Ben and the young lady maintain serious, concerned expressions. He walks away muttering that it really has been a long time since the last festival around here. He recalls the total casualty count Nova reported from the clash with the warlocks. He reflects that even though the death toll was low, the situation is still severe. He steps into an empty house, thinking that lost lives are far more than mere statistics. He notices the place is filthy, complaining that the owner should at least clean their own home. Upon inspecting a liquor bottle left behind, he notices the booze is actually top-tier quality. Without any hesitation, the captain takes a generous swig straight from the bottleneck. He sighs, thinking about how cruel this era is, with sudden deaths happening all the time. He sits back lazily, reflecting on how sad it is to pass away without anyone left to pray for you. He curses the era that leaves so many homes empty due to sudden tragedy. Aaron closes his eyes for a brief second, silently wishing that they rest in peace. Out of nowhere, one of his subordinates throws open the door, shouting and looking for the captain. The guard warns that the nobles have already started partying before finishing the area cleanup. He laments that they will not let him have a single moment of peace, deciding to stand up and head over. He steps out of the shack, grumbling and cursing heavily against this terrible medieval era. Far from there, a guard tries to explain to a warrior that this fortress is not Kasserdik. The guard warns that Kasserdik is way off, making the barbarian realize he got lost once again. The barbarian lets out a terrifying roar of pure frustration upon realizing his huge mistake. In town, an arrogant noble rides past fast, yelling at everyone to move out of his way. He gallops by, laughing, while ordinary citizens scramble out of the way to avoid getting trampled. Dylan and Vermin comment in annoyance that the arrogant noble is taking advantage of Ben's absence. Dylan asks if the guy is a knight, and Vermin disdainfully confirms he is an utter embarrassment. Vermin shouts in irritation at a mysterious intruder who just showed up claiming he found the way. Shone turns around intrigued upon hearing the commotion happening nearby. He gets completely terrified upon noticing a colossal shadow looming right behind him. The barbarian night hunter appears with a scary smile and glowing eyes directed at him. The barbarian tells the knight to run far away so the fun will last longer. People celebrate joyfully, clinking beer mugs together at the massive festival. The young bard enjoys the party, drinking heavily and chatting excitedly with everyone else. A massive, full-blown brawl starts breaking out right in the middle of the square. Aaron walks by annoyed, complaining that he specifically warned them not to cause a scene. Ben-Har the bard starts playing his instrument and singing right next to the captain. He sings at the top of his lungs a song he made up about a knight who slayed a demon. Aaron nudges him, asking sarcastically if being a bard is his brand new profession now. Aaron tells him to go learn how to bake bread with his dad, but the young man says his heart belongs to music. He argues that he just needs to witness one major event for his art to finally evolve. Aaron tells him to do whatever he wants and walks off, but one of his guards comes running up. The guard warns in panic that a violent gang war just broke out over in District 6. Aaron flashes a sinister smile from the shadows, and the guard catches his bizarre reaction. Benhar follows him, telling him to be careful with his strength, but Aaron could not care less. The young bard gets hyped, realizing that a major event is about to go down. At the scene, criminals exchange violent blows and death threats amid all the blood. Aaron and Vermin stroll calmly into the alley, stumbling upon the entire mess. He calls the troublemakers idiots, warning that he is just doing a quick warm-up. He rubs his hands with a wide grin, ordering everyone to hit the deck immediately. One of the bald thugs freezes instantly upon hearing Aaron's name. He starts sweating in terror, screaming in desperation upon realizing who is actually standing there. Scared of getting beaten up, all the henchmen immediately drop face first onto the ground. The arrogant noble who started the fight mocks the criminals for being terrified of simple guards. Without missing a beat, Aaron delivers a violent kick straight into the arrogant noble's face. The thug leader starts crying and bowing down, trying his best to appease the captain. The young noble gets up, wiping off the blood, trying to calm his men down. Aaron glares at him with heavy irritation, asking if he was the one who started this mess. The guy downplays everything, questioning if the guards are now interfering in private disputes. He smiles mockingly, recalling that he paid bribes so the guards would look the other way. Aaron and the young noble lock eyes up close in absolute silence. Aaron warns that now he has a real reason to step in, making the guard worry. Aaron grabs him firmly by the collar, but the young man keeps making threats. The captain simply lets out a mocking smirk at the kid's empty threats. The noble gets furious seeing Aaron laugh, asking if he thinks this is some kind of joke. Without answering, Aaron begins beating the young man up in an extremely violent fashion. Benhar watches everything hidden behind a wall, completely horrified by the scene. Aaron stands over the knocked-out noble, warning him never to underestimate the borderlands. The young noble's henchmen charge furiously at Aaron to try and attack him. He takes them all down effortlessly, shocking the bard who is watching it all unfold. Benhar stands paralyzed in shock, processing all the sheer brutality he just witnessed. Suddenly, the bard has a burst of joy, realizing he has found his ultimate inspiration. He starts singing about the con artist worse than a demon, while life in the city returns to normal. Aaron resumes inspections at the city gate, which is now busy and lively once again. Two guards whisper on the wall about the brutal murder of a knight in another fortress. They mention a giant man cut off the victim's feet and hunted him down while singing out loud. Aaron happens to overhear the story, starting to find the details of that crime very curious. He remembers Night Hunter, realizing the barbarian got ridiculously lost. He recalls the giant asking if he was a knight, figuring out he must be hunting all of them down. He analyzes that the list of dangerous opponents in the region has now shrunk. Meanwhile, a mysterious bald figure wearing dark robes walks slowly with a staff. One of the gate guards blocks the mage's entry, saying he cannot let just anyone pass through. Delmuto speaks in a humble tone, stating his new faithful servant has arrived as called. He dramatically introduces himself as Delmuto, the mage of Karzan, saying he brought everything he owns. Aaron is startled to see him there, immediately calling him the washing machine of Karzan. Delmuto offers all his knowledge, but Aaron concludes he has nothing of actual value. Aaron says he is working, telling him to go wait at the Fluffy Bunny Tavern. The captain watches closely out of the corner of his eye as a carriage passes through the city gate. He stands quietly, observing the vehicle slowly move away down the streets. Jillian introduces himself at the gate as a rank 5 informant from the White Leaf Guild. Aaron orders them to step down for an inspection, but the guy tries to argue, mentioning who they are. Aaron does not care about the guild's name, repeating the order in an extremely intimidating tone. The informant gets completely indignant and annoyed by the captain's hostile attitude. However, from inside the carriage, a female voice calmly accepts the order. Razvet, a high-ranking agent of the White Leaf Guild, steps down from the vehicle with her men. Aaron glares at her suspiciously, asking what brings guild members to town. She replies with a smile that they plan to open a new branch in Kasserdik soon. Aaron observes her closely, noting she carries an extremely sharp and dangerous aura. After handing over silver coins as a bribe to the guards, they are cleared on the spot. The guild carriage finally passes through the gate, heading toward the city center. The other guard excitedly remarks that the guild's arrival shows the town is growing. Aaron, however, does not like the idea of having an information guild around. The carriage continues its noisy ride over the stone-paved streets of the town. Inside the vehicle, Jillian complains about being sent to such an isolated town. Razved ignores his complaining, lost in thought, completely certain of something important. She remembers Aaron's glare, trying to recall where she knows that striking face from. At the tavern, Dylan shouts excitedly, saying little Kana is a real genius. Dylan hypes up her talent, and Aaron agrees he always knew the girl was special. Delmudo pops up out of nowhere, joining in on the praise, guaranteeing the girl is a genius. The girl smiles proudly. Getting ready to show off the new skill she learned, she concentrates her magic onto a dirty wooden mug sitting on top of the table. She conjures a glowing jet of water that wraps around the dirty wooden mug. The water swirls around the object, cleaning and washing away all the dirt in an instant. Aaron watches in surprise, realizing the girl learned magic just to do dishes for free. Dylan celebrates, saying the mug is already clean, praising Kanna's cleverness. However, Dylan ends up getting accidentally sucked into a massive water bubble. He starts drowning inside it, while the girl panics over her own mistake. Even soaked and coughing, the recruit tries to keep praising the little girl. At her new base, Razvet spreads several wanted posters across her work desk. She finds it embarrassing that she failed to recognize the captain, trying to locate his file. Suddenly, her eyes widen as she finds the record and realizes the truth. She notices the man in the poster has no scar, but his eyes are identical to his. She confirms she knew him, even though his style seems completely different from before. She decides to investigate closely to figure out what kind of person he has become now. The poster warns not to take action and to report to headquarters immediately. Jillian yawns sleepily, stepping closer to see if she found anything interesting. He is shocked upon seeing the red lettering, knowing it is a direct order from the guild master. He wants to send the message right away, but she commands him to shut his mouth instantly. Razvet warns they will not report anything, seeing a perfect opportunity for profit right there. Jillian gets confused, but she explains that reporting the case would bring no real profit. With a dark smile, she recalls that the bounty on him must be out of this world. Razvet, a rank 3 informant known for being blinded by ambition, smiles holding the poster. And Jillian, the rank 5 informant, nervously wonders if any of this will actually work out. Early in the morning, the captain trains alone with his sword in an empty courtyard. He delivers fast, highly precise slashes through the air, demonstrating massive physical strength. Hidden behind some bushes, young Jillian silently spies on the training session. He notes down that the target is quite diligent, continuing to gather clues to sell. Jillian trusts his scouting skills, convincing himself that Aaron is just a simple wall guard. The abbot shows up to talk to Aaron, leaving the spy bewildered to see the cleric so early. He is even more shocked to see 2 mages acting as the captain's personal assistants. Peeking through the window, he concludes that Aaron enjoys luxuries that even nobles do not get. Seeing him with criminals, he assumes the captain runs a secret society. He writes down that Aaron effortlessly knocked out a huge man and controls the entire local underworld. He records that the captain met with an inquisitor, proving connections with high church officials. Thugs bow upon seeing the target, leading Jillian to deduce he runs the entire city. To make matters worse, he sees the prestigious Sir Ben chatting amicably with the captain. Lying flat on the ground to spy, the guy wonders who this mysterious captain actually is. He spends the day following Aaron, ending up way more confused, unable to make sense of his own notes. Jillian panics, not knowing how he is going to deliver such a bizarre report to Razvet. At night, Razvet reads that he arrived 2 years ago with no prior records, labeled as a violent troublemaker. She analyzes the report, realizing her informant got nothing useful regarding his past. She suspected he was a fugitive, but concludes she needs to look at it from another angle. She decides to find out who issued the red poster, since only powerful forces do that. She rules out the church and the empire as clients, deciding to break into Aaron's office at night. But stepping into the dark room, she is caught completely off guard by an unexpected presence. She stops at the door as the light casts her long shadow into the quiet room. She senses something is deeply wrong with the environment, noticing the air is extremely heavy. Aaron emerges right behind her from the shadows, saying it is quite a coincidence running into her there. With a red glow in his eye, he coldly advises her not to attempt drawing any weapon. She tries to keep her cool, making up an excuse that this is her house, fighting not to panic. She realizes she messed up big time, never expecting the captain to take the initiative and act first. Aaron mocks her, saying he knows he is handsome, but asks if she is not moving a bit too fast. He drops her spy reports onto the floor, saying being investigated is a bit much. She plays along, saying she falls in love easily, while cursing Jillian for getting exposed. He closes the door, saying he will keep it brief, asking if she wants to know about the red poster. He proposes using his wanted poster as bait to lure the client out, promising to pay double for the service. The informant is completely stunned, rendered speechless by his daring offer. She stares at him with absolute seriousness, asking if he is genuinely serious about the plan. He coldly answers that the fact she is still breathing is proof enough of the deal. With swift movements, the captain grabs a pen and starts writing down the terms of the agreement. The sound of the pen scratching against paper breaks the tense silence hanging over the office. He tosses a heavy pouch of coins to her, saying it is to cover repairs for the dirty wall. She inspects the paper, realizing he already knows exactly who the potential clients are. On the paper, 2 powerful options are circled in red by the captain himself. Her eyes widen as she deduces who the only person fitting both criteria could be. She looks to the side, seeing Aaron has vanished, leaving behind a massive hole in the room wall. She runs her hand over her own neck with chills, concluding the man is an utter mystery. She knows the gears have started turning, and that she needs to move if she does not want to get destroyed. A destructive kick slams into the ground at full power, shattering the surrounding stones. Sir Ben trains extremely hard, whipping up gusts of wind with his spear. On the other side, Captain Aaron prepares to kick off his own plans. Aaron nimbly blocks Ben's sword attack in the middle of sparring. Ben's eyes widen upon seeing his best strike get neutralized so effortlessly. Aaron hits his opponent, overwhelmingly disarming him at the end of the duel. Aaron lets out a long sigh, looking completely composed after the physical effort. Lying on the ground, the knight accepts defeat, praising the captain's strength. Ben admits he relied too heavily on his aura, getting caught off guard by Aaron's reaction. He thanks him for the lesson, promising the outcome of the duel will be different next time. Aaron thinks the knight is a weirdo for smiling after losing, but says he will hold him to it. Ben insists he is dead serious, but the con artist just waves him off, stepping away. The knight asks if he came from the battlefield, as his fighting style feels familiar. He mentions the style reminds him of a knight from the Empire's Western Front. The con artist just flashes a side smirk, replying that nobody knows. On top of a wooden table, 2 fresh baguette loaves rest on a plate. The informant Jillian gets hyped up, thinking Razvet prepared breakfast for him. He stuffs both loaves into his mouth at once, finding the massive hole in the wall strange. On the wooden plate, absolute emptiness is all that remains after the quick meal. Razvet appears right behind him with a murderous glare and a dark aura of rage. She screams in fury that he should have left a loaf for her, sending him into sheer panic. Outside the house, the young man's desperate screams echo throughout the neighborhood. The guard warns that Captain Aaron has arrived to kick off routine inspections. The chubby commander shows up melting from the heat, telling the guards to get out of there. The guard suggests the captain take over the position, but the con artist declines to avoid fatigue. He complains about the heat, thinking about fetching a spell book for little Kana. The 2 continue walking toward the city's massive main gates. He spots the guards hesitating, questioning why they have not opened the gate. The guards point toward a massive crowd of refugees gathered outside. Aaron gets intrigued, and his colleague explains that the chaos in the region brought many refugees. Aaron disdainfully remarks about the death of a knight, getting scolded by his colleague. He fires back, mocking the knight's defeat, just as screams echo from outside. Shone reports to the people that Karzan recently turned into a violent, lawless land. Aaron wonders in surprise if he had not cleaned out the criminals there before leaving. He orders the gates opened for inspection, simply wanting to pass the time. With a dark smile on his face, the con artist welcomes the new immigrants. The refugees look completely horrified seeing the captain's terrifying face. The guard warns everything is set, but finds it odd that the refugee group shrank. He judges a man by his shiny forehead, deciding to let him pass without much hassle. He inspects a muscular guy, approving him simply because he looks like a hard worker. A man with a weathered face claims to be 14 years old, and the captain lets him through out of pity. He calls the next person in line with his typical bored look for the job. 3 bald, heavily muscular guys show up in front of him with serious expressions. Their leader claims in an intimidating tone that he was a mason before fleeing here. Aaron realizes they are troublemakers, cracking his knuckles to test the big guys. Without any prior warning, Aaron lands a violent punch right on the first bald guy's face. The other 2 bald guys catch their knocked-out friend, completely shocked by the assault. Seeing they did not retaliate, Aaron immediately approves them with a thumbs up. The big guys break into a cold sweat, dragging their unconscious friend away as fast as possible. The captain calls the next person in line, while other troublemakers run off scared. Nearly half the refugees give up and turn around after seeing his method. Aaron just smiles disdainfully, commenting they must have guilty consciences. Outside, the disguised criminals run back terrified of the captain. Zenta complains in pain, shocked that the captain started hitting people without warning. Zenta, who loves cute bunnies, wonders if coming to the city of Kasserdik was a terrible mistake. His partners Brown, a bear fan, and Gibbs, who loves ponies, think staying here is better than returning to Karzan. They decide to look for an inn, wanting to avoid crossing paths with the terrifying captain again. The big guy lets out a gasp of surprise upon spotting something that catches his attention. He spots the sign featuring a bunny drawing, deciding to head into the tavern on the spot. However, the fluffy bunny sign hides a mysterious vibe behind it. Inside the tavern, Razvet analyzes the list, realizing she knows only one person capable of such a feat. She gets lost in thought, trying to connect the dots of this entire web of secrets. She recalls former King Ethan, who gained the title of Marquis after submitting to the Empire. The informant wonders what Captain Aaron's true connection to this king could be. Suddenly, Aaron pops up from behind, commenting she seems pretty lost in thought. She gets startled by his arrival, and Aaron says he came to make sure she does not change her mind. She flirts, saying he is the only thing on her mind, and Aaron jokes he will be back tomorrow. Aaron bids farewell, saying he just dropped by to gift her a local signature dish. She looks at the food with disgust, but stops upon noticing something strange inside. The next day, the golden light of the morning sun illuminates the lovely Fluffy Bunny Tavern. Gillian wakes up hyped upon seeing the dish, assuming Razvet made breakfast for him again. He eats the bread with full cheeks, wondering if she is interested in him. A second later, he spits everything out in disgust upon noticing the terrible, rotten fish filling. Razvet explains emotionlessly that she heard it was the famous local specialty fish bread. She smiles vengefully, reminding the guy how much he loves eating 2 whole loaves in the morning. In the main tavern, people find Kanna's new mini ice sculpture adorable. The 3 big guys observe the girl, finding that small ice statue very familiar. One of the bald guys finally recognizes that the ice depicts the abbot of Kasserdik. With a super serious look, Kanna holds out both hands, demanding they pay for the attraction. The big guys sweat nervously, wondering if they really just got extorted by a child. The other bald guy says it is fine since the girl is cute, suggesting they just eat in peace. But as he grabs his bread, the food accidentally slips right out of his hands. The bread hits the wooden floor with a loud thud, breaking the room's silence. That very second, everyone in the place stops what they are doing and stares at them in silence. Zenta sweats nervously, not understanding why everyone is glaring with such tension over bread. The other patrons flash excited smiles, looking like they are eagerly waiting for a brawl. The 3 bald guys swallow hard, remaining frozen by everyone's bizarre reaction. He notes in terror that every sound they make draws expectant stares from the crowd. They whisper resolutely that they need to make a good impression on the locals. To live up to expectations, the mason decides to land an extremely hard punch on the table. The exact moment of the thud, the tavern door slowly creaks open. Aaron stands imposing at the entrance, locking his eyes coldly onto the bald group. The bald guys turn pale on the spot upon seeing the captain, who accuses them of being troublemakers. With a terrifying glint in his eye, Aaron warns he will have to work overtime beating them up. Zenta finally gets that the crowd's expectation was simply to see them get beaten up by him. Shortly after, the 3 bald guys lie defeated and heavily bruised on the tavern floor. Aaron wonders if his aggression test failed, deciding he will need to hit harder. Nova shows up super hyped, stating she sees massive potential in Kanna's cold beer. She excitedly reveals the ambitious plan to become the wealthiest people in the Empire. Aaron just lets out a tired sigh of boredom, ignoring his boss's greed. Nova smiles, demanding money from the fallen bald guys for the broken tables and chairs. She warns they can work for free at the tavern, which will now have a new name. Aaron breaks into a cold sweat in terror, imagining himself as the new brand of Aaron's Laughing Bunny. Nova says they are lucky to get a stake in the business, knowing they understand nothing about it. She explains the pay is low, celebrating upon seeing the 3 suckers fell for her smooth talk. She thinks they are lucky because if it were anyone else, they would be hunting sea monsters on some ship. Heavy cold rain begins pouring over the town's wooden houses. A white carrier pigeon flaps its wings hard, flying through the rainy weather. In the office, Razvet tosses out the useless posters, focusing solely on Aaron's file. She wonders intriguingly how he collected so many bizarre nicknames over time. She planned to sell the data to the clients, but concludes most of it is useless. Suddenly, young Gillian bursts in unexpectedly through the open window, startling the girl. She recovers quickly, saying she was waiting for him with great anticipation. Gillian stands in the rain, holding the bread loaves in a complete state of confusion. He complains about her using the window, but the girl simply replies it is more practical and faster. She gets extremely annoyed hearing from him that she has a terrible personality. She draws her self-defense magic device, which has built-in shock spells. Without any hesitation, she fires 2 consecutive magic blasts at the informant. He flies back screaming in pain, while she comments satisfied that felt great. She turns serious again, focusing on the most bizarre detail found in his file. The paper mentions Aaron destroyed a kingdom, and she wonders what that actually means. The The spy tries to complain, but she shuts him up by firing the final shock spell. She thinks she spent the equivalent of 2 gold coins, but it was worth it to de-stress. Under a heavy storm, recruit Dylan sprints desperately through the forest carrying supplies. He runs past a sinister figure in dark robes walking through the downpour. He warns the stranger that it is better to head elsewhere, as Kasserdik was recently attacked. He traumatizedly adds that, on top of that, there are super violent guards in town. The hooded man ignores the warning, simply continuing his mysterious path through the rain. Drenched by rain, Dylan continues his exhausting walk back to base. The man in dark robes thinks disdainfully about the journey to this distant borderland. He analyzes rumors about the town, confirming his target is the Lord's young daughter. Darbun, the Nightmare Eater, decides to reveal to Dune why they are acting step by step. Dune pretends not to care, getting annoyed by the demon's habit of clicking its bony jaw. Darbun reveals the cult follows orders from the Empire, which turns a blind eye in exchange for obedience. The demon complains the mages are fools, but praises Dune for being a pretty smart vessel. While listening about efficiency, Dune secretly plans to shatter the talking skeleton. Dune sarcastically tells the skeleton to dry off before its bones rot away. The demon ignores the joke, celebrating the chance to gather as undead beings. While the monster leads the march, Dune keeps rambling about smashing its skull. Dune locks his mind on the goal, concluding their invasion plan is actually pretty simple. The skeleton says it will feed Dune the victim's fear to power him up for combat. It knows it cannot use its full dark strength until it devours a massive amount of panic. But the skeleton guarantees spreading absolute terror among the weak is its specialty. It celebrates, saying the duo is perfect and that they will hit peak efficiency in the invasion. Despite finding the skeleton unbearable, Dune admits their powers complement each other. The young newcomer breathes out with focus, gathering dark energy for the assault. They pause at the edge of the rainy forest, prepping to launch the attack on the city. The skeleton macabrely proposes going to spread despair throughout the entire town. The recruit runs along the wall, warning veteran Poole that the gates are locked tight. Poole says with this rain nobody will try to get in, suggesting they go down to take cover. Dylan stands staring into the dark forest with a terrible bad feeling. He feels a tightness in his chest, as if standing before Captain Aaron's terrifying face. That exact moment, a terrifying skeletal silhouette wrapped in violet lightning appears behind him. Dylan screams in pure terror upon coming face to face with the terrifying bone monster. The young recruit falls backward in desperation, crying out for Poole's help. However, the bone monster strikes with extreme violence, preventing any reaction. Severely injured, Poole screams desperately for Dylan to run and alert everyone. Dylan sprints in panic under the storm, yelling about the demon invasion. The fortress's massive alarm bell starts ringing loudly, shattering the quiet. At the tavern, refugees panic over the bell, starting to argue among themselves. Suddenly, the inn door is kicked open with extreme violence by a sergeant. The guard warns in panic that it is an emergency, ordering everyone to defend the wall. Civilians are shocked at having to fight, while some just grumble in anger. An arrogant man says he is heading to the inner fortress, so he will not get hurt in combat. Several cowardly civilians agree and run to escape, saying fighting is the guard's duty. However, Nova blocks their exit, aiming her giant crossbow right at the runners. She calls them cowards, humiliating them for running away with their tails between their legs at the first sign of danger. Enraged by the insults, the man tries to charge forward to attack her right there, but a massive hand belonging to one of the new employees grabs the attacker's shoulder. The bald big guy smashes the guy's face into the wooden floor with a single punch. The other bald guys shout at the crowd, rallying everyone to fight for the town. Another accomplice tries to scoff, saying he is not like those tavern drunks. He shuts his mouth upon seeing the giant step closer with a terrifying, intimidating glare. Nova warns she will remember who runs away and will tell Captain Aaron everything. Outside, the horde of skeleton warriors advances relentlessly under the rain. However, a fast and insanely powerful attack obliterates one of the monsters in an instant. It is green-haired knight Adela fighting masterfully against the horde at the entrance. The guards ask each other in panic where on earth Captain Aaron went. They fight off the monsters, wondering where their leader could be at that moment. Dylan wipes his wet face, whispering the captain's name with deep worry. Nova also points her weapon under the downpour, shouting impatiently for the con artist. Amid the storm, the invading monsters keep getting sliced in half effortlessly. One of the guards asks if it is the captain fighting out there, but his comrade denies it. That skilled warrior is the famous green-haired knight Adela. Adela pauses fighting, observing the forest darkness under the downpour. Through the heavy rain, she senses a dark energy far superior to that of the skeletons. She annoyedly asks if this is just a provocation from a mere low-tier demon. With an acrobatic leap, the knight delivers rapid strikes to clear the path. Civilians watch in awe, admiring the strength with which she obliterates the monsters. The guards start celebrating, holding off the initial attack, planning to tell Eren. Dylan mocks the monsters for trying to scale the wall instead of attacking the gate. But the celebration ends instantly upon hearing terrifying footsteps above them. Dune stands imposing at the top of the wall under the rain, muttering about human foolishness. The men down below fall into absolute shock seeing a giant skeleton talk. The bone demon moves its jaw terrifyingly while speaking to the group. It releases an overwhelming wave of purple energy, noting everyone is weak. Almost immediately, dozens of civilians and guards collapse, knocked out by the fear aura. Even the strong Nova drops to her knees on the ground under the spell's terrible effect. The skeleton stops its magic, surprised to see someone manage to remain standing. Abbot Brighton stands firm, staring down the demon, who sarcastically calls him a saint. Out of breath and fighting through pain, the cleric scolds him for using unholy energy against the people. The skeleton claps its bones together sarcastically, mocking the cleric. But the evil power intensifies, and the abbot ends up dropping to his knees under the storm. Dune stares at the cleric with a dark look, while Darbin whispers mysterious words right into his ear. Suddenly, an intense blast of purple energy bursts from his skeletal hand. The monster mocks the abbot, saying the god he serves is cruel for making him kill his own son with his bare hands. Abbot Brighton, his eyes glowing through the purple smoke, replies that creatures like the demon could never understand. Right then, a man tries to surprise the skeleton from behind, clutching a dagger under the rain. But Darbun senses the approach. Turning around with eyes glowing intensely red, the opponent is blasted by a terrible burst of light that sends him flying backward. The injured man groans in pain on the ground, completely defenseless against the enemy's terrible power. Darbun says falling into the puddle must have woken him from the nightmare, but that he should have kept pretending to be dead. Without mercy, the demon delivers a fatal strike that tears through the poor man's neck. Darbun watches the blood splatter, commenting that all living beings are truly foolish. The bone demon celebrates that the air is full of sweet nightmares and that it loves the taste. It says it will savor that rare nightmare to the fullest, while the storm pours outside. Inside a building, Eren slowly opens his eyes, looking like he is finally waking up. He realizes he fell asleep while drinking, but a comrade desperately warns that Kasserdik is under attack by demons. Eren complains he cannot even catch a nap, but the young man insists only the captain can handle these monsters. The captain points behind him, saying they already have a specialist right there, even if she took long to show up because she was eating cake. The elite inquisitor shows up looking serious under the rain, warning a demon has finally appeared. The guard explains the invaders are a demon and a dark mage known as the Nightmare Eater, super strong against the weak. But the man adds he is extremely weak against the strong, making Eren conclude the enemy is complete trash. The guard asks the Inquisitor to take care of the demon on the city walls. Eren smiles confidently, saying he will handle that cowardly skeleton himself. Meanwhile, Darbin calmly savors a red apple with his bone mouth. The rain keeps pouring hard through the dark, empty city streets. The demon walks calmly over the bodies of the fallen soldiers on the ground. His heavy steps echo amid the downpour as he moves down the flooded street. Suddenly, Eren steps into his path under the storm, staring down the enemy seriously. Nearby, the abbot's body lies lifeless on the rain-soaked floor. Darbin asks who he is, confessing he finds it tough to read the captain's intentions. The skeleton jokes, asking if Eren is on a diet or if his parents were skinny too, but admits he hates not being able to read him. The captain stays silent, drawing his sword in a menacing way. Darbin says he is super curious to know if Eren is actually strong or just another weakling. The captain mentally calculates he would need 8 walking steps or just 3 running ones to reach him. Eren takes his steps into the rainwater, mentally counting the first and second. On the 3rd step, he charges at incredible speed, delivering a lightning-fast slash. The skeleton barely reacts in surprise, seeing the speed of the incoming attack. Darbin releases a strong red glow, shouting that Eren is actually a weakling. The captain is hit and blasted backward by a terrible nightmare magic force. Eren recovers, asking himself in annoyance if this is just some annoying illusion magic. He tries to remember how he handled this in the past, wondering if the illusion would shatter if he killed himself. Suddenly, a dark voice whispers his name, and a bloody ghost figure appears behind him. The spirits from his past call him an ungrateful bastard, asking how he dared betray them. Another voice whispers Eren's name, revealing a terrifying image of a child crying blood. Seeing that, the captain finally gets how the Nightmare Eater's power works. Instead of panicking, Eren gives a genuine smile, saying it is good to see them all again, even like this. He calmly kneels down in front of the ghostly projection of the bloody woman. Eren whispers Woodra's name while the illusion tries to attack his face in fury. He just smirks, saying she is always the first one to attack him in these situations. Darbun takes advantage of the distraction, grabbing him by the neck, saying unfortunately Eren was the weakest one there. The monster gets close to Eren, saying his nightmare smells insanely sweet. Darbun suddenly gets startled while trying to devour the opponent's mind. He starts glimpsing Eren's painful memories, filled with tragedy and blood. The demon sees Eren's terrible past, surrounded by bodies of allies fallen in combat. The images show a burning battlefield where the captain is carrying a lifeless body. Darbun gets terrified and confused, wondering what is happening and if this really is Eren's nightmare. Normally, when people fall into a nightmare created by the creature, they feel sadness, despair, and fear. However, Darbun realizes in terror that he cannot feel a single emotion coming from Eren. Just then, the giant red eye pops up, explaining it is because poor Eren lives through this exact same nightmare every single night. Darbun trembles in absolute terror, asking how that bizarre entity can be there inside the human's mind. The terrifying entity says a weakling like him does not need to know anything and should worry about himself. The monster warns that Darbun should not be paying attention to him right now. With a fast and overwhelming move, Eren breaks free from the enemy's grip with a powerful strike. Darbun panics, realizing his end is super close. Eren displays a scary smile, warning the demon that he is way stronger. The skeleton tries to beg for mercy, pleading for him to wait, but it is way too late. Eren delivers a devastating attack that completely destroys the enemy's bone body. The captain declares it is all over, deciding to head to the wall to help hold off the rest of the invasion. Meanwhile, the heavy storm keeps battering the massive walls of Kasserdik. Eren climbs to the top of the wall to observe the battlefield under the rain. His eyes widen in surprise at what he sees happening down below. The captain spots Knight Adela fighting bravely, wrapped in green lightning. She delivers consecutive attacks against the terrible threat that invaded the place. The impacts from Adela's strikes create heavy shockwaves that blast rainwater everywhere. She continues facing a giant shadow creature with determination. The dark mage smiles maliciously amid the darkness, confident in his own unholy power. The elite inquisitor comments that they are still fighting, asking if they should go help out in combat. Eren recalls Adela asked them not to interfere, commenting she insisted on a fair duel and that knights are weird. The captain keeps watching the deadly exchange of blows closely under the storm. The inquisitor finds the weakness of Adela's aura strange, but Eren disagrees. He silently wonders if his own aura is actually the one that is way too strong. The demon on his shield mocks, saying obviously yes, and that is why he was called Quick Strike. Meanwhile, Adela gets hit by a terrible blow from the shadow creature and ends up backing off. The green-haired warrior gets surprised and anxious upon realizing the monster's devastating strength. She blocks the next attack with extreme difficulty, complaining about the opponent's pressure. The knight shows exhaustion while the dark threat gets ready to deliver another blow. The unholy monster says that now that Adela knows its greatness, she must help with its recovery. The demon on the shield warns Eren to grab that too, but the captain tells him to shut up and stop bossing him around. Eren leaps amid the storm, landing right in front of the giant shadow creature. Adela asks in annoyance why he is interfering, and Eren mockingly replies she looked like she was in a pinch. Just then, a massive and destructive blast of golden energy hits the shadow monster. The overwhelming attack tears a massive gap in the enemy's defense, scattering water and mud. The elite inquisitor watches everything from above with a focused, serious look. Satisfied with the result, Eren notes with a smile that his improvised plan worked out. The captain yells for Adela to follow him, promising he will clear the path for her to strike. Despite finding his attitude super insolent, the knight recognizes this is no time for pride. She gears up quickly, charging right behind Eren under the heavy rain. Determined to finish this, Adela screams in fury as she approaches the weakened monster. She leaps toward the enemy, delivering a swift strike with her weapon wrapped in green lightning. The warrior channels all her remaining energy to land a precise, devastating slash. Adela shouts with determination that she will not lose, unleashing all her power onto the shadow monster. Adela lands violently with her attack charged with electric energy. The knight displays an extremely confident look, certain she defeated the creature. But suddenly, a massive explosion hits her dead on, catching her completely by surprise. Adela complains in anger, unable to understand how the monster still had energy to retaliate. As the warrior falls to the ground defeated, she regrets lowering her guard, thinking she had already won. Eren watches the situation, wondering a bit worriedly if he went overboard with the previous strike's power. He thinks knights are tough and will be fine, since now he needs to absorb the demon without anyone seeing him. To cover it up, Eren starts repeatedly beating the monster's remains while secretly absorbing its energy. From afar, one of the female guards panics, thinking the demon pulled off a desperate final attack against the captain. Eren pretends to wipe off sweat, announcing he beat the monster until nothing was left, while the warriors lie passed out behind him. Under the heavy rain, the captain quietly grumbles that he will probably end up with a stomachache again. In a lavish hall, a man questions if it is right to leave the hero who faced the skeleton mage alone as just a captain. Nova replies, yes, explaining she already offered him a higher position, but he thought it would just be a hassle. Baron Fullputs deduces Eren is running from someone, and that if he gets greedy and famous, he will probably abandon Casertic. The Baron sighs thoughtfully about the existence of a guy so strong, with a mysterious past, who rejects top positions. He suggests finding a good wife for Eren to settle down here, as they need to hold on to strong warriors no matter what. Nova makes up a story that he is a super devout religious guy who hates women, especially those with large busts. The Baron is extremely surprised, finding that revelation about the captain's habits super unexpected. She reflects silently that Eren must have only accepted the honorary title because it comes with perks, but zero duties. The noble strokes his beard thoughtfully, concluding the religious order definitely recognized the warrior's true value. Baron Fullputs decides to name him as honorary secretary, believing he will accept more easily since he already knows Nova. Hyped by the decision, the Lord mentions he will grant the title soon, dismissing Nova from his presence. The assistant respectfully says goodbye, exiting the large room and shutting the doors behind her. Walking down the empty hallway, a mischievous smile starts creeping onto Nova's face. She celebrates to herself that the whole chat went way better than she had originally planned. Back at barracks, Eren lets out a super loud sneeze that catches him completely off guard. Nova asks if he caught a cold, and the captain confirms, saying he took in way too much rain the day before. The captain lights his pipe, dryly asking what she wants, while Nova mocks his supposed busy work. She mentions the Lord is going to grant him a title, and that soon he will step into the role of honorary secretary. Eren thinks that is total nonsense, questioning what kind of secretary role could ever be considered honorary. Nova tells him not to worry, since nobody would make him do actual work, considering he cannot even read. The captain gets indignant at the taunt, firmly asserting that he reads just fine. The assistant's eyes widen in absolute shock, unable to believe lazy Eren actually knows how to read. She then challenges him to organize a massive stack of documents piled up from yesterday's chaos. Eren accepts the challenge, thinking reading was the very first thing he learned in this medieval world full of clueless people. He recalls his top grades back in college, deciding to show her how a genius organizes things the modern way. Time passes outside the office while the captain works hard through the paperwork. Later on, Nova steps up to the desk, picking up one of the organized sheets to check the work. Eren complains his head is hurting, announcing he is heading out of there immediately. Nova is surprised he stuck around for so long, as she had only asked him to do it so he could sit down and rest a bit. But looking closely at the sheet of paper, the assistant falls into total shock. She realizes in awe that it is insanely easy to read, wondering if Eren actually drew that perfect table. Nova wonderingly asks herself who on earth the captain really is, while picturing his smiling face. Morning dawns sunny over the beautiful wooden buildings of Casertic. Inside barracks, Vermin listens to the hyped complaints of one of his guard comrades. Dylan yells enthusiastically that their captain should run the entire fortress, as everyone would be dead without him. Eren pops up unexpectedly, smacking the recruit on the head, annoyed by that dangerous talk behind his back. Vermin greets the captain, asking if he is sick since he looks so pale, but Eren brushes it off, saying it is just a cold. Dylan shouts in disbelief, learning that even the strong captain can catch a regular cold. Eren ignores his subordinate's drama, calmly asking if all the summoned guys have arrived at the location. The blonde commander in armor warns that today prisoner executions and body clearings are scheduled. He says it makes no sense to risk their lives for a mere 20 silver coins, while knights get 5 gold coins. The man orders them to keep that advice in mind and get straight to work as he walks away. Dylan suggests maybe they should just ignore the commander, but ends up catching another head chop from Eren. Meanwhile, in another part of the region, a messenger politely knocks on the massive white door of a hall. He announces to the general that a letter stamped with the official White Leaf Guild seal just arrived for him. The hooded man receives the letter surprised, muttering intrigues about the White Leaf Guild's involvement. Opening the mail, he carefully reads the confidential info written inside. He smiles, finally discovering Eren's whereabouts after such a long search. That mysterious man is Vermin, the 5th fallen star of the West and Eren's former battle comrade. Back at barracks, Aaron listens to the fresh intel brought by the guild agent. Razvet writes calmly at her desk while maintaining a professional stance in front of Aaron. Suddenly, the captain lets out a thunderous sneeze that startles the informant right in the middle of her work. Aaron wipes his nose, nonchalantly commenting he really did catch a cold, leaving the girl looking completely blank. Razvet explains she sent word to the Pleton Fortress branch, and even without a reply, they have already mobilized. The captain shows interest, asking who is currently in charge of that branch. She replies it is a man named Vermund, but explains there is almost zero info on him in guild records. Aaron flashes a side smirk upon hearing his old comrade's name, seeming amused by the situation. The informant catches his reaction, starting to suspect if the two already knew each other from somewhere in the past. She warns that even though she sent the call to Karzan, Vermund should head straight to Kasurdik thanks to the captain's recent fame. Razvet smiles teasingly, calling him by his brand new official title of honorary secretary. Aaron asks if she knows anything about the fortress's recent invaders, noticing the girl looks completely unbothered. She confirms with a smile she uncovered a few things, but warns that valuable intel will cost him big time. Razvet realizes Aaron does not care about fame or Vermund's arrival, concluding he must really like Kasurdik. She flips a coin into the air, certain that the captain holds deep affection for that fortress. Meanwhile, Aaron stares at the paper with Vermund's name written on it, quietly reflecting on the situation. The informant confesses she expected some reaction from him, but never imagined that stubborn warrior's name would pop up so soon. Down in the dungeon, one of the prisoners screams desperately in his cell, cursing his buddy Gelm for getting him into this mess. He cries, saying they trusted Gelm, and now all of them got sentenced to death, wishing they had fought the skeletons instead. Another female prisoner grabs the bars crying, screaming frantically, asking what on earth is happening here. Another guy laments the death sentence, not understanding why they are getting executed just for not fighting in the invasion. Calm footsteps echo down the damp hallway, while someone sarcastically remarks the prisoners still have plenty of energy to scream. Gelm looks down the hall, instantly recognizing Captain Aaron approaching the cells. Gelm begs for help, saying the Lord must have made a mistake, accusing Nova of poisoning the ruler's mind. The prisoner recalls he even gifted Aaron a leather vest, and the captain calmly confirms he remembers that. Aaron asks if there is anything the man wants to eat before dying, saying he can do that favor in exchange for the vest. Gelm's eyes widen in pure horror and confusion over the captain's cold response. Suddenly, Aaron delivers a destructive strike that easily shatters the heavy iron cell bars. The captain thinks the term witch really suits Nova, but that he cannot let people call her that out of ignorance. Aaron scolds the prisoners, saying many died fighting, and that those who fled like cowards truly deserve punishment. The next day, a massive crowd gathers hyped near the main gates of the huge fortress. Two guards grumble about being on shift there instead of watching the public execution of Gelm and his coward crew. Suddenly, one of the guards senses an overwhelming presence approaching from behind, turning around terrified. A massive figure wearing a black hood stands imposing before the young soldier, who starts trembling. The guard notes the mysterious man is huge and looks a lot like Aaron, while the giant asks for the fortress's name. The comrade replies stuttering that this is Kasurdik Fortress, leaving the hooded man intrigued by the answer. The mysterious man observes the city activity from beneath his black hood, quietly reflecting. He thinks satisfied that the stars finally guided him to his true destiny's location. At the tavern, Nova happily celebrates with her staff over the awesome, profitable workday they had. She laughs happily, commenting wine always sells like crazy on execution days, cheering over pulling in double the expected revenue. Nova hands a coin pouch to the red-bearded helper, thanking him for his hard work and tossing in an extra bonus. While the employee happily thanks her, loud knocks on the tavern door crash their celebration moment. Nova turns toward the entrance, calling out loudly that the place is already closed for today. But suddenly the door is shoved with extreme violence, sending dust and wood splinters flying through the air. A giant figure wearing dark robes takes a heavy step into the tavern, grabbing everyone's attention. The mysterious man directly asks if this is where Aaron is hiding out, terrifying the bar owner. Meanwhile, on a distant hill, a generous amount of booze is poured over the grave of an old ally. Aaron honors his late friend, saying that was the drink he loved so much, wishing Flip rests in peace. Behind him, the other guards laugh, starting to compete over who will be Unit 5's next captain. One of the guys yawns tiredly from watching the execution and funeral, asking Aaron what he plans to do now. The captain replies he should also head out soon, but suddenly remembers a super important detail. Aaron instructs the guards that if they spot any dark-skinned man during patrol, they must report to him immediately. He promises 5 silver coins as a reward, getting his subordinates super hyped over the great pay. At that, the gate guard speaks up surprised, revealing he actually saw a dark-skinned man a bit earlier. He explains the foreigner was built huge just like Aaron and had star-shaped marks under his eyes. The guard adds he was wondering why that mysterious guy was looking for the captain. Aaron grabs the man seriously, asking where the foreigner was heading, finding out he was going toward his usual spots. The captain orders them to find him fast, bumping the reward up to 10 silver coins if they bring news of Vermund. The guards cheer over the bounty while Aaron sprints at insane speed, vanishing into the wind. Aaron runs through the streets under the moonlight, surprised by Vermund's speed since he thought he would take days to arrive. He sprints toward the tavern, wondering if his old comrade came straight there as soon as he learned his location. The captain throws the tavern door wide open all at once, shouting Vermund's name out loud. Aaron focuses his gaze on the venue's interior, trying to find his old acquaintance in the dim light. Nova gets startled by the captain's sudden arrival, while Vermund remains calmly seated at one of the tables. The big guy looks at his friend, calmly noting that Aaron really was living in this place. Vermund stands up from his seat while Aaron steps closer slowly, under the watchful, tense gaze of everyone there. The visitor greets the captain, saying it has been a long time since they last saw each other, calling him by his old title of Star Slayer. Aaron smiles, responding by calling him Sand Digger, casually complaining he could have given a heads up that he was coming. Nova watches the scene completely shocked, realizing her captain and the mysterious giant already know each other. Vermund looks at the mug of hot wine on the table, commenting the captain's taste remains exact same as before. Right then, Aaron recalls his past in the Empire's desert lands back when he was still a young knight. Flashbacks show a massive military fortress built right in the middle of scorching desert sand dunes. Back then, Aaron thought going to the desert for that pay was utter madness, but his superiors insisted on the mission. The red-haired female commander smiled, telling him not to worry, as she herself would guarantee being his slayer. Young Aaron thought that talk was complete nonsense, wondering if his leader was completely insane. All of that happened back when they decided to side with the Byzantine kingdom instead of backing the empire itself. One of his comrades explained that betting on the weaker side was way more fun, and that living on the edge was thrilling. Aaron said they were all talking meaningless nonsense, but his friend insisted it was a great way to view life. Right after, Vermund appeared next to Aaron, welcoming him to that total battle hell. The bloody conflict began, with thousands of soldiers scaling massive enemy walls amid the chaos. Aaron fought with extreme fury on the front lines, exchanging violent sword strikes against rival defenders. Blood squirted everywhere as the young warrior advanced relentlessly, taking lives. Amid the massacre, Aaron turned around startled, seeing a terrifying white-armored knight approach. A powerful dark hand grabbed the enemy's head with violence amid the chaotic combat. The opponent was slammed into the ground brutally, scattering dust and blood across the improvised arena. That was the overwhelming power of the radiant fifth star, leaving young Aaron completely dumbfounded. The warrior Vermund stood imposing amid the battle blood, a confident smile on his face. Back in the present, Vermund takes a long swig of his hot wine while conversation continues in the quiet tavern. Aaron joins him, drinking from his wooden mug, noting with regret that his friend aged and ended up getting weaker. The captain wonders why such a legendary warrior is here, but soon deduces he must have given another overly bold advice to his superiors. The captain finds it weird running into someone in the Empire he only used to see in the desert, asking if Vermund adapted to imperial cuisine. Vermund praises the food, understanding Aaron's old insults, but the captain jokes that even his friend's family preferred local dishes. The visitor's expression quickly changes, revealing with sadness that his wife and daughter are no longer by his side. He depressedly explains his wife ran off with an imperial guy and his daughter followed her, suddenly claiming Vermund stank. Aaron shows understanding with a quick lament, while both share the silence of the empty tavern. Vermund slams his hand on the wooden table, demanding they stop wasting time with small talk and get down to business. The big guy proudly declares his title of Fifth Star, officially challenging Aaron to a sacred one-soul duel. Aaron flashes a satisfied side smirk, realizing his old friend's fighting spirit is still very much alive. The one-soul tradition is a barbaric duel to the death, where only the strongest survives to tell the tale. Despite being an outdated medieval custom, the captain recognizes his friend has every right to demand the clash. All because Aaron was the one who destroyed their old home and eliminated the king himself, justifying Vermund's desire for revenge. Vermund strips off his cloak and tunic, releasing an overwhelming combat aura that makes the room shake. Aaron pulls a silver coin from his pocket while analyzing his friend, thinking he still has that same ugly face as always. The captain recalls that, except for their very last battle in the past, he had never beaten the powerful sand warrior. Aaron flips the coin high into the air to mark the duel's start, remembering Vermond used to be like an impenetrable wall. To the captain, he also acted somewhat like a mentor, right before Vermond charged at him in blind rage. The big guy focuses all his raw strength into his right fist, prepping a punch loaded with destructive energy. The impact is violent, but Aaron managed to nimbly dodge his opponent's heavy charge. Aaron locks his eyes onto Vermond, keeping his guard up, focused on what is coming. They trade extremely fast blows, with the captain blocking his former partner's advance with difficulty. Vermond's punch grazes past, but the wind generated by the attack's raw power nearly hits Aaron's face. Aaron seizes the opening, landing a devastating right hook on Vermond's cheek, spraying blood into the air. Without giving quarter, the opponent instantly fires back with a violent punch to the captain's jaw. Aaron smiles with the corner of his bleeding mouth, feeling a true, nostalgic rush of adrenaline from the intense fight. The two exchange brutal punches without pausing in the tavern center, in a violent physical clash that wrecks the surroundings. Every impact is loaded with pure willpower, and both their faces start accumulating heavy bruises. Aaron delivers a super heavy knockout blow, creating a shockwave that permanently wraps up the battle. Vermond drops defeated to his knees on the floor, out of breath and completely shocked to lose to the captain once again. The captain prepares to deliver the final punch, but hesitates for a second, looking at his friend's suffering face. He knows full well a proud warrior like Vermond would never take part in a betrayal as cowardly as the one back then. In memories, Vermond yelled indignantly, asking how they could betray someone who gave his life and risked everything for them. The warrior's desperation over the imperial betrayal still echoed in Aaron's mind while he controlled his own fist. The captain lowers his arm, deciding to spare his defeated opponent's life, who lies stretched out on the tavern wooden floor. That exact moment, Nova comes sprinting out from behind the counter in utter desperation, crying out the captain's name in tears. She runs up with teary eyes, visibly worried about her lazy employee's physical state. Nova steps closer, distressed and panicking, quickly checking over the injuries and scratches on Aaron's face. The captain accepts her concern calmly, realizing the peaceful routine truly changed him. He reflects he was careless, thinking he could easily leave, since without realizing it, he ended up forming strong bonds here. Aaron knows Vermond would not hurt innocents, but thinks about the other dangerous warriors that must be hunting his head. Nova starts smacking the captain's chest, complaining in annoyance that she thought he had gone crazy for not answering her calls. The captain just listens to the earful silently with a nostalgic look, knowing she is totally right to be mad at him. After all that chaos wraps up, the sun shines brightly outside, lighting up peaceful Caserdic once again. Vermond keeps lying flat on his back on the barracks wood, staring at the ceiling thoughtfully while recovering from his wounds. The tavern's massive chandelier sways gently under the light coming through the now messy hall windows. The giant stands up with difficulty, seriously questioning Aaron on why he did not take his life. Vermond asks if he forgot traditions or if he plans to stop him from reaching eternal rest in the Twilight Oasis. Aaron gives a sarcastic smile, replying he was actually thinking about getting a super strong guard dog for his house. He explains the Old One Soul Law has another interpretation besides simply taking the defeated warrior's life. Vermond's eyes widen in horror as he begins to catch the true intentions behind the captain's words. The big guy shouts outraged, asking if Aaron plans to enslave him, but the captain clarifies, laughing, he will just be a regular working slave. Vermond screams, begging Aaron to kill him already, complaining he defeated a star just to try and enslave it. The captain tells his friend to shut up while dragging him out of the room, completely ignoring his dramatic protests. Nova watches the scene shocked, starting to comically suspect that Aaron's lack of interest in her is because he prefers men. Meanwhile, Vermond thinks the captain really is someone extraordinary for planning to turn the legendary fifth star into his slave. Aaron tries to defend himself, saying his friend got it all wrong, asking if he lost a tooth to be talking so weirdly. Vermond smiles resignedly, deciding to accept the tradition, saying he will do whatever the captain orders from now on. Suddenly, a loud thud echoes through the tavern, abruptly interrupting the friendly chat. Aaron and Nova watch the scene with completely frozen, confused expressions over what just happened. On the floor, Vermond grumbles in pain with his head buried in the wood after getting suddenly knocked out. Dylan shows up looking super proud, holding unconscious Vermond, celebrating capturing the suspicious intruder near the bar entrance. The recruit starts happily humming, celebrating his 10 silver coins reward, while Aaron just watches him awkwardly. The scene shifts to the quiet streets of Caserdic, where the captain continues handling his new life's twists and turns. The sunlight shines bright over the city guard's imposing headquarters the next morning. One of the soldiers enters the room hyped to greet the captain, but freezes midway seeing the unusual scene. He gets completely confused seeing Eren accompanied by giant Vermund, wondering if they now have two captains. Vermund happily introduces himself as Eren's new slave, leaving the poor guard even more confused by that revelation. Eren tries to smooth over the awkward situation with a nervous smile, explaining the giant is just an old friend of his. The blonde commander also shows up surprised, and Eren insists on explaining the big guy is just an old acquaintance. The commander praises Eren's strength, suggesting Vermund fill the vacant Unit 5 captain slot that is currently open. Eren reflects the idea is solid, since working in the guard would not stop him from continuing to protect Nova's tavern normally. The commander happily takes down the info, trying to simplify the giant's exotic name, while both display great chemistry. Shortly after, at Town Hall, the perfectly organized, detailed documents draw attention for their extreme neatness. Nova stares at the paperwork arranged by Eren with a look of pure shock and disbelief at such perfection. She tosses the sheets into the air annoyed, complaining Eren should not be so good at that and that he is invading her turf. The maid interrupts Nova's breakdown, warning an important envoy from Bolt Fortress just arrived for a business meeting. The visiting noble steps calmly into Nova's office with elegant, pompous strides. Envoy Pururan greets Nova flamboyantly, praising her elegance first thing in the morning. Nova forces a friendly smile to welcome him, but inside she is extremely annoyed by the man's inconvenient presence. Pururan asks, laughing, about the progress of the planned noble marriage, and Nova realizes he came to push the topic. She replies seriously that the situation changed way too much to force the marriage, since Caserdic is growing while Bolt Fortress declines. Nova reminds that the level of dark mages who recently attacked young Vivian proves the threat is way larger than they imagined. She argues the suitor's family would be unable to protect her, and that besides, Vivian does not like the guy one bit. Pururan suggests postponing the ceremony until things cool down, advising the best move now is to focus on expanding Caserdic's own power. He then teases Nova, asking when she herself plans to start arranging her own marriage, now that she has come of age. Nova stares back at him in absolute silence with a razor-sharp, cold glare, showing she did not like the joke at all. Pururan says goodbye, promising to return soon, commenting with a cynical smile that the trip always feels short when thinking of meeting her. As soon as he leaves, a loud banging sound echoes at the office door, startling Nova. Eren accidentally breaks the door locks trying to enter the room in a huge rush. The captain steps in with a blank face, asking confused if that was not a push door, apologizing for the damage. Nova looks at the total mess and paper sheets scattered across the floor, shaking with pure rage over the captain's careless move. She gives a scary, forced smile, building up silent fury against her lazy employee. Later, the sun lights up Caserdic's massive towers, while a gentle wind blows over the main city walls. Vermund says he will not question Eren's actions, as he knows he always keeps his promises and must have had good reasons for everything. However, the giant warns that the other main stars are different and will never forgive the captain's betrayal. Vermund surprisingly reveals that Ethan, the main star, ended up submitting to the terrifying Duke de Carter's power. Eren repeats the info in total shock, unable to believe his former ally now serves de Carter. The giant confirms, advising his friend to be super careful, since that kid is no longer the stubborn child of the past. He completes philosophizing that orphans tend to grow up super fast while watching the massive castles under the blue sky. Far away, in a luxurious dark hall, a mysterious long-haired man comments satisfied upon hearing of the assembly's failure. The subordinate reports that the Nightmare Eater and the Rookie were defeated by an Inquisitor and Caserdic's knights. Ben Hart laughs mockingly, finding it ridiculous and shameful that the legendary Nightmare Eater was taken down by a mere Inquisitor. Gesher Wind explains the Inquisitor was demoted from the Holy Crusaders, but that the exact reason remains a secret guarded by the Church. Ben Hart observes the scenery through the large hall window with a cold, calculating look, thinking about his next moves. He asks disdainfully if all the plans they had laid out earlier were completely ruined by their allies' incompetence. Gesher nervously confirms that per the original plan, Caserdic Castle should have already fallen and the Assembly expanded its power. Black Blood is a fast-growing faction in the Empire's east, and they tried to balance the situation by supporting the Assembly, but failed. Facing the Warlock's embarrassing failure, Ben Hart seriously decides they need to craft a completely brand new plan. The leader resolves to send Imperial Knight Corton to personally handle that delicate situation in Caserdic. Gesher panics hearing the dangerous Sir Corton the Libertine's name, and Ben confirms he is highly skilled, though crazy for women. Ben Hart asserts the Assembly's leader will move, and that they will seize the chance to wipe everyone out and reshape the East completely. The subordinate breaks into a cold sweat, thinking the arrival of the Great Darkness and the Libertine will bring a problem even luck cannot fix. Amid the night's dark silence, looming danger quietly begins to take shape over Kaserdik's rooftops. The next morning, enthusiastic cheers of celebration and applause echo loudly through the streets of Kaserdik. The announcer joyously proclaims that the selection for the Unit 5 captain position wrapped up, and the big winner was Vermund. Vermund celebrates, saying that was fun, while the other guards grumble, asking if he wants to solo run the guard by himself. Amid the crowd, soldiers start laughing and chatting happily about the news on their day off. One of the comrades casually asks if young guard Brig is actually planning to ask for Charlotte's hand in marriage. Suddenly, the other soldiers place their hands on his shoulders with serious looks, leaving poor Brig confused by everyone's reaction. One of them asks seriously if Charlotte has any savings or if her worth matches Brig's mom's trade business. Aaron steps up looking serious, asking Brig if he would be capable of dying for her, asserting that is the single most important question of all. Mid-dramatic council, Brig ends up catching a playful head smack from his guard partners. The men burst out laughing while the captain watches them smiling, thinking Brig would actually make a great husband for Charlotte. Aaron reflects the young man is extremely sincere and honest, qualities that are super rare and valuable to come across these days. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream for help nearby catches the captain's attention, making him instantly look behind. Aaron spots a hooded young girl being bothered and held by force by a suspicious man amid the crowd. The hooded man claims he is not trying to do anything weird, but rather that he is super interested in the girl's intentions. Before the attacker can do a thing, a hand pops out at insane speed to step into the situation. Aaron lands a solid hit on the harasser, instantly shoving him away from the helpless young girl with total ease. The captain grumbles, annoyed to himself, thinking men of this medieval era truly have zero decency or honesty. Aaron bends down to check on the young girl, but gets startled looking closer at her face under the hood. The girl pulls back her hood, revealing long blonde hair and a super anxious expression upon being recognized. The captain approaches her cautiously, whispering shocked, wondering if she really is who he thinks she is. Aaron's eyes widen, realizing the mysterious young girl disguised in the crowd is young lady Vivian. Vivian panics upon being called by name, begging him to keep his voice down, fearing discovery by others. People around overhear the name, starting to gossip curiously, wondering why the Lord's daughter would be in a place like this. Desperate under the crowd's curious stares, Vivian grabs Aaron's hand with extreme strength and determination. The captain is caught completely off guard by the young girl's sudden, strong touch, left frozen for a second. The girl starts pulling him in a hurry, yelling that they need to head somewhere super quiet so they can chat in peace. Aaron gets dragged effortlessly down the stone street, impressed by the young noble's tremendous physical strength. Vivian sprints off, guiding the captain at absurd speed, slicing through the wind down empty alleys. Aaron comments surprised that she runs insanely fast, and she explains laughing she cut down on meat intake, making her lighter. The captain inspects her thin arms, intrigued that such absurd speed makes no sense for someone who never trained a day in her life. He concludes impressed that this must be the true mystical power reserved for those loved by mana. The demon on his shield whispers for Aaron to devour her heart to gain the mana, but the captain instantly rejects the idea in his thoughts. Night falls over Kaserdik, bringing silence and calm to the medieval town's dark alleys after the busy day. Aaron hands a handkerchief to Vivian to wipe off sweat, asking seriously what the Lord's daughter was doing around the outer castle. Vivian looks at the floral handkerchief she received from the captain with a confused, curious look before drying off. She politely thanks him for the handkerchief, calmly revealing she was desperately searching for a specific person. The young lady flashes a wide smile, pointing her finger straight at him, declaring the man she was looking for is Captain Aaron himself. The captain stands completely frozen with wide eyes, wondering in his thoughts if the girl has lost her mind for good. Vivian smiles radiantly, asking directly if the captain was the one who saved her from that terrible demon attack. Aaron plays dumb, saying he has no idea what she is talking about, reminding her there were knights in the inner fortress who could have saved her. Vivian fires back, saying it is useless to deny it, showing the floral handkerchief identical to the one he just handed her, claiming definitive proof. The captain surrenders to the undeniable evidence, reluctantly admitting the handkerchief really belongs to him. He observes her intrigued, thinking about the real reason she came looking for him personally, as it did not seem to be just to say thanks. However, Vivian surprises Aaron by bowing in a deep curtsy, warmly thanking him for saving her life. The captain is left momentarily speechless, realizing the noble girl's visit reason was actually super simple and sincere. She celebrates happily seeing her savior is real, as her nanny used to say he was just a common dream for girls her age. Vivian starts blabbering endlessly about her family matters, making the captain think she is pretty silly and ruins her own image when she talks. The young girl suddenly remembers she intended to show her gratitude, starting to dig through her clothes looking for a gift. She pulls a heavy, solid gold candlestick from her coat, explaining she was told gold is the best gift to repay a favor. The captain stands completely frozen in shock, seeing the shine of that massive luxury object right before his eyes. Aaron mockingly reminds her he saved her 3 times already, and Vivian laments confused, owning only that single gold candlestick at the moment. The noble girl promises to bring more valuable items from her dad's collection next time to make up for the other rescues. She happily bids farewell, saying she needs to head back before dark, sprinting off at insane speed. Aaron watches her leave, thinking she is extremely naive, concluding her dad must have a handful taking care of her. Meanwhile, in the massive, luxurious Fulputz Manor, hot tea is served to an important visitor who just arrived at the fortress. The Baron invites the visitor to help himself, and the guest politely thanks him while accepting the steaming cup. The Lord then asks what actually brings the renowned White Magic Tower mage back to the Casertic region. That guest is Swallow Eyes, a renowned professor-level mage who had issues with Aaron in the past. Swallow Eyes sips his tea calmly, while a comical memory of when Aaron swiped his bracelet flashes through his mind. He comments young Vivian possesses a mana flow so terrifying it made him shudder, considering it a huge loss for the Empire if she does not study magic. The Baron and Nova realize the mage already knew about the situation, asking surprised if he happened to meet Vivian in person. Swallow Eyes smiles maliciously behind his cup, replying their meeting was quite peculiar. In his memories, the mage was walking down the streets at night when he suddenly felt an overwhelming magical energy in the air. He stood amazed, realizing that was the legendary energy emanated by someone deeply loved by Mana. Swallow Eyes located the hooded girl on the street, thinking about approaching her immediately to take her as his brilliant disciple. The mage knew fools believed eating her heart gave power, but in reality, Mana loved Vivian's very existence. He decided he would reveal his true identity as a mage and take her to the magic tower to turn her into a living legend. However, the moment he tried to grab her arm, claiming he would do nothing wrong, she ended up screaming for help. The memory shows the scene where the girl screams in terror, grabbing the attention of Captain Aaron, who was nearby. Before the mage could explain his intentions, Aaron's fist hit him dead on, sending him straight to the floor. Back in the present, Swallow Eyes sips his tea with a sour face and a bandage on his cheek, still salty over the punch he took. The Baron agrees Vivian would make a massive impact on the Empire's history if she decided to learn how to manipulate that powerful magic. The mage proudly announces he will officially accept her as his external disciple at the White Magic Tower, so the Empire does not lose that talent. The scene shifts to Nova's quiet tavern, under the silence and calm of a peaceful moonlight night. Inside the establishment, a striking bald man waits patiently seated in one of the chairs. That guy with a serious glare and a deep scar on his head is Jackson, the father of one of the captain's acquaintances. Aaron enters hyped, asking if he snagged the item he ordered, joking it took way too long for someone so confident. Jackson replies that getting a real spellbook is no easy task, and that the captain is lucky he managed to secure the tome. The man holds out his hand, delivering the precious red leather-bound book directly to the captain. The Golden Tome is the famous manual Introduction to Magic by Baru Hiost, highly coveted by beginners in the arcane arts. Aaron asks how much he owes, but Jackson tells him to keep the book as payment for saving his son's life previously. The captain happily thanks him, promising he will keep taking great care of the young man on fortress patrols from now on. Jackson fires back, saying his son needs to learn to fend for himself and take care of himself like a man, brushing off Aaron's thanks. The next day, the radiant morning sunlight lights up the lovely, cozy wooden storefront of the Fluffy Bunny Tavern. Kanna holds the red magic book with both hands above her head, laughing out loud, radiant with pure happiness over the gift. Aaron watches her, calmly smoking, commenting the book is ideal for beginners, thinking she should buy it with her salary. Kanna runs off hyped, skipping with joy with her brand new arcane treasure squeezed tight against her chest. The captain watches her move away, smirking, grumbling satisfied upon noting the girl genuinely loved the special gift. Vermin finds Kanna's behavior odd, celebrating away from them, but Aaron playfully scolds him not to speak ill of the AC unit. Right then, Nova walks into the room carrying a wooden box, letting Aaron know a delivery arrived for him from Karzan. The captain looks surprised, opening the box lid to check the contents, while the others watch curiously. Inside rests a pouch packed with shiny gold coins and a few mysterious scrolls tied with golden ribbons. The letter is from Dante, the new leader he put in charge of Karzan, assuring business is booming and that he will send even more cash down the line. Nova accuses him of extorting Karzan's gangs, but Aaron defends himself, stating they are sending gifts out of pure gratitude. Suddenly, a powerful surge of magical energy and wind kicks up in the tavern, instantly grabbing the captain's and Vermin's attention. Kanna raises her hands, unleashing an insane amount of freezing mana that wraps around her entire body. Aaron stands jaw-dropped, seeing that scene, unable to believe she is already mastering magic so shortly after getting the book. The captain wonderingly asks himself if little Kanna is actually an unmatched magical genius, while she flashes an innocent smile. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Joan's village, a quiet settlement located right on the outskirts of Kasserdik Castle. A local boy explains to a traveler that to reach Kasserdik, he will only need to walk a tiny bit further ahead. The feared night hunter listens to the directions with a malicious smile, satisfied to notice he has finally found his destination.